You were never taught this in school. Not by science. Not by religion. Not even by the self-help gurus with all their positive thinking and vision boards. But here's the reality. Your life is already a spell. Every thought you send out, every emotion you generate, every word you speak. All of it is an encoded transmission pulsing through the quantum field. Most people are completely unaware of this. They walk through life casting by default. Their inner dialogue, spells. Their fear-based thoughts, spells. Their casual language, their idle self-talk, even the way they describe themselves to others, it's all energetic programming. But here's the question. If you're always casting, who exactly wrote the spell you're living now? This is not metaphor. This is mechanics. Reality, your version of it, is not static, not linear, and not separate from you. It's a mirror of your internal energetic patterning. You don't need to believe in magic. You're already using it every time you think, feel, or speak. The only difference now is that you're about to learn how to use it consciously. Welcome to Quantum Spellcraft, a direct transmission, not just of information but transformation. Over the next 6 hours, you're going to access and activate a complete metaphysical system to rewrite your identity, magnetize your future, and command timelines with precision. This is not a motivational series. This is not a workshop. This is spell architecture decoded. Let's begin where all magic truly begins, with awareness. You're already transmitting. The question is, what kind of signal is being sent? Is it clear? Is it aligned? Or is it static? A jumbled mess of half-cast intentions and forgotten thoughts that still haunt the grid? Right now, there are unfinished spells echoing around you. Old thoughts, past intentions, scripts you barely remember writing but still loop through your reality like energetic ghosts. You think you've moved on, but the field hasn't forgotten. The universe hears everything, and it's been responding not to your desires, but to your frequency. In this first phase of the series, we're going to expose that static. Not conceptually, but viscerally. You're going to feel it in your field. You're going to sense it in your signal. You're going to realize that everything you've tried to manifest that hasn't shown up yet is still tangled in the residue of spells you never knew you cast. You'll learn the hidden language of the field, the subtle currents, the inaudible harmonics, the whispers of your aura that are speaking louder than your words ever could. We'll confront the idea of spell residue. These are not mystical leftovers. They are real energetic imprints that continue to broadcast into the quantum field. Unchecked, they create vibrational crosstalk. They overlap with your current intentions and distort the outcome. You may be thinking, I'm doing affirmations, I'm meditating, I'm visualizing my future. But what if, beneath all of that, you're still broadcasting betrayal, scarcity, or unworthiness from a moment 7 years ago that was never properly closed? That moment is still alive in the field. It hasn't been uncoded. Until it is, your signal will always be split. That's why this begins not with building, but clearing. Before we activate your highest potential, we must purify the channel. You'll experience the field harmonizer ritual, a vibrational recalibration technique using tonal magic, color mapping, and breath patterns to realign your core broadcast. You'll learn to perceive your emotional field as a waveform, not a feeling, and once you see it that way, you can shift it deliberately. You are not a passive observer in this quantum field. You are the origin point, the source, but only if your signal is pure. The process begins now. Awareness, cleanup, retuning. Once you clear the signal, the spell becomes sharp, potent, direct, and that's when manifestation becomes instantaneous. Let's initiate the system. Let's move into identity. Because now that the static is clear, the real casting begins. You were never taught this in school. Not by science. Not by religion. Not even by the self-help gurus with all their positive thinking and vision boards. But here's the reality. Your life is already a spell. Every thought you send out, every emotion you generate, every word you speak. All of it is an encoded transmission pulsing through the quantum field. Most people are completely unaware of this. They walk through life casting by default. Their inner dialogue, spells. Their fear-based thoughts, spells. Their casual language, their idle self-talk, even the way they describe themselves to others, it's all energetic programming. But here's the question. If you're always casting, who exactly wrote the spell you're living now? This is not metaphor. This is mechanics. Reality, your version of it, is not static, not linear, and not separate from you. It's a mirror of your internal energetic patterning. You don't need to believe in magic. You're already using it every time you think, feel, or speak. The only difference now is that you're about to learn how to use it consciously. Welcome to Quantum Spellcraft, a direct transmission, not just of information but transformation. Over the next 6 hours, you're going to access and activate a complete metaphysical system to rewrite your identity, magnetize your future, and command timelines with precision. This is not a motivational series. This is not a workshop. This is spell architecture decoded. Let's begin where all magic truly begins, with awareness. You're already transmitting. The question is, what kind of signal is being sent? Is it clear? Is it aligned? Or is it static? A jumbled mess of half-cast intentions and forgotten thoughts that still haunt the grid? Right now, there are unfinished spells echoing around you. Old thoughts, past intentions, scripts you barely remember writing but still loop through your reality like energetic ghosts. You think you've moved on, but the field hasn't forgotten. The universe hears everything, and it's been responding, not to your desires, but to your frequency. In this first phase of the series, we're going to expose that static. Not conceptually, but viscerally. You're going to feel it in your field. You're going to sense it in your signal. You're going to realize that everything you've tried to manifest that hasn't shown up yet is still tangled in the residue of spells you never knew you cast. You'll learn the hidden language of the field, the subtle currents, the inaudible harmonics, the whispers of your aura that are speaking louder than your words ever could. We'll confront the idea of spell residue. These are not mystical leftovers. They are real energetic imprints that continue to broadcast into the quantum field. Unchecked, they create vibrational crosstalk. They overlap with your current intentions and distort the outcome. You may be thinking, I'm doing affirmations, I'm meditating, I'm visualizing my future. But what if, beneath all of that, you're still broadcasting betrayal, scarcity, or unworthiness from a moment 7 years ago that was never properly closed? That moment is still alive in the field. It hasn't been uncoded. Until it is, your signal will always be split. That's why this begins not with building, but clearing. Before we activate your highest potential, we must purify the channel. You'll experience the field harmonizer ritual, a vibrational recalibration technique using tonal magic, color mapping, and breath patterns to realign your core broadcast. You'll learn to perceive your emotional field as a waveform, not a feeling, and once you see it that way, you can shift it deliberately. You are not a passive observer in this quantum field. You are the origin point, the source, but only if your signal is pure. The process begins now. Awareness, cleanup, retuning. Once you clear the signal, the spell becomes sharp, potent, direct, and that's when manifestation becomes instantaneous. Let's initiate the system. Let's move into identity. Because now that the static is clear, the real casting begins. There's a broadcast pouring out of you at every moment. You don't need a satellite dish or a signal tower, your field is the transmitter. And like every transmission, it can be either crystal clear or cluttered with interference. If you've ever felt like your manifestations are getting scrambled, misdirected, or delayed, it's because your signal is not clean. Your life is not responding to what you want. It's responding to what you're actually broadcasting. And for most people, that signal is full of noise, static, energetic distortion, unconscious interference patterns that warp the message and weaken the delivery. Here's the reality no one teaches. Manifestation doesn't fail because the desire is wrong. It fails because the frequency behind the desire is polluted. You're trying to tune into a specific reality, but your internal radio is set between stations. Garbled, cracked, unintelligible to the quantum field. So where does this static come from? From spells you never finished. Words you spoke with force but didn't follow through on. beliefs you declared but didn't believe in, emotional intentions that were started, abandoned, and left open, like half-written scripts that never got a proper ending. These become vibrational echoes. They bounce through your field, taking up bandwidth. They aren't loud enough to dominate, but they're strong enough to disrupt. They create crosstalk, confusion, delay. You think you're sending out a signal of abundance, but the field also hears the spell of lack you started during that spiral 3 months ago. You're visualizing a new timeline, but the unresolved residue of your fear from last year is still whispering through your aura. The quantum realm doesn't forget, catalogs everything. This is the unseen clutter that's shaping your current experience. And here's the deeper insight. The static is not random. It has structure. It has tone. It has origin points, which means it can be traced. And more importantly, it can be cleared. The moment you become aware of this, everything changes. Because suddenly, reality is no longer a mystery. It's a mirror, a direct reflection of your most consistent, not most conscious frequency. Let's break that down. The field doesn't prioritize what you focus on once a day during a ritual. It prioritizes what you carry continuously in your energetic grid. Your dominant frequency, your embedded signal. And if that's tainted with contradictory spells, even if they're old, then your results will always come out distorted. Now let's go deeper. Most people have been casting unconsciously since childhood. They said things like, "I'm not good enough. I'll never have what I want. People always leave. No one sees me. I can't trust anyone." And because those thoughts were charged with real emotion, they embedded. They became signal generators. They didn't just express how you felt. They activated standing waves in your energy body. Self-sustaining loops. They're still there, still humming, still disrupting. Even affirmations can become static if they're layered on top of unprocessed emotional scripts. Saying, "I am worthy," while still holding the encoded imprint of "I'm broken" creates energetic confusion. The field doesn't get clarity. It gets contradiction. This is why some people work so hard to manifest and get nowhere. The effort doesn't match the broadcast. The message is garbled. Your conscious mind says yes, but your field says maybe, or worse, no. So how do you clean it? How do you move from distortion to clarity? First, you learn to sense your signal. Feel it in your body. Scan your field. Are there spikes of tension? Emotional hotspots? Areas that feel off? When you say your intentions out loud, that's where the static lives. You're not looking for logical answers. You're listening for frequency reactions. Next, you begin the purification process using tone, color, and breath. This is frequency hygiene, not just calming down but realignment. Color acts as an emotional filter. Tone acts as a vibrational scrubber. Breath acts as a delivery system. You'll be guided into exercises that combine these elements to dissolve the distortions in your field and amplify your true signal. Then you'll isolate incomplete spellwork. Old affirmations, declarations, mantras, even casual statements charged with emotion, and you'll bring them to closure. Not by rejecting them, but by completing them. Closing the loop, ending the transmission. The spell must either be fulfilled or deactivated. Anything in between becomes static. You'll learn the sentence cleanse, a process of identifying your oldest, most embedded internal statements and translating them into clear, upgraded commands. You'll also begin working with the technique of vibrational crossfade, a method of layering one clean frequency over a noisy one until it becomes dominant. Once you understand how static operates, you'll see it everywhere, in conversations, in social media, in environments that broadcast contradictory energies. And more importantly, you'll stop absorbing it. Because now, you're not just a transmitter. You're becoming a conscious tuner. This leads us directly to your next initiation. Now that you understand your field can be cluttered, distorted, and split, it's time to listen more closely. Because the field is not silent. Your aura is whispering all the time, and most people aren't hearing what it's actually saying. Next, we will tune in to the hidden language of the field and learn how your energy is already speaking to reality, whether you realize it or not. Your aura is not a glow. It's not decoration. It's not a mystical light show for psychics to interpret. It's a language, and it's speaking. Always. Your aura is a dynamic, multilayered signal translator. It receives, processes, and emits vibrational information continuously. But unlike your thoughts, your aura doesn't lie, can't pretend. It doesn't mask discomfort behind fake positivity. It broadcasts your truth, and censored. So here's the real question. Do you know what your field is saying? Most people assume that by thinking positively or feeling good for a few minutes, their energetic output has shifted. But your aura doesn't respond to spikes. It responds to patterns, frequency over time, consistency, depth. The field receives your aura's language as a series of energetic patterns. Those patterns don't come through words, they come through resonance. And what's encoded in your field determines what shows up in your reality. You don't attract what you want. You attract what you signal. And your signal is composed of far more than thoughts. It's shaped by emotional memory, energetic density, recurring self-perception loops, tone of voice, micro-movements, facial tension, breath rhythm, and even cellular charge. These elements form the syntax of the field's language. Let's break some of them down. Tone of voice. The way you speak holds a frequency signature more powerful than the words themselves. Sarcasm, bitterness, desperation, or resignation can override the content. The universe hears the tone louder than the text. Emotional memory. Every powerful emotional experience, especially unprocessed ones, leaves a vibrational fingerprint. The more charged the event, the stronger the fingerprint. These prints form part of your aura's persistent message, long after the moment has passed. Self-perception loops. These are thought-emotion feedback cycles that reinforce your inner identity story. If you see yourself as someone who is always trying, then your aura emits the signal of effort without a rival. It becomes part of your energetic narrative. Facial expression and movement. Your micro-expressions and habitual movements communicate energetic states without words. Slumped posture, tension around the jaw, furrowed brows. They reinforce broadcast loops tied to your dominant inner frequency. Breath rhythm. The breath is a carrier wave. Shallow breathing equals disconnection. Full rhythmic breath equals coherence. Your breath directly shapes the fluidity of your field. When you bring awareness to these elements, you begin to translate your own aura. You become fluent in the silent spellwork that has shaped your entire life. And once you're fluent, you can rewrite. The first step is to scan your field with neutrality. Not to judge it, but to listen. Feel into your edges. Where do you expand? Where do you contract? What colors or textures do you sense? What emotions bubble up when you say your goals out loud? Not what you think you feel, what actually vibrates through your body. That's the language. Next, begin consciously reshaping it. Using intentional tone modulation, breath wave realignment, and word magic recalibration, you start speaking a new message through your field. Not to yourself, not to people, to the quantum grid. And it responds. Not because it understands you, but because your broadcast shifts and the reflection must follow. The field doesn't reward effort. It reflects frequency. You'll be guided through an energetic script reconstruction, a method of syncing vocal tone, breath, and self-narrative into a singular vibrational statement that becomes your new baseline aura language. You'll also experience the aura tuning practice, a method that uses vibrational affirmations, colored visualization, and harmonic humming to balance your field and amplify coherence. This isn't performance. It's precision spell work. You're not chanting to feel better. You're realigning your electromagnetic code. Once your aura begins whispering the upgraded message, something remarkable happens. Reality responds before you act. People treat you differently. Opportunities begin appearing in places you hadn't been looking. Conversations take on new tones. Because now, the unspoken is saying something new. And it's louder than ever. You're not doing more. You're broadcasting differently. You become a field command, not a passive wish. This prepares you for the next layer. Spell residue. Now that your current aura has been tuned and your live transmission is clean, it's time to address what's still hanging in the grid. Because every time you cast with high emotion and no closure, the field keeps echoing that unfinished spell. Next, we will uncover the lingering imprints still looping in your energetic background and teach you how to close them permanently. You've changed. You've evolved. You've upgraded your mindset, your beliefs, your goals. But your life still looks strangely similar to what it was before. Why? Because your field is still echoing with unclosed spells. These aren't active thoughts. These are embedded imprints. Spells you didn't know you cast. Commands you didn't know you spoke. They were emotional. They were charged. And they never got cleared. Now they've become residue. And that residue is powerful. Spell residue is the hidden architect of stagnation. It is the unconscious frequency force that keeps pulling you into loops. It speaks louder than your conscious voice. It shapes outcomes while you focus on intentions. And worst of all, it often mimics your new energy so closely that it's hard to tell when it's still running the show. Let's get specific. Spell residue is the imprint left behind when an emotionally activated belief is projected into the field and never formally neutralized. That means every time you said, "This always happens to me," with conviction, it became a spell. And unless you closed it, it's still casting. You didn't need candles. You didn't need rituals. The field accepted the input because it came with emotion and repetition. This is the magic of mundane moments. And it's also the danger. People go through breakups and speak words like, "I'll never trust again." They go through hardship and declare, "This is just my life now." They spiral into fear and whisper, "Nothing ever works for me." In that moment, the spell lands. The words meet the emotion. The signal enters the grid. But no one thinks to end the spell. No one returns to say, "That command is no longer valid." So the field doesn't know it's outdated. And the echoes continue. You may be actively working on healing, growth, expansion. But if you haven't cleared your field of these past incantations, you are moving forward with a ghost behind you. A ghost of your own design. It's not malicious. It's not evil. It's simply unfinished. The energetic realm doesn't care if you were being dramatic, sarcastic, or exhausted when you spoke the spell. It only recognizes emotional charge and repetition. And once that charge lands, it sets into place as a vibrational structure. The longer it remains unclosed, the deeper it embeds. So how do you find these old spells? You track the loops. Start with the patterns that feel persistent. Recurring outcomes, relationship dynamics, emotional spirals, repeating fears. Trace them to the first time you ever felt or thought that way. What did you say? What did you feel when you said it? That's likely where the spell took root. Once located, you begin the spell dissolution sequence. This process involves 3 parts: recognition, reversal, replacement. Recognition requires brutal honesty. You acknowledge the spell you cast. You say it out loud, not to reinforce it, to face it. I cast the spell of abandonment when I said no one would ever love me again. I cast the spell of struggle when I told myself success has to be hard. You bring it into the light. Reversal is next. This doesn't mean simply saying the opposite. It means issuing a conscious revocation of the command. I release and revoke the energetic architecture of that belief. That spell no longer holds authority in my field. Speak it with clarity. Speak it like law. Because it is. Replacement is the final step. You install a new broadcast, but only once the old one has been removed. The replacement must be more than a sentence. It must carry your current truth. If you say, "I am safe to receive love," but still feel shaky, then amplify your emotional conviction before locking it into place. Next, we explore vibrational crosstalk. This happens when new spells and old spells overlap, but don't cancel each other out. Instead, they blend into an incoherent signal. You might be saying, "I am powerful," but still subconsciously projecting, "I am punished for being seen." When these frequencies collide, the field gets mixed input. The result? Fragmented manifestation, glitches, false starts, unstable outcomes. To resolve this, you engage in frequency separation practice. You isolate competing spells, track them back to their origin, and consciously assign them closure dates. Yes, closure dates. Spoken declarations that a particular spell is no longer in operation as of this moment. This seals the frequency and stops the echo. You'll also be introduced to resonance logging, a technique where you listen to the emotional response your body gives when you speak various declarations aloud. If there's tension, there's resistance. If there's a deep exhale, you've likely found alignment. This will help you distinguish old from new, expired from alive. This practice is ongoing. Spell residue doesn't vanish with one ritual. It requires vigilance, presence, a willingness to listen to your own frequency and catch echoes before they turn into loops again. Once mastered, your field becomes razor sharp. No more contradiction, no more chaos, just clean, deliberate spells with undeniable signals. And that brings us to the most critical shift of all. Now that you've cleared the echoes, you are ready to broadcast a signal so clean that manifestation doesn't just become possible, it becomes inevitable. Next, we will enter the field harmonizer ritual, the spell tuning technique that realigns your entire energy body for clear and powerful command. You've heard people talk about being high vibe. You've heard advice like, raise your frequency. But here's the truth most never reveal. It's not about being high, it's about being clear. A low vibration doesn't block manifestation. A scrambled one does. The field harmonizer ritual is designed for one purpose: to bring your entire energetic field into a state of signal clarity. Not perfection, not positivity overload. Just a unified, coherent frequency that the quantum realm can receive without distortion. When your field becomes a single, resonant tone, manifestation is no longer delayed. The field mirrors it. Reality bends in response. So what is field harmony? It's when your thoughts, emotions, speech, breath, posture, and subconscious all speak the same language. One signal, one tone, no contradiction. Most people's fields are fragmented. Their words say one thing, their emotions say another, and their energy body says something else entirely. This creates static, not because the field is punishing them, but because the field is confused. The universe doesn't guess. It reflects. So let's begin tuning. The harmonizer ritual begins with a full spectrum scan. You identify where in your body the static is most active. For some, it's in the chest, unresolved grief. For others, the throat, suppressed truth. Some feel it in the solar plexus, self-worth distortions. The scan brings your awareness to these subtle energy centers. Next, you use color frequency mapping. Each emotional state carries a chromatic correspondence. You'll be guided to visualize the colors associated with your blockages. Then transmute them using breath and internal imagery. This isn't visualization for comfort. It's geometry. It's frequency design. Following this, you begin tone entrainment. Using vocal harmonics, humming, chanting, or subtle toning, you resonate the affected areas. Sound travels through tissue, clears stagnant vibration, carries new intention deeper than the mind ever could. Then, you introduce the spell line sequence, a series of short incantations spoken aloud in rhythm with breath and tone. These lines are not affirmations. They are vibrational spells calibrated to your cleaned field. Each spell line replaces an echo. Each word becomes a point of clarity. Now breath. Breath wave technique is introduced, a rhythmic pattern that synchronizes your inner pulse with the external field. This breath pattern is not random. It's time to modulate your electromagnetic output. Slower breath equals broader signal. Deeper breath equals stronger signal. As you continue, something begins to shift. You stop speaking at the universe. You begin speaking with it. The field becomes cooperative, responsive, immediate. At this stage, your aura enters what's called the clarity threshold, a measurable sensation of energetic lock-in. You feel it as calmness without fatigue, alertness without tension, a hum that surrounds the body. This is coherence. It's the energetic equivalent of clean circuitry. From here, you move into field anchoring. This part of the ritual ensures your clear state becomes sustainable. You identify anchor objects, items in your environment that you can assign as energetic reinforcers. These might be a specific crystal, a handwritten sigil, a a sound cue, or a gesture. Each anchor becomes a frequency recall device. When touched, seen, or activated, it reminds your field of its tuned state. This prevents backslide. It keeps your casting precision intact long after the ritual ends. You then enter the commanding breath, a final breath cycle paired with a spoken declaration that signals completion to the field. Example: this is my frequency now. It is clean. It is consistent. It is received. Once the ritual is sealed, the grid responds. Not because you asked, because you spoke in its language. You'll begin to feel changes in your daily life. Emotional reactions shift. People perceive you differently. You no longer feel the urge to prove, push, or persuade. Your field becomes the invitation, and reality, sensing a coherent command, begins. You weren't born with an identity. You were given one, piece by piece, layer by layer. From the moment you entered this world, others began shaping your sense of self. They gave you names, labels, expectations. They mirrored their fears onto you, praised certain traits, suppressed others, and assigned you a role. By the time you were old enough to know who you are, the spell had already been cast. And here's the truth most people never confront: that identity, the one you've been walking around with your entire life, may not even be yours. It was built, installed, encoded through repetition, emotional imprint, and resonance with other people's projections. You're not broken. You're scripted. And now, with a harmonized field and a clean signal, it's time to uncover the spell of self that's been running in the background and recode it. Your identity isn't just a story. It's a frequency pattern. It's a complex web of energetic contracts you've accepted, consciously or not, and continue to carry in your field. Every time you think, I am this, or I am not that, you're reinforcing a boundary, a vibration, a limitation, or a permission. Identity isn't a noun. It's a spell in motion. It evolves, it echoes, it can be reshaped. But only if you become conscious of the original script. Start here. Ask yourself, who told me who I am? Think of the earliest moments you were praised or punished. Think of the times you felt seen or rejected. Think of how those moments shaped your internal self-definition. These emotional high-charge events formed the core incantations of your self-concept. Statements like, I'm a quiet person. I'm bad at expressing myself. I have to work hard to be valued. I always get overlooked. These are not personality traits. These are living spells. They function as energetic software. And just like software, they can be rewritten if you have access to the source code. Let's go deeper. The field doesn't respond to the identity you wish you had. It reflects the one you broadcast, the subconscious version, the one encoded not through affirmation but through memory and repetition. You may be saying, I am confident, but if your nervous system is still wired to freeze every time you're seen, then the field is reflecting fear, not power. You may say, I'm abundant, but if you still identify as someone who's always scraping by, the spell of lack is still dominant. The question is not what you want to be. The question is, what spell of self is your field still casting? And to shift it, you must deconstruct it. You begin by identifying what we call identity anchors, those beliefs, roles, and patterns that have kept your current self in place. You track them not by thought but by behavior. Where do you self-sabotage? Where do you understate your power? Where do you feel the most uncomfortable when receiving? Each of these points to a spell that is still active. Then, you trace these spells back to their original cast moment, the first time you accepted the belief as truth. This moment often involved high emotion or authority imprint. It may have been subtle, a parent's glance, a teacher's correction, a rejection from someone you trusted. But in that moment, the spell landed. Once found, you reclaim authorship. You no longer treat these beliefs as fixed. You begin to speak to them as if they are malleable code. You begin rewriting the narrative not through rationality, but through energetic recoding. You use sound, breath, movement, and symbol to overwrite the old with a new script. This is not just healing. This is spell breaking. You'll begin working with I am resonance statements, identity activators constructed from emotional truth and spoken into the field with calibrated tone and coherence. These are not affirmations meant to feel good. They are transmissions meant to feel real. I am safe in my power. I am no longer available for self-erasure. I am a conscious architect of my role in this world. Each time these are spoken with alignment, they create new energetic threads. These threads begin to weave a new pattern, and the pattern becomes the new signal. You'll also begin practicing mirror field work, not looking into a mirror to admire yourself, but to interact with the current spell of self that's being reflected. You'll learn to watch your expression shift in real time as new language is introduced. The face doesn't lie. It reveals which spells have landed and which have not. Your identity is not who you are. It's the boundary of who you believe you can be, and you now have the tools to dissolve those boundaries. This leads us to your next initiation. Your new identity is not built from imagination. It's encoded within your energetic structure. Next, we will uncover the fractal DNA that holds the blueprint of who you are becoming, and activate the instructions embedded in your field since before you knew how to speak. Your transformation isn't being created, it's being remembered. The next version of you already exists in energetic form. It's not a dream. It's not hypothetical. It's embedded in your field as fractal DNA, an unfolding pattern of identity encoded with precision, waiting for you to unlock it. Fractals are repeating structures found in nature, art, and consciousness. They are self-similar across scale, which means a small part of the pattern contains the information of the whole. Your energetic blueprint functions in the same way. Within you right now is a dormant pattern that holds the entire instruction set for your evolution. Your future self is not outside of you. It's inside, nested within your current form, like a hidden glyph in the code of your being. To access this, you don't need new information. You need new awareness. Begin by understanding this: your DNA is not just biological. It's also vibrational. It holds resonance fields, and those fields respond to frequency. Science confirms that DNA responds to light, sound, and emotion. The mystical traditions confirm that identity evolves in spirals, not lines. You are not moving forward. You are spiraling inward toward deeper layers of self. Fractal identity means your next evolution is already patterned within your current energetic architecture. And the more you resonate with that pattern, the more it begins to activate. This isn't theory. It's mechanics. Every thought you think that matches your higher pattern creates resonance. Every action you take that contradicts it creates resistance. Your field knows the difference. The goal is not to become something new. The goal is to remove what doesn't belong to the original pattern. The static, the residue, the overlays of fear, shame, doubt, and programming that never matched your true frequency. You do this through a process called pattern recognition. You begin scanning for experiences, states, and moments where you felt most aligned, most powerful, most you. These are not just memories. They are access points. Moments when the fractal identity temporarily came to the surface. Even if fleeting, once located, you extract the emotional geometry of those moments: what you felt, what you believed, what posture you held, what language you used. These become clues, coordinates, markers of your encoded truth. Next, you initiate the fractal activation sequence, a set of frequency-aligned practices designed to awaken dormant identity codes within your body. This begins with sonic mapping, using sound frequencies to stimulate energetic centers tied to your future self pattern. These are not random tones. They are harmonics calibrated to specific emotional states. Each one opens a gate. Then you move into symbolic triggering, a process where you work with sigils and visual codes that mirror fractal structures. These images bypass the rational mind and speak directly to your quantum body. When meditated on, they awaken patterns that words cannot touch. You also engage in gesture spells, physical movements paired with breath and intention that mirror the shape of your desired identity pattern. These gestures don't represent ideas. They activate resonance. Each movement, tone, and image feeds the fractal. It grows. It stabilizes. It becomes active. And your field begins to shift. You'll feel it in your body. Your preferences change. Your voice shifts. Your decisions become clearer. Synchronicities accelerate. You are no longer trying to become. You are reverting to your original signal. There's something profound in this realization. You're not becoming something new. You are unburying what was always there. The version of you that moves in full power, clarity, and creation doesn't need to be invented. It needs to be remembered, like an ancient glyph uncovered beneath layers of paint. And once that glyph is visible, once the pattern is active, the quantum field begins responding with precision. Not guesses, not approximations, but direct matches. Because now the signal is undeniable. This prepares you for what comes next. You're not just accessing your pattern. You're about to enter the quantum furnace, where the current self is melted down and transmuted into the encoded becoming. Next, we will engage the process of quantum self-alchemy, the mutation of identity through intentional energetic reformation. Transformation isn't change, it's mutation. Change rearranges what already exists. Mutation restructures the entire code. That's the difference between self-help and self-alchemy. You're not adjusting the furniture inside your house. You're melting the building down to liquid light and remaking it with intention. Now that you've accessed the fractal blueprint of your becoming, it's time to enter the alchemical process that reshapes identity from the quantum level. Not by strategy, but by energetic combustion. This process isn't about healing trauma. It's about activating transmutation. There is a fundamental difference. Healing soothes, alchemy reshapes, and for this, you'll need to step into the inner crucible. Quantum self-alchemy begins with the principle that your self is not a fixed object. It's a spectrum of frequency states. Each belief you hold, each emotion you carry, each memory you store, all of them are ingredients. And like any alchemical operation, these ingredients must be brought to the fire of awareness. Not intellectual awareness, energetic awareness. It's not enough to know what's holding you back. You must be willing to let it disintegrate. In alchemical tradition, this is called calcination, the burning down of the ego structure that holds onto your current identity. This is not symbolic. It's visceral. You will feel the contraction as parts of you resist, as they protest, as they cling. This discomfort is not a problem. It's a sign that the work is real. Because identity, even dysfunctional identity, becomes comfortable, familiar, predictable. The moment you threaten to change it, the nervous system fires off panic codes. It tells you to stop. It says, "This isn't safe." But that voice is not your truth, it's your programming. To alchemize, you must proceed anyway. The next stage is dissolution. This is the act of consciously letting go of the structure that once defined you. It's when you stop defending your story. You stop arguing for your limitations. You release the need to prove who you've been. You stop saying, "That's just how I am," because that phrase is the spell that locks your shape in place. During dissolution, you enter energetic fluidity. You allow your thoughts, emotions, and identity anchors to lose form. You become like water, undefined, not to become nothing, but to prepare for reformation. It's in this state of energetic liquidity that your quantum body becomes receptive to new input. You've cleared the fire. You've passed through the water. Now you enter conjunction, the point of sacred union between what was and what is emerging. Here, your awareness merges with the pattern of your becoming. You begin to feel the future self not as a concept, but as a presence, a signal that integrates into your breath, your posture, your perception. It's not out there, it's here. And it begins to inform your choices. You'll be guided through a practice known as identity fusion, a frequency exercise that brings your current and future energetic fields into alignment. This is done not through imagination, but through sensory modulation, breath, and fractal intention encoding. As you enter resonance, the field begins to reconfigure. From here, the process becomes magnetic. The next phase is fermentation, where new life begins to form inside the space you cleared. This is the stage of creative impulse, insight, vision. You'll begin receiving signals, ideas, sensations, and callings that weren't available to the old self. This is not channeling, it's emergence. These impulses must be captured. They become the ingredients of your new casting formula, the internal symbols of the identity now taking shape. Then comes distillation. This is refinement, the elimination of the excess. You observe which thoughts, behaviors, or energetic expressions align with your future resonance, and which do not. You begin to remove even subtle forms of static that don't belong to the new pattern. You're no longer tolerating contradiction. You are curating coherence. This is the stage where new rituals are born. You'll create micro-practices that reinforce the pattern of your becoming. These aren't habits for discipline's sake. They're energetic rituals designed to remind your field who you are now. Finally, you reach coagulation, the anchoring of the new identity as your baseline frequency. You don't need to effort it. You don't need to affirm it. It's simply who you are. You feel it in your presence. People mirror it back to you before you speak. You begin moving through the world with the certainty of someone who is no longer negotiating with their limitations. This is not arrogance. It's authority, energetic authority. You've rewritten the spell of self. And now, it's time to engrave that new identity with precision. Next, we will use symbols and sigils, not as art, but as functional code, to lock in your upgraded self and inscribe your frequency into the quantum field. You've stepped into the fire. You've allowed the old structure to melt. You've felt the pressure of becoming begin to shape you. Now we bring full awareness to the architecture of the process, because alchemy follows a sequence. Transformation is not random. It is rhythmic. And the more consciously you align with that rhythm, the more powerfully you accelerate your evolution. In this chapter, we'll move through the 7 alchemical stages of identity metamorphosis, not as metaphor, but as energetic thresholds. These stages are ancient, precise, and remarkably accurate when applied to inner transformation. They offer a map of how your identity restructures itself from density to light, from falsehood to frequency. You've already begun the work. Now we illuminate the pattern. Stage 1, calcination, the ego burn. This is where the false self begins to crack. The layers you built to survive, the masks, the personas, the defenses, begin to feel heavy, brittle, suffocating. The trigger? Awareness. Not emotional awareness, but energetic conflict. You realize the self you've been isn't compatible with the version of you that's waiting. This creates heat, tension, internal combustion. You'll feel discomfort, restlessness, cognitive dissonance. That's the fire eating away the dross. This is not pain to avoid. It's purification. Stage 2, dissolution, letting identity go. Once the calcination softens your structure, you enter a state of fluidity. Your identity becomes less fixed. You stop clinging to definitions. You become less reactive, less certain, not in a disempowered way, but in an open way. This is the emotional water stage. You release attachments. You let the tides wash away the rubble. Here, silence becomes sacred. You listen more. You pause more. You float in the unknown. It's disorienting, and that's the point. You're surrendering the shape that no longer fits. Stage 3, separation, sorting the signal. Now that the waters have calmed, you begin sorting. What thoughts belong to the old identity? Which habits still align with fear? Which stories were inherited, not chosen? This is a moment of clarity, of discernment. You start noticing how often you speak in past tense beliefs. I always do this. I'm just not that type of person. I've never been able to. You start catching yourself. And the moment you do, the spell begins to crack. Stage 4, conjunction, the fusion point. This is the meeting of old and new. You don't reject your past. You integrate it. You see how the version of you that suffered was also the one that survived, and that survival carried codes. You extract those codes. You fold them into your becoming. This is also the stage of synchronicity. Things start clicking. You feel guided, affirmed, mirrored. It's not fantasy. It's resonance. You're aligning with your true pattern, and reality begins to harmonize. Stage 5, fermentation, new life awakens. This is where creativity floods in. You begin imagining differently. You dream with more vividness. You speak with more certainty. The voice of doubt doesn't disappear, it just gets quieter. And the voice of the future self becomes louder. You feel purpose not as pressure, but as presence. You feel ideas forming not just about projects or careers, but about how you want to be. This is the birth of the internal visionary. Stage 6. Distillation, pure frequency. Now you refine. You begin noticing which environments distort you, which people drain you, which habits muddy your signal. You stop tolerating contradictions. You simplify. You clean your inner code word by word, breath by breath. You speak less, but every word is more potent. You move slower, but with deeper precision. You no longer react. You respond. This is mastery in motion. Stage 7. Coagulation, new self stabilized. The process completes not because you're done, but because your base frequency has changed. This new identity is no longer something you reach for. It's your normal, your floor, your default. You no longer have to remind yourself. You've become the reminder. Others notice the shift, not because you announce it, but because your energy says everything. Your presence speaks before you do. This is the true meaning of magnetism. The alchemical process never ends, but it does cycle. You'll spiral through these stages many times, each at a higher octave. But the version of you emerging now is more coherent, more crystalline, more encoded with truth than ever before. And it's time to inscribe that identity with power. Next, we will channel your new self into form using sigils and symbols. Sacred shapes that lock your frequency into the grid and transmit your truth to the quantum field. Words speak to the conscious mind. Symbols speak to the soul. Now that you've transmuted your old identity through the 7 alchemical stages, you're ready to crystallize your new self through one of the most direct and ancient forms of magical communication, symbols and sigils. You're not just going to use them, you're going to create them, because the version of you that's coming online can't be held by language. It must be encoded. Here's why: your subconscious mind doesn't think in sentences. It operates through images, emotional pulses, and fractal shapes. So when you speak words, it might hesitate. It might question. But when you create a symbol, it listens. And when that symbol is crafted from intention, feeling, and resonance, it becomes a living portal. Not art, not metaphor, portal. You're going to learn to build that portal and use it to program your field. Let's begin with clarity. A sigil is not a drawing. It is a compressed statement of magical will, transmuted into symbolic form. The act of creating a sigil is not creative expression, it's energetic coding. You're not drawing what you want. You're collapsing your identity intention into a single visual glyph that bypasses the rational filter and installs into your quantum architecture. So why does this work? Because symbols don't require belief. They bypass resistance. They're not affirmations that need to be believed to be effective. They simply function as frequency keys. And your subconscious, along with the field, responds to keys. Let's walk through the process. Start by selecting one identity thread you are now activating. Not a goal, not a surface desire, a state of being. I move through life as one who is seen and supported. I hold magnetic presence as my natural frequency. I express truth without apology, distortion, or delay. Each of these is a living statement, a truth you are ready to anchor. Now condense it. Remove filler words. Break it down to the energetic bones. For example, I move through life as one who is seen and supported becomes seen/supported/presence/flow. Then, take those core power words and begin to break them into abstract glyphs. Combine letters, shapes, curves, lines. You're not designing for clarity, you're designing for charge. Let it look alien. Let it carry the unknown. That's how you know the subconscious is paying attention. Next, enter the charging process. This is where you infuse the symbol with frequency. You do this by speaking your original intention aloud, rhythmically, clearly, while focusing your full emotional attention on the symbol. You breathe into it. You speak into it. You hold it to your chest, your third eye, or your solar plexus, wherever the resonance is strongest. This is not symbolic activation. This is quantum embedding. The symbol now holds the charge. Once charged, the sigil becomes a transmitter. You can place it on your altar, draw it on your skin, keep it in your wallet, visualize it during meditation. Every time you interact with it, you're reminding the field who you are. But more than that, you're keeping your broadcast clear and constant. No more fractured signals. No more reverting under stress. Your sigil becomes the stabilizer of your new spell. Now let's amplify. You'll also be introduced to symbolic chaining, the process of combining multiple sigils into one coherent language system. When done correctly, these form energetic circuits, a kind of magical circuitry. You can charge these chains for layered manifestation work. For example, one sigil for power, one for clarity, one for creative truth. When connected into a single glyph, they form a multidimensional identity code, one that the field reads as a unified frequency pattern. This is not visual clutter. This is spell design. You are becoming the scribe of your soul. You'll also work with archetypal symbols, ancient glyphs that resonate across cultures and timelines. These include solar wheels, lunar keys, spirals, the Vesica Piscis, the Ouroboros, and others. You won't be using them because they're powerful. You'll use them because they are memory triggers, activating dormant codes in your quantum DNA. When paired with your own sigils, they form hybrid spells, personal and ancestral, new and eternal. You'll explore the practice of symbol layering, overlaying sigils onto these archetypes to generate amplified resonance. Each layer communicates with a different aspect of your consciousness: personal, collective, quantum. And here's the deeper truth. Every symbol you create is an extension of your becoming. It speaks not only to your subconscious and the field, but to all timelines simultaneously. This is how you collapse time. You signal your becoming so clearly, so consistently, so symbolically, that the future you starts arriving in the present. The field doesn't wait. It responds. You've crafted the spell. You've embedded the identity. Now you must give it voice. Next, we will work with vibrational soundscaping, using tone, rhythm, and frequency to carve your new self into the grid through spoken magic. If the universe is vibration, then your voice is your wand. Every time you speak, you are sculpting the quantum field, not with content, but with vibrational intent. This chapter is not about speaking confidently. It's about speaking frequency. You'll learn how to use tone, rhythm, breath, and silence to command reality from the level of sound, not as noise, but as spellcraft. We call this process soundscaping, the intentional design of your field through sound. Your thoughts have energy, but your voice moves energy. And when sound is paired with alignment, it becomes a directive, a force that ripples into the quantum realm and reshapes the grid. Let's break the illusion first. You've been taught that communication is about words. It's not. In the energetic realm, it's about resonance. Tone carries more data than syntax. Emotion carries more command than logic. Frequency carries more weight than vocabulary. That's why two people can say the exact same sentence and get completely different results. The one who speaks from the core transmits a spell. The one who speaks from the surface emits noise. You're here to do the first. To begin soundscaping your identity, you'll work with three key elements: tone calibration, resonant language, vocal embedding. Tone calibration is about matching your vocal output to the frequency of your desired self. That doesn't mean faking confidence. It means discovering the tone your future self already carries and letting it move through your voice. Ask yourself, if my future self were speaking this, how would it sound? What rhythm? What pacing? What emotional texture? Then you mimic that. You become that, not as an act, as alignment. Resonant language is the art of choosing words not for what they mean, but for how they vibrate. Some words drain the field. Some words ignite it. You'll learn to feel this in your body. Speak a sentence and observe. Do you feel collapse or expansion? Do you contract or activate? Your goal is to build a vocabulary that mirrors your chosen frequency, and then encode it. That brings us to vocal embedding. This is where soundscaping becomes spellwork. You begin to intonate your identity statements with breath-infused, vibrational intent. You're not just saying them, you're sending them into the grid like sonar pulses. These are not mantras to be repeated mindlessly. These are incantations. Each word lands with weight. I am aligned. I command clarity. I walk as the architect of this moment. Spoken in tone. Spoken with breath. Spoken into the now. You'll learn cadence programming, the practice of repeating identity affirmations in specific breath-based rhythm patterns that entrain your nervous system and signal the quantum field simultaneously. You will also practice frequencing, a method of humming or toning nonverbal sound sequences that shift the energetic density in your body. Sound becomes a broom. It sweeps your field. When matched with breath, it becomes medicine. And when matched with intention, it becomes spell. You'll also be introduced to echo collapse work, the process of using sound to override old vocal patterns tied to past identity spells. For instance, if you used to say, "I'm not good enough," you'll identify the tone, breath, and rhythm you once used to declare it. Then you'll disassemble it with sonic reversal, using the opposite tone, intention, and pacing to send a new command through the same energetic channel. This is not positive thinking. This is surgical sound work. You'll also experience silent frequency casting. Yes, silence is part of this too. Silence, when intentional, becomes a container. You'll learn to end your spoken spells with 3 seconds of stillness, anchoring the command into the grid. Silence tells the field, "I've spoken. Now respond." By the end of this process, you'll no longer speak to express. You'll speak to sculpt. You'll no longer use language to describe your life. You'll use it to direct it. Sound becomes sovereignty, and your voice becomes the most direct spellcasting tool in your arsenal. You've spoken the new identity into the field. Now you'll lock it in. Next, we will install the Quantum Codex, a ritual activation that codes your new self into your energetic blueprint and sets it as the dominant frequency in your grid. You've purified your signal. You've burned through the old identity. You've activated your fractal DNA, spoken your spells, and embedded your sigils. Now comes the convergence. Everything you've built, the new self, the upgraded tone, the future frequency, must now be installed as the primary broadcast in your quantum field. Without this integration, your changes remain unstable, temporary, susceptible to disruption. But once installed, it becomes your core code. We call this the Quantum Codex, your energetic script, written in your own frequency, broadcast through your field 24/7 without your conscious effort. This is not a mantra. It's not an affirmation. It's not something you remember to repeat. It's a code, imprinted into the ether, bound to your field, accepted by the grid. The field does not respond to hope. It responds to precision. The codex is precision spellcasting. Let's begin by understanding what a codex really is. It's not a phrase. It's a structure. A codex is a multisensory, multidimensional command that binds tone, gesture, breath, symbol, and declaration into one cohesive signal. Communicates with your subconscious mind, the quantum field, the neural and electromagnetic systems of your body, the fractal layers of your timeline. You're not telling the universe what you want. You're telling reality who you are. And reality adjusts accordingly. The process begins with a codex statement, a compressed identity signature that encapsulates your new spell self in one resonant expression. This statement must be true, aligned, and charged. Examples: I am the stabilized frequency of power, clarity, and conscious choice. I exist as the version of me who moves time instead of waiting for it. I hold the signature of divine authority and live in lockstep with aligned outcomes. This becomes the verbal core of your codex. Next, you select a sigil glyph, either one you've created or a new one designed specifically for this statement. This symbol is the visual imprint of your codex and acts as an anchor in your environment. Now, movement. Every codex requires a gesture sequence. This could be a hand motion, a stance, or a simple ritualized motion like tracing the sigil in the air or touching a designated object. This gesture locks the physical body into alignment with the verbal and visual layers. Breath is next. You will design a breath rhythm that matches the tone of your statement. This could be 4 short inhales, 1 long exhale, or a full breath hold after speaking. The goal is coherence, syncing your nervous system with the frequency of your codex. Finally, tone. You speak the codex statement aloud, on your breath rhythm, while performing the gesture and focusing on the sigil. This is done once per activation cycle with full presence. No repetition, no chanting, only one clean, charged declaration. This is enough to set the frequency. You will feel the moment of lock-in. The space around you will shift. Your nervous system will settle. Your field will stretch and realign itself. You've just recoded the spell of self. The next layer is integration. You will now live as one who is coded. That means you behave as if your codex is law, not hypothesis. You walk differently, speak differently, make choices from the codex, not from the past self. This activates the final piece, field mirroring. Reality begins reflecting back to you circumstances, opportunities, and synchronicities that align with the codex frequency. This isn't just manifestation. This is confirmation of transmission. You are now broadcasting your identity not from emotion or intention, but from installation. If reality does not yet reflect the codex, you do not alter the code, you stabilize your field. You hold. You maintain. You walk in trust. The codex doesn't need convincing. It needs coherence. You can update the codex as you grow, but each version must be fully closed before installing a new one. No overlapping commands. No dual broadcasts. One voice. One field. One spell. Your codex is your energetic license to command the quantum realm. And now that it's written, it must be witnessed. Next, we will use the alchemical mirror not to reflect, but to activate the field recognition of your new self. It's time to see yourself, not as you were, not as others knew you, but as the spell you've just installed. But not with your eyes, with your field. The alchemical mirror is not glass. It's not metaphor. It's a frequency feedback loop, a ritualized method of locking your quantum identity into perceptual awareness. Because here's what most forget. Transformation doesn't finalize until it's witnessed. Not by others. By you. Your perception stabilizes your vibration. You can recode your field, activate your codex, speak your truth. But if your eyes, breath, voice, and mind still perceive the older self as real, then the field mirrors back your confusion. The mirror changes that. This isn't about vanity. It's about recognition. You must see your new self as fact, because only then can the quantum respond with precision. Let's enter the mirror. Step 1 is energetic preparation. Your field must be still. No distraction. No clutter. Your mirror space becomes a consecrated zone, a place where old versions are not allowed. Set the energy through breath. You can use your codex breath rhythm here. Feel the room shift. Let the field soften. Next, enter eye contact protocol. Gaze at your reflection without narration. No labeling. No stories. No reactions. This is not about liking or disliking your appearance. It's about observing the energetic echo of your self-perception. The mirror will show you things. Watch your micro-expressions. How long do you hold your gaze? Do your eyes dart away? Do you feel discomfort? That's where the old spell still lingers. Hold. You'll feel the moment you cross the threshold. When your reflection becomes more than image. It becomes presence. That's when you begin mirror spell activation. Speak your codex statement aloud. Look into your own eyes. Speak it again. Not louder, but deeper. Then, use your sigil. Trace it in the air or visualize it over your reflection. Speak the name of the spell. I am this now. Say it as law. You are not convincing the mirror. You are syncing it. Now enter mirror merge breath. Inhale through your nose while seeing your future self in your reflection. Exhale while sending your current field into the mirror. Repeat until you feel integration. Your image will start to shift subtly. You'll feel sensation. Tingling, tightening, opening. Across your chest or brow. You're not just seeing the new self. You're meeting them. You're becoming them in real time. Next, lock the frequency. Close your eyes. The new image must still remain. If you can hold the feeling of that reflection without the visual, the codex is fully embedded. If not, repeat the merge. You'll now complete the process with voice imprint. Speak a final statement of stabilization. This is the shape I hold now. This is the field that follows me. This is the self the world now meets. Then, silence. 3 seconds. Let the field recalibrate. You may feel a drop, or a rush, or nothing at all. That's irrelevant. The transmission is done. From here, the mirror becomes a tool, a daily calibration space. 1 minute a day. A contact. Codex breath. Codex statement. Merge. Lock. This is not maintenance. This is spell reinforcement. Every time you return to the mirror, you're not just recalling your identity, you're broadcasting it. The reflection becomes a feedback amplifier. The more you witness, the stronger the field becomes. Eventually, you'll notice something subtle yet profound. Your voice changes. Your face softens or sharpens. People comment that you seem different, even when nothing visible has changed. That's when you know the spell has landed. Now the field is ready. Ready for the next revelation. The truth that your future self already exists, and it's not an idea. It's a presence. Next we will enter the spell of future shock, and learn why your next version isn't waiting for you. It's already transmitting. The future is not a destination. It's not something ahead of you. It's a field vibrating right now, overlapping this present moment, already charged, already broadcasting. This changes everything. You've been taught to strive, to build towards something, to work your way into the version of you that has more, knows more, or has figured it out. But in the quantum field, time is not linear. Timelines are stacked, layered, all accessible simultaneously, which means your future self is not a hope. It's a frequency anchor, and it's already calling to you. This phenomenon is what we call future shock. The moment your current field syncs so precisely with a future version of yourself that time collapses. You feel it as a physical jolt, a quiet awe, a sudden knowing that something has just clicked. The codex was the installation. The mirror was the confirmation. Now, future shock is the field-level recognition that your next version already exists and is available now. Here's how this works. Each possible version of you exists as a specific frequency band. Just like radio stations, each emits a unique pattern, made up of tone, emotion, behavior, thought forms, and choice architecture. When you start matching that frequency, not partially but entirely, you begin to tune into that version. You feel subtle shifts. Thoughts that used to spiral now dissolve. Decisions feel clearer. Your posture changes without you forcing it. You experience spontaneous upgrades in your environment, mood, or energy levels. This is not coincidence. This is entanglement. Entanglement means that when two energies share a frequency, they begin to influence one another, instantly across space and time. Your future self begins responding to you, feeding you information, organizing your outer reality to match what already exists on that band. You're not manifesting your future. You're syncing with it. But here's the key: future shock only happens when there is no resistance. It requires full identity coherence. No part of you still clinging to the old pattern. No hesitation in the codex. No contradiction in the field. You can't cheat the grid. You can't say you're ready and still vibrate as if you're not. Future shock is a match event, and the universe does not fake matches. So the question becomes, what does your future self feel like? Not what do they have. Not what do they look like. What do they broadcast? Your job is not to imagine them. Your job is to locate them by feeling into their emotional resonance. Are they grounded, certain, expressive, unshakable, joyful, quietly powerful? That feeling, when accessed consistently, becomes the magnet. Once you locate it, you begin living into the field, making micro-choices, small behaviors, vocal shifts, physical adjustments, all based on what that version would do. First, it feels like pretending, but soon it stabilizes. You're no longer acting as if. You're transmitting, and that's when the shock hits. Sometimes it's a rush of clarity. Sometimes it's stillness. Sometimes it's tears, not of sadness, but of release. It's the body realizing, the old self is no longer in charge. You've synced, and now you are pulling that version into the present, not through effort, but through frequency congruence. This is the quantum truth behind the idea of identity creates reality. You are not becoming, you are receiving, and when you consistently hold that signal, reality bends. People shift around you, opportunities accelerate, timelines reorganize, but this is not fantasy. You must stabilize the signal, because the moment you dip back into old frequencies, fear, doubt, scarcity, identity collapse, you slide off the track. This is why integration matters. You'll learn to use shock anchors, physical reminders that hold the resonance of your future self. These may be objects, sounds, textures, even specific postures. When activated, they remind your nervous system what alignment feels like. You'll also practice timeline breathing, a technique where you breathe as the future self. Yes, breathe, because breath rhythm is one of the most consistent markers of identity state. Each version of you breathes differently. When you shift your breath, you shift your being. And when you do this intentionally, your body becomes the vessel of the future frequency. The future is not far away. It's here, waiting, watching. It doesn't need you to chase it. It needs you to tune to it. And you've just felt the jolt. Future shock is real. And it's now. You're ready. Now that your identity is aligned with your chosen timeline, we enter the field of reality magnetism, where we stop desiring our future and start entangling with it. Next, we will learn how to attract through frequency overlap and why magnetism is never about wanting. Reality doesn't respond to desperation. It doesn't respond to hope. It responds to signal clarity. Right now, you are broadcasting something and the field is matching it, not judging it, not weighing its worth, not asking if you've earned it, just matching. Most people walk around whispering at reality. They wish, they beg, they try to manifest through emotion, but the field doesn't respond to emotional intensity alone. It responds to vibrational authority. And authority is silent, clean, certain. So here's the real question. Are you whispering or are you commanding? Let's make one thing clear. Commanding does not mean forcing. It does not mean yelling into the void. Commanding means, I know who I am. I know what my field is transmitting. And I accept that reality must respond. This isn't about arrogance. It's about coherence. Your new identity, your codex, your mirror merge, your future self. All of it has been preparation for this moment, when your field becomes the dominant organizing force in your reality. Now we move into magnetism not as attraction but as overlap. Here's the truth. You do not attract what you want. You attract what matches. Wanting is not matching. Desiring is not matching. Even visualizing is not enough if your frequency is still out of sync. The field is not listening to your words. It's scanning your vibration. And if your vibration is saying maybe, someday, or I hope, then the response will be delays, detours, and half-formed outcomes. So how do you shift this? You stop requesting. You start emitting. You begin each day not with intention, but with identification. Not, I hope today brings clarity, but clarity is the field I live in. You'll learn the method of field declaration, short, non-negotiable statements spoken into the quantum grid. They must be simple, charged, closed loop. Examples. I magnetize aligned results now. My signal is clean and received. Only what matches me is allowed through. These are not affirmations to boost your mood. They are instructions to the field. And if your tone carries clarity, the field listens. Next, you'll learn overlap tuning, the process of identifying and embodying the frequency signature of what you wish to experience. Let's say you want ease in money flow. Don't focus on getting money. Focus on what ease feels like. Find where that emotion already exists in your body. Then expand it. This is how you entangle with that version of reality. The goal is not to chase outcomes. It's to match emotional signatures so precisely that the field recognizes your request as already fulfilled. This is magnetism, not pull, not push, presence. You'll begin mapping your magnetic triad, 3 core emotional frequencies that represent your chosen timeline. These might be certainty, flow, creative joy. Once selected, you'll build rituals around each breath, tone, words, symbols, until your nervous system identifies those states as normal. That's when the field shifts, because now your base signal matches your desired experience. No gaps, no contradictions, just resonance. You'll also be introduced to energetic field checks, twice daily scans where you ask, is my signal scattered? Is my tone off? Is my language diluted? Then correct. You don't try harder. You retune. You're not chasing goals. You're managing signal. This is a radical shift, because it means you no longer need to wait for evidence before shifting your state. You shift first, and evidence follows. Once mastered, you become a walking command, a stabilizing presence, a magnetic field that speaks louder than words. Next, we will move into the art of entanglement, not as theory, but as precision practice, learning how to hook into alternate timelines by tethering to them deliberately. Desire is powerful, but it's not magnetic. You've been taught to want, to yearn, to visualize with hunger, as if wanting something strongly enough will pull it into your life. But the field doesn't speak the language of want. It speaks the language of frequency. And here's the core truth. Desire and attraction are not the same. In fact, desire often signals lack. And lack is a repelling frequency. Every time you project desire into the field, you're often unconsciously broadcasting the absence of what you want. You're telling the quantum, this isn't here, and the field, ever obedient, reflects that truth back to you. So if you've ever wondered why, despite wanting something so deeply, it never arrives, this is why. The field doesn't mirror your feelings. It mirrors your frequency state. Let's break it down. Desire is an emotional charge aimed at something not yet present. Can inspire action, can spark vision, but on its own, it rarely creates resonance with your goal. Why? Because the dominant signal being broadcast is, I don't have it. You may be visualizing wealth, but if the sensation inside you is one of needing, not knowing, the field interprets that as distance, not closeness. You may be affirming love, but if the core vibration is, I'm still alone, then what's being magnetized is the continuation of that aloneness, because that's the frequency with the most charge. This is the paradox of spiritual manifesting. You can speak light, but if your frequency hums with lack, the field mirrors the hum, not the words. So how do you shift from desire to magnetism? You learn to generate the frequency of the thing you used to want before it arrives. This is not pretending. This is broadcasting in advance. It's tuning your nervous system, emotional state, and field to match the reality you're calling, so it becomes inevitable. Let's say you used to say, I want financial ease. Now you shift to, I carry the frequency of fluid, sovereign, supported energy. And then you ask, what emotions match that? Calm, confidence, relaxed clarity, openness to receive. Your job becomes generating those states now with breath, tone, movement, environment, ritual. You're not waiting for the bank account to shift. You're shifting first. And once the frequency becomes dominant, the outer changes. This is how you start manifesting not from emotion, but from stabilized identity. You stop being the person who wants. You become the person who has become. You'll practice the desire displacement process, identifying where longing is still hiding in your field and transforming it into pre-alignment. First, locate the desire. Feel where it lives in your body. Then, breathe into that space and ask, what is the emotional opposite of this desire? Not the physical outcome, the feeling state. If you desire love because you feel invisible, the opposite is seen. If you desire wealth because you feel trapped, the opposite is free. Now begin embedding the opposite frequency into your daily rituals. With words, with breath, with choices, with presence. This is how you create frequency congruence. You'll also begin working with signal sculpting, a daily calibration practice where you rephrase your desires as declarations of identity. Instead of, I want to write a book, You say, I'm a messenger transmitting encoded insight. Instead of, I hope to find love, you say, I'm the field that invites devotion. Instead of, I wish for abundance, you say, I live in fluid alignment with universal wealth. Then you live as that. You let your choices reflect the new role, not as performance but as energetic authority. Because here's the secret. When your actions reflect your frequency, the timeline cannot resist you. Desire will keep you waiting. Frequency makes you magnetic. Desire will push you into trying. Frequency pulls reality toward you without force. This doesn't mean you eliminate desire, it means you use it as a signal, not a strategy. When desire rises, don't project it outward. Ask, what frequency does this represent? Then build that frequency into your now. You'll feel the difference. The longing fades, the grasping dissolves, and the field begins to bend. Now that you're releasing the grip of desire and replacing it with stabilized broadcast, you're ready for a far more advanced operation. It's time to entangle with the actual timeline of your chosen future. Not symbolically, but literally. Next, we will initiate timeline tethering, the art of consciously hooking into alternate realities and drawing them into your present. You are not on one path. You are on one of many, and all the other paths, they still exist, running parallel, pulsing with possibility. Each one is a complete version of your life, already structured, already encoded, already alive in the field. The timeline where your book is finished. The one where your body is whole. The one where your voice is recognized. The one where your work is worshipped. The one where your peace is uninterrupted. These aren't fantasy projections. They're vibrational constructs, fully available, waiting for one thing: tethering. You don't chase a timeline. You don't imagine it into being. You hook into it, and then you hold that hook with breath, ritual, and behavioral alignment until the timelines merge. Let's begin. Timeline tethering requires three things: a clear signal, an anchor object or symbol, an embodiment bridge. First, the signal. You must identify which version of you are calling in. Not conceptually, vibrationally. What does this you feel like? Think in color, in weight, in tone. Is their energy loud or still? Do they move fast or slowly? Are they outward-facing or inward-holding? Once identified, begin tracking the frequency posture of this version. Every identity has a pattern, in tone, gesture, word choice, environment, and thought pacing. The more clearly you map this, the easier it is to link. Now, the anchor. This is a physical object you assign as the tether point for that timeline. It can be a ring, a stone, a folded paper with your sigil, a photo, a specific color-coded item, anything that feels resonant. Its only requirement: emotional charge. Hold the object. Infuse it with your timeline's tone. Speak to it. Breathe with it. Say, you hold the field of my next self. When I touch you, I remember. This anchor becomes a quantum key, a way to hold frequency without thought. Now the bridge. This is the daily action that links your present reality to the desired timeline. It must be simple, repeatable, and symbolic. Examples: walking each morning with the posture of your next self. Drinking water while holding your anchor and speaking your new codex. Touching your sigil before speaking publicly. Writing your name with a new gesture or flourish. Pausing before decisions and asking, does this reinforce my tether? This bridge becomes the ritual of integration. And each time it's repeated, the distance between timelines decreases. You are now walking in one version of reality, but pulling another toward you. You'll also practice timeline meditation, a deep vibrational scan where you close your eyes and enter the space of the alternate you. What do they see? How do they speak? What thoughts no longer exist? What environments support them? You'll visualize this version, then use tether breath to pull their field into yours. Inhale as them. Exhale into your current form. Repeat until you feel the merge. When done daily, this creates identity bleed-through, a phenomenon where your choices, voice, and presence begin reflecting the new timeline automatically. You're not acting. You're receiving instruction from the version of you who's already living that life. Some will say, isn't this just pretending? No. Pretending is effort without frequency. Tethering is alignment with presence. You're not imagining. You're sinking. You're not hoping. You're holding. And the longer you hold, the sooner the field organizes. This is how realities collapse into now. Eventually, you'll feel the switch. Your old timeline will begin to fade emotionally, mentally, behaviorally. Things you used to obsess over become quiet. People fall away. New opportunities emerge. New thoughts land without effort. This is timeline entanglement in motion. And it all began with one act: choosing your signal. Next, we will magnify that signal through a guided magnetic meditation. Not to visualize, but to transmit into the field a command to draw in your chosen future. You said, magnetism isn't about desire. It's not about thought. It's not about trying to raise your vibration until reality cooperates. Magnetism is about field density. It's about the energetic weight of your transmission, how coherent it is, how sustained it is, and how clearly it speaks to the quantum fabric surrounding you. The more dense your field becomes with the emotional frequencies of your chosen timeline, the more the field has no choice but to comply. You don't ask it to respond. You cause it to respond. And now that you've begun tethering your signal to your alternate reality, you're ready to enhance that connection with deliberate command. That's what magnetic meditation is for: not relaxation, not imagination, but concentrated field calibration. This is not a meditation to feel better. This is a meditation to cast a frequency net across timelines and pull the aligned version toward now. Let's start with what this practice actually is. Magnetic meditation is an active energetic process where you amplify a single chosen frequency to the point that it begins pulling matching outcomes into your experience. You're not sitting passively. You're not visualizing. You're transmitting. And transmission means the field is not just observing you, it's responding. This isn't about getting quiet. It's about getting precise. Begin by identifying one core frequency of the timeline you're drawing in. Not a goal, a felt tone. Let's say that tone is creative certainty, intimacy without fear, embodied freedom, divine flow. Pick one. That becomes your frequency anchor. Now you begin the three-phase magnetic protocol: entraining the field, stabilizing the signal, projecting the pull. Phase 1, entraining the field. You begin seated or standing with breath, but not calm breath. Coded breath. 3 sharp inhales, 1 long exhale. This shocks the field awake. It tells your nervous system that something intentional is happening. Now begin toning. This is not chanting. It's frequency alignment. Choose a vowel or sound, ah, o, e, and repeat it in resonance with your chosen emotional state. As you tone, feel the frequency anchor swell. It should no longer be a word or idea. It should become a visceral presence in your chest, spine, or gut. Keep going until that sensation holds without needing your focus. That's entrainment. You've activated the core frequency. Phase 2. Stabilizing the signal. Now you begin the stillness phase. But you're not empty. You're saturated. Your job is to sit inside the field of that emotion without forcing it. You don't imagine outcomes. You don't visualize achievements. You sit as the embodiment of the frequency itself. You are not thinking. You are radiating. You may begin to feel heat, pressure, lightheadedness. That's the density increasing. You're becoming magnetic, and the field is taking note. At this point, you may feel tears rise, joy emerge, fear surface. Do not label it. Let it be. Your field is reshaping. After 3 to 5 minutes of this silent radiation, proceed. Phase 3. Projecting the pull. Now you begin the command phase. Speak softly or inwardly. A series of magnetic incantations. These are not wishes. These are pull directives. Examples. I pull only what matches my clarity. I call the version of me already existing in this state. I open space for aligned experience to merge into now. I allow reality to reform around my true signal. As each statement is spoken, Feel the grid shift. Picture the field as soft light, threads rearranging, paths reweaving, outcomes bending. You are not forcing. You are organizing. Let the image arise of your future self walking toward you, not as fantasy, but as echo. You are hearing the echo of what's already present, just arriving through vibration. End the meditation with a lock-in breath, one inhale, hold, and slow exhale with hands on chest or anchor object. Say, "It is anchored." You've just sent out a magnetic instruction. Now reality begins to reshape. Don't look for proof. Look for shifts, micro events, emotional realignments, behavior changes in others, ideas landing with clarity. These are the signs that the command is working. Repeat this meditation consistently, but never with neediness. It must be done from presence, not pursuit. The more you do it, the more the pull strengthens. And soon, the timeline arrives, not because you demanded it, but because you matched it. Next, we will amplify this process further by treating your thoughts not as fleeting ideas, but as portals, gateways into new worlds that form the architecture of your reality. You were told your thoughts matter, but not how much. You weren't told that every thought you think sends a command into the quantum matrix, a microspell that either opens a portal or reinforces a loop. You weren't told that your thoughts aren't just personal. They're architectural. Every time you think something consistently, and especially if you believe it emotionally, you're building a doorway. The only question is, to where? Most people think unconsciously. They repeat inherited ideas, internal narratives, cultural fragments. They open door after door, unaware that each one leads to a predictable loop. But now you're conscious, and it's time to make your thoughts surgical. Let's get to the truth. Thoughts don't become reality because they're positive. They become reality when they're charged and repeated. So what happens when a thought carries clarity, alignment, and frequency charge? It becomes a portal, a literal gateway into another version of your life, one that already exists in the field, waiting for an energetic invitation. You're going to learn to build these portals, deliberately, precisely. This begins with thought architecture, the art of constructing ideas that carry dimensional weight. To qualify as a portal thought, a sentence must have emotional resonance, structural clarity, energetic coherence. Let's break that down. Casual thought, I hope things get better. Portal thought, my timeline sharpens as I walk in full signal. Feel the difference? One leaks power, the other builds it. Now it's your turn. Begin identifying repeat thoughts in your mind that are low architecture, vague, passive, foggy. For example, I never have enough time. No one really sees me. I'm trying, but nothing sticks. These thoughts are microspells, and they open doors into distorted timelines. Every time you repeat one, the field says, "Ah, this is the signal. Let's stabilize this frequency." And it does. So you must intercept. You begin thought recasting, rewriting the architecture of your inner monologue until it matches the frequency of your chosen self. This doesn't mean thinking positive. That's a trap. This means thinking constructively, structurally, with power. Every thought becomes a framework through which energy organizes. So instead of, I'm afraid I'll lose it all again, you cast, my field only sustains what belongs to my becoming. Instead of, this is taking too long, you install, time obeys my coherence, not my fear. Instead of, I hope I don't mess this up, you cast, my actions move from encoded clarity. You'll practice the thought sigil method, where each powerful sentence is written, spoken, and then visualized as a symbol, shape, or pattern. This turns words into geometry, and geometry into portals. You'll visualize each phrase opening like a doorway, a visual tunnel lined with the colors, textures, and tones of the timeline it represents. This isn't creative fluff. This is inner technology. You'll also begin noticing your thought geometry preference, whether your mind naturally works in spirals, lines, grids, or spheres. Each structure has unique energetic properties. Spirals equals evolution and expansion. Lines equals speed and progression. Grids equals containment and clarity. Spheres equals multidimensional stability. Knowing your native structure allows you to build stronger portals. You'll also explore the practice of silencing dead thought, identifying the sentences in your mind that create no movement, no clarity, no energy. Examples: I don't know. It is what it is. We'll see. These phrases kill portals. They shut the door. They signal the field to freeze. You'll replace them with open-frequency constructions, such as, clarity is forming. Alignment is in motion. I am watching the field respond. These create living tunnels of energy. Eventually, you will begin thought stacking, chaining multiple portal thoughts together to build momentum. Example stack: I am the stable field. My actions reinforce my signal. The field receives and reflects. My timeline sharpens now. This is spellcasting through sentence. This is reality design through internal structure. You will also experience portal collapse moments. Sudden clarity shifts when a thought lands so deeply that time and space feel altered. These moments often trigger synchronicities within 12 to 24 hours. This is not theory. This is field-level physics. Your thoughts were never neutral. They were always directions. And now you have the map. You're no longer letting your mind wander through inherited beliefs. You're choosing doorways. You're building corridors of identity. You're directing timelines. And it's working. Now we move into the structure of magic itself, the underlying geometry of thought that allows nonlinear creation to begin. Next, we will explore how shape, not content, becomes the command that reshapes your reality from the inside out. Magic is not mystical. It's mechanical. It only appears mysterious when you haven't yet mapped the underlying structure. The truth is, what many call magic is simply science that has not been translated yet. Energetic architecture waiting to be understood, named, and used. This chapter isn't about belief. It's about function. And once you begin to see magic as a system of interaction between energy, intention, and geometry, everything changes. Suddenly, rituals become algorithms. Symbols become equations. Spells become frequency scripts. And you, the caster, become not a believer, but an engineer. Let's start here. All of reality is structured around patterns. Patterns govern matter. Patterns govern energy. Patterns even govern thought. These patterns operate by rules, not moral rules, but energetic ones. And once you learn those rules, you begin to engage with what has been called enchantment, not as a fantasy, but as a field manipulation protocol. In other words, magic is the act of consciously interacting with patterns that shape experience. Here's an example. Let's say you create a ritual with a candle, a sigil, and a spoken spell. From the outside, that might look like superstition. But what's actually happening? The candle flame generates a consistent vibrational rhythm, anchoring your attention and signaling to your nervous system that something significant is occurring. The sigil compresses a set of intentions into a symbolic form that bypasses the analytical mind and enters the subconscious as a raw directive. The spoken spell activates your vocal cords, breath, and resonance field to vibrate those intentions into the surrounding energy grid. All of this is measurable or will be as tools catch up. There's no need to prove this to skeptics. The field doesn't require agreement. It only requires alignment. Now let's go deeper. The quantum field itself is pliable. This means it bends and reorganizes in the presence of intentional, coherent signal. And that's the basis of real magic, coherence. When your thoughts, breath, emotion, body posture, voice, and symbols are aligned around a single frequency, your field emits a signal that can reorder probability structures. That's not a metaphor. It's the same mechanism behind quantum superposition and entanglement, the ability for particles and people to shift positions within a set of potential realities. When you cast a spell, you're not asking. You're selecting. You're aligning your personal energy with a version of reality that already exists in potential, and then holding that frequency until the field collapses it into form. Magic equals focused field coherence plus symbolic interface plus signal transmission. That's the formula. And you've been working with it since Chapter 1, consciously or not. Now let's define enchantment. Enchantment is the activation of a feedback loop between your internal field and the external environment, wherein meaning becomes a carrier wave for manifestation. This is why enchanted objects, rings, tools, even environments, seem to hold energy. They do, because energy responds to intentional meaning. When you assign meaning to an object, ritualize its use, and charge it with frequency, it becomes a resonance amplifier. The object doesn't contain your magic. It reflects it back to you, stabilizes it, and that reflection strengthens the feedback loop. Your field grows more consistent. Reality receives the same signal again and again, and eventually it responds. You'll be introduced now to enchantment calibration, the practice of assigning frequencies to objects, gestures, and phrases in a way that turns your daily life into a continuous ritual. Your tea becomes a spell. Your walk becomes a summoning. Your journal becomes a mirror grid. There's no separation between ritual and routine because you've structured meaning into every motion. That's enchantment. You'll also begin field chemistry experiments, observing how your body reacts to certain words, shapes, sounds, or environments, and using that data to custom build magical formulas that actually work with your design. There's no universal magic. There is only personalized interface. This is what makes the science real. Testability. You cast. You observe. You refine. Magic becomes measurable, not with numbers, but with results. And here's the final unlock. Magic doesn't flow from you. It flows through you. The field doesn't belong to you. You are a node inside it, an access point. When you cast, you are not imposing will. You are interfacing with structure. You are reorganizing energy into new patterns through alignment, not force. This is why ego blocks magic. Because ego wants to do, but magic requires allowing structure to respond. The more you see the grid as a co-creator, the more potent your results. And that takes us to the next upgrade. Now that you understand how patterns function as magical infrastructure, it's time to assign those patterns into physical form by using actual objects to anchor and amplify your timeline tethers. Next, we'll bring enchantment into the material realm and learn to wield objects of power as quantum extensions of your spellcraft. You are a field, but your field lives in a body, and your body lives in a world made of form. If your magic only exists in thought or emotion, it remains unstable. It fluctuates. It fades under pressure. It collapses when challenged. But when your frequency is anchored into physical objects, those objects begin to hold your timeline steady. They become nodes of certainty in a sea of chaos. This is not superstition. This is frequency embedding. And it's time you turned your space into a grid of support. Here's the rule. What is unanchored is unstable. You've done deep internal work. You've built your codex. You've synced with your future self. You've spoken spells and created symbols. Now, you need tangible tools that make your timeline hard to fall out of. This is what objects of power are for. Let's be clear. These are not inherently magical items. They are resonance carriers. They carry the emotional, symbolic, and frequency imprint of your spellwork and become stabilizers that keep your field aligned under real-world conditions. When you touch them, wear them, or look at them, they remind your nervous system who you are. They restore the signal. There are 3 kinds of objects. Chargeable, items you infuse with meaning and frequency. Symbolic, items that represent specific identity or timeline codes. Reactive, items that activate a shift when engaged. Chargeable objects could be crystals, coins, notes, amulets, stones, or tokens. Items from nature charged with breath and intention. You select one, speak your codex over it, breathe into it, and declare. You now carry this frequency. When I connect with you, I remember. This simple ritual is not symbolic. It's energetic embedding. Symbolic objects are items that don't just hold energy, they represent structure. For example, a ring that embodies completion, a mirror that represents identity reflection, a staff or pen that channels voice and influence, a piece of jewelry that represents power or sovereignty. You don't just wear them. You treat them as tools, with roles, purposes, and codes. The more clearly you define what they mean, the more power they hold. Reactive objects are designed to trigger shifts. Examples: a bell rung before you speak to reset your frequency. A perfume you wear only when stepping into future self field. A journal that only records codex-aligned declarations. A robe or garment you wear only during ritual or magnetic meditation. These are not for style. They are field activators. And when used consistently, they tell your subconscious, this is the version we're living now. Over time, your body begins to respond automatically. You don't have to work to remember who you are. Your environment begins to remind you. You'll learn to create a guide environment, your room, home, workspace, not as decor, but as a magical feedback loop. Objects placed intentionally, sigils embedded subtly, colors aligned with specific energy spectrums, lighting adjusted to support coherence. You don't need candles and robes. You need a space that agrees with your identity. If your space broadcasts confusion, your field follows. But if your space reflects your timeline, the field stabilizes it. And here's the final unlock. These objects become timeline anchors. They are your tethers, your stabilizers, your amplifiers. If you fall into doubt, touch them. If you begin to spiral, wear them. If you forget your codex, open the mirror or symbol that contains it. These objects don't hold your power. They mirror it back. And now that you've set the mirror in motion, it's time to learn how to make the invisible visible, to use visual enchantment as an interface for shaping timelines directly. Next, we will engage with the unseen grid and explore how imagination is not fantasy, but function. You've been trained to treat imagination like a playground, a safe space, personal escape. But in the quantum field, imagination isn't escape. It's infrastructure. Your mind doesn't visualize randomly, projects signal into the field, and that signal organizes timelines, events, and outcomes. So when you visualize, you're not picturing, you're interfacing. And once you treat your imagination as a spell interface, not a passive canvas but an active tool, it becomes one of the most powerful instruments in your arsenal. Let's erase the idea that it's just in your head. Nothing in the field is just mental. In energetic architecture, your inner vision is a command node. What you see with emotional charge and frequency coherence acts as a code in the quantum grid. And unlike verbal affirmations, visual enchantment goes beyond language. It doesn't just tell reality what to do. It shows it, and showing creates faster convergence. You're no longer hinting at desire. You're building the blueprint. So how does it work? Visual enchantment is the practice of consciously constructing imaginal sequences that function as rituals in the non-physical plane. There are three primary techniques. Visual sigils, symbolic images encoded with personal intention. Scene casting, emotionally charged snapshots of completed reality. Energetic modeling, seeing the frequency, not the form. Let's begin with visual sigils. You already created verbal sigils earlier. Now you'll see them. You'll draw them, trace them in light, or project them in your mind's eye as glowing glyphs. Every time you activate your visual sigil, the field recognizes it as a key. You're not reminding yourself. You're unlocking access. Next is scene casting. This is not generic visualization. You are not imagining success. You're creating a fixed reality slice, a moment, fully fleshed, encoded with specific detail. Where are you standing? What do you feel on your skin? What does your voice sound like? What objects are around you? But the goal is not sensory overload. It's emotional authority. The scene must carry emotional charge that matches the timeline you're calling in. If you feel like you're performing, it won't stick. You must feel like you've returned to a place you've already lived. That's what the field responds to. Finally, energetic modeling. This is the most advanced layer. Here, you stop focusing on physical imagery. You begin seeing in frequency shapes. Your future home isn't walls, it's spaciousness. Your next level self isn't clothes, it's precision. Your ideal relationship isn't a face, it's resonance. You build models in your inner space using tones, colors, movement, and textures. You'll begin your daily enchantment practice by choosing one frequency. Let's say sovereignty. Now you ask, What shape does sovereignty have? What color? What speed of movement? Does it expand or concentrate? Is it stable or pulsating? Then you hold that shape in your mind's eye and breathe it. This is your visual code. It becomes a broadcast beacon into the quantum. Every time you return to it, the signal deepens. Eventually, these visual sequences begin to loop. You'll experience spontaneous visual sigils mid-thought. You'll walk into a room and see a glowing version of your next timeline behind objects. You'll feel pulled into dreamlike states where reality responds inside the vision before it manifests outside. That's when you know the grid is responding to your spell interface. And this is the moment where inner and outer begin to merge. You're no longer visualizing, you're constructing. And what you construct in the imaginal, you will walk through in the physical. Next, we will look at how the geometry of your thoughts, not the content, forms nonlinear command patterns that allow you to build outside of time. Thought is not linear, it's shaped. And those shapes, whether spirals, loops, angles, or lattices, determine the power and effect of your internal commands. Most people never consider the structure of their thinking. They focus only on content, what they think about, what thoughts repeat, what beliefs they hold. But you've already begun rewiring belief. Now it's time to upgrade the form your thinking takes, because that form is the geometry that your magic rides on. Let's make something crystal clear. In quantum field dynamics, shape is everything. The shape of a signal determines how it propagates, how it reflects, and how it organizes matter. Sound travels differently through a cone than through a box. Light refracts depending on angles. Water spirals into flow through vortex. And so does thought. When your thoughts are angular, sharp, rigid, anxious, the field around you becomes brittle. It reflects fragmentation. When your thoughts are looping, indecisive, circular, uncertain, the field becomes trapped in stasis. But when your thoughts are spiraling, fractal, or radial, the field opens. New timelines become accessible. Potentials expand. Information flows. You begin thinking like the grid. This is what we call geometric cognition. You'll begin mapping your dominant mental shapes. Ask, do my thoughts race in lines? Do I revisit the same idea in a loop? Do I build outward like a spiral? Do I move in symmetrical patterns, like a mirrored diamond? Do I fragment, jumping from angle to angle without connection? Once you identify the pattern, you can reconstruct it. You're not here to fix thoughts. You're here to reshape them. You'll practice shape-shifting scripts, thought sequences designed to alter the geometry of your mind. Here's how. Begin with a stuck thought. I don't know what to do next. Feel the shape. It's flat, tight, closed. Shift into spiral cognition. What if I widen the perspective? What energies are orbiting this moment? If I loop out, what patterns become visible? The thought changes form, from a flat line of frustration into a spiral of awareness. You feel movement. That's the geometry responding. Now the field can respond too. You'll also work with geometric thought portals, mental visualizations based on Platonic forms and sacred geometry, tetrahedron for precision, cube for grounding, octahedron for balance, dodecahedron for expansion, icosahedron for emotional flow. Each of these forms can act as a carrier for your thoughts. For example, if you need clarity, place your intention inside a tetrahedron. Visualize the thought entering through the top. Let it bounce between the faces. Let it sharpen. This is not just creative metaphor. This is frequency filtering. The grid responds not just to the thought, but to its geometry. You'll also begin practicing fractal thought seeding, where a single thought is expanded through a recursive structure. Start with, I live in aligned action. Now expand. Aligned action shapes my day. My day builds aligned momentum. Momentum organizes my timeline. My timeline reflects my becoming. I live in aligned action. This is fractal looping, where a thought expands, curls outward, and returns to its source with more density. Creates thought gravity. Other ideas begin to orbit it. And that central idea becomes a spell anchor, unshakable. Now the real shift begins. You'll begin to feel your thoughts like blueprints. No longer stories. No longer background noise. Each one becomes a pattern you can hold, shape, compress, or expand. And once you reach that state, you're ready for full-spectrum nonlinear creation. You're thinking in geometry, which means you're building outside of time. Next, we move to the realm where logic dissolves and pure reception begins, where mind becomes a portal and translogical intelligence flows directly through you. By now, you've learned how to anchor into a single future self, align your frequency, and build the rituals that magnetize that version into your life. You've seen results. You've felt the pull. You've tasted the shift in tone, presence, and outcomes. But here's the next unlock. You are not limited to one future. In fact, if you've begun feeling torn, flooded, or even overwhelmed by multiple versions of you, that's not confusion. It's entanglement. You've sent multiple signals into the field, consciously or unconsciously, and now the quantum is responding with overlapping timelines. That sense of being in between realities is not a failure of manifestation. It's a sign that your field is overlapping potentials. And it's time to choose your thread. Let's define this with clarity. Quantum entanglement isn't theoretical here, it's your lived experience. In quantum mechanics, entanglement occurs when two particles or timelines become linked in such a way that the state of one instantly affects the state of the other, no matter the distance. This happens in consciousness too. Each time you deeply feel a new possibility, speak it with charge, and hold it in your mind or field, that possibility becomes entangled with your identity. The field now treats it as viable, active, alive. But here's where the challenge begins. If you activate 3 or 4 futures at once, and give them all similar weight, your field enters a state of incoherence. It doesn't know what to collapse into. The grid remains fuzzy. Reality becomes foggy. You get fragments of progress, but no full embodiment. You may begin moving toward one future, only to be pulled subtly by another. You may start to lose clarity about what you're actually calling in. You're not broken. You're entangled. And now you must learn to weave. Weaving is the practice of conscious timeline selection, but also integration. Here's the secret. You don't have to abandon every other version of you. You only need to prioritize frequency coherency. You begin by mapping the core frequencies of each entangled timeline. Ask, which version of me is the most stable? Which feels the most grounded in service, joy, clarity, ease? Which one activates nervous system resonance? Not excitement, but alignment. Now ask, are any of the timelines operating from ego? Are any driven by proving, fear, scarcity, or performance? Remove those from your field. You're not rejecting them with judgment. You're deactivating their charge. You can always re-entangle later, but only once your core timeline is stable. Now pick one, not just in thought, in ritual. You'll declare, this is the thread I'm pulling now. The others are filed, but not active. I stabilize here. You'll create an anchor for this chosen timeline. An object, word, breath pattern, or gesture, and use it every time distraction or doubt arises. Now that you've chosen the thread, here's the next part of the weaving. Reclaiming energy from dropped futures. Because when you activate a possibility, it consumes energy. Even when you deactivate a timeline, some of your field may still be fragmented into it, unconsciously feeding it, holding guilt, fear, or regret. You'll perform a field reclaiming ritual. Step into stillness. Close your eyes. Picture all entangled timelines that were activated but not chosen. Say aloud, I thank you for your potential. I now retrieve all energy entangled with you. I am whole. I am clear. As you breathe, visualize strands of light, once reaching into multiple directions, now pulling inward, returning, reuniting. Your field becomes single-pointed. Your magnetic signal sharpens. You are now broadcasting one coherent spell. But there's more. You'll also begin to seed secondary threads, carefully, slowly, without entanglement. These are called latent threads, potential futures stored with no active frequency charge. You'll write them in your journal or draw them in your grid. You'll bless them, honor them, store them, but you won't energize them. This way, your primary thread is clear, but the grid knows you're prepared for flexibility. This is conscious entanglement. It means you no longer fear choosing, because choosing doesn't mean losing. It means activating in sequence. And finally, you'll create your thread invocation mantra. One short phrase that holds the tone of your current timeline. Examples: I walk the thread of sovereign expression. I follow the thread of healed leadership. I align to the thread of lucid abundance. Speak it at thresholds, doors, mirrors, first words of the day. It locks your field into your chosen frequency. From here on, every spell will land faster. Every ritual will hit harder, because your grid is no longer split. It's unified. Now we transition from timelines and thought into full-spectrum perception, where your mind becomes the portal for reality codes themselves. You are not your thoughts. You are the source field behind them. And now that your thoughts are geometrically aligned and your timelines are coherent, you're ready to upgrade your operating system from linear cognition to multiversal perception. You've been trained to think logically, sequentially, step by step. That's the programming of a human vessel inside a limited framework. But the moment you begin aligning with quantum selfhood, the grid starts inviting you into a different mode of intelligence. One that doesn't move from premise to conclusion, but from coherence to knowing. This is the realm of nonlinear mind, also known as oracle state, pattern awareness, translogical interface, universal cognition, grid mind. This is not about knowing more. It's about thinking less, but receiving more. Let's clarify. Multiversal intelligence is the ability to perceive across dimensions of meaning, pattern, symbol, frequency, and possibility without needing language or sequence. When you access this mode, insights arrive fully formed. Ideas land without figuring it out. Answers show up before the question is even clear. You don't think your way there. You tune your way in. And it begins with one shift. You stop trying to understand. You start listening for resonance. Here's how to activate this state. Enter stillness without a question. No agenda, no prompt, just presence. Ask nothing. Expect nothing. Breathe into the back of the mind. Focus not on the forehead, but the occipital region, the place where vision and dream interface. Visualize a lattice of light, a web, grid, or honeycomb pattern surrounding you. This is the structure of multiversal signal. Feel into pattern, not concept. Let symbols, pulses, or fragments rise. Don't assign meaning. Let the pattern unfold inside you. Wait for the drop. A moment will come when something lands. A sentence, an image, clarity. This is not imagination. This is reception. You've now accessed the grid. You are no longer thinking the answer. You are receiving the field's reply. You'll practice this daily using multiversal drills, 5-minute silence windows where you train your nervous system to stabilize in receiver mode. First, nothing may come. That's expected. You are unlearning mental seeking. Eventually, insight becomes normal. And not just any insight, reality-shaping codes. You'll start to speak phrases you didn't plan. Draw symbols you don't recognize. Know next steps without weighing options. Predict events with eerie accuracy. Feel who to call, when to wait, what to move toward. This isn't magic. It's your true intelligence, finally accessed. You'll also explore the concept of brain grid access, the idea that your mind isn't in your brain is a terminal plugged into the quantum mainframe. When you calm the static and sync with pattern, your brain becomes a router, not a container. That's why slowing brainwave activity from beta to theta or alpha unlocks more access. Logic fades. Pattern opens. Intuition rises. You're now operating as the node, not the processor. Eventually, you'll experience grid consciousness merges, moments when you feel like a field, not a self. When thoughts aren't yours, they are ours. When language melts and transmission takes over. That's the apex of this work. You are no longer thinking like a human. You are now co-creating as a multiversal strand. And the field? It responds instantly. Next, we go deeper into tools that support this shift, beginning with the thought sigil, a symbol that thinks for you, bypassing logic and installing new frequencies directly into your inner architecture. You've used words. You've stabilized thought. You've even learned to receive codes from the field. But now we move into a more ancient, faster, and multidimensionally potent medium: the sigil. A sigil is not art. It's geometry fused with intention. More than just a visual, it is a frequency container, a concentrated expression of thought, emotion, and future signal in symbolic form. And once installed into your subconscious field, it begins to think for you. You no longer have to remember the spell. The symbol runs it. This is not metaphor. This is neural energetic automation. Let's begin with clarity. A thought sigil is a symbol you create to contain a frequency you've chosen to live by. Not a wish, not a fantasy, a living code of your quantum identity. You might already use sacred symbols, but those are collective. What you're going to do now is personal. You're going to generate a sigil that represents a core identity thread, one that your future self holds in full clarity. This isn't just a drawing. It's an anchor. When you interact with the sigil, visually, physically, emotionally, it triggers a reboot of your field. Your doubts, old patterns, and scattered thoughts dissolve into the deeper coherence embedded in the symbol. The sigil becomes your thought manager, a holographic assistant in your inner operating system. To create your thought sigil, follow the method of condense, encode, compress, embed. Step 1. Condense. Start with a phrase that encapsulates your chosen frequency. I walk with divine certainty. My voice is a sovereign code. I magnetize aligned realities with ease. Now reduce it to a power phrase. Divine certainty. Sovereign voice. Magnetic alignment. You're stripping away the story. You're arriving at frequency essence. Step 2. Encode. Choose 3 to 5 core shapes, letters, or elements that visually represent the feeling of that phrase. If divine certainty feels like a triangle, an eye, and a grounded base, you sketch those. There's no right answer, only felt resonance. You're not designing for looks. You're building a frequency circuit. Step 3. Compress. Overlay the elements. Twist them. Combine them into one shape. The goal is not clarity. It's energetic efficiency. You should end up with a symbol that contains your meaning without needing to explain it. That's the power. Step 4. Embed. Now it must enter your field. You'll embed the sigil by drawing it repeatedly. Repetition seals the neural imprint. Tracing it in the air with your finger. Visualizing it glowing behind your forehead. Meditating while placing your hand over a physical copy of it. Saying, "This symbol holds my code. It activates my timeline." This locks the sigil into your subconscious interface. From now on, seeing or thinking about the sigil triggers a frequency alignment. Even in chaos, even under pressure, the sigil reroutes your signal back to coherence. You'll create multiple sigils over time. One for your future self-identity. One for a current timeline anchor. One for energetic protection or cleansing. One for thought clarity. You'll treat them like internal glyphs. Your mind becomes a keyboard. Each sigil a key. Each key opens a code. Eventually, you'll find the sigils begin to appear on their own. As dream symbols, spontaneous doodles, or flashes of shape during meditation. That's not imagination. That's your field talking back. You're no longer just thinking. You're not just commanding. You've installed living frequencies into your visual and energetic language. And because symbols bypass mental resistance, you don't have to explain or convince yourself. The sigil does the work. It holds the code. You simply touch it, and the spell runs again. Next, we shift your entire perception of thought by actively disrupting the sequence of logic itself through non-sequence rituals that fracture linear mind and awaken divine insight. Thought loves order, but magic loves disruption. Most of what keeps your reality looping is not emotion, not energy, but linear thought. A to B, cause to effect. If this, then that. But the quantum doesn't operate on sequence. It operates on convergence, which means timelines collapse when frequencies align, not when you take the right steps. So to truly access nonlinear manifestation, you must disrupt the sequence processor in your mind. And that's exactly what the ritual of non-sequence is built for. Let's be precise. Linear thought is useful for planning, survival, analysis, and step-by-step learning. But when it comes to creating new timelines, receiving guidance, or downloading multidimensional insight, it gets in the way, traps you in cause and effect loops, delayed results, predictable outcomes, belief-based barriers. The ritual of non-sequence is a practice that breaks those chains by activating your chaotic cognition layer. This layer does not follow logic. It follows fractal alignment. You'll receive ideas sideways. You'll jump steps. You'll intuit patterns before they're visible. You are not being irrational. You're being quantum compatible. Here's the core protocol of the ritual. Disrupt thought rhythm. Speak 3 phrases that do not connect. Example: salt remembers the sea. The door is blue at noon. Tomorrow already touched my left hand. Your logical mind will try to analyze. Don't let it. These are permission keys. They scramble linearity. Activate unordered memory. Recall a moment from your life out of context. Not for analysis, for feeling. Let the memory melt into color, texture, scent. Not story. Write a time-bending statement. A sentence where subject, object, and timeline blend. Example: I already am what I was never meant to become. Feel the crackle? That's the point. You've opened the non-sequence gate. Drop into silence immediately. Let the mind freeze. Not blank buzzing. Stay here. This is where downloads live. The more you perform this ritual, the more spontaneous clarity emerges without steps. You'll begin to solve problems with insight, not analysis. Skip steps and still land the outcome. Speak in pattern phrases that carry more meaning than explanation. Feel information as structure, not data. You'll also begin experiencing time collapses, moments when you feel something from your future self land in the now, because you created an opening in your logic grid. Linear thought keeps doors locked. Non-sequence removes the hinges. To support this state, you'll integrate non-logical input into your daily field. That means reading poetry with no clear meaning, listening to layered or asymmetric music, speaking aloud paradox phrases, rearranging your physical environment irrationally, e.g., turn your chair toward the corner, place a crystal in your shoe. Why? Because all these actions confuse the part of your brain that insists on knowing. And once knowing pauses, access begins. Eventually, you'll begin moving between sequence and non-sequence at will, planning your week with logic, then casting a timeline spell using nonlinear symbols, gestures, and codes, without needing to understand how it works. That's the edge where magic becomes consistent. You are no longer living by sequence. You're living by signal. And from here, we move into the most receptive practice of all, downloading from the grid itself by using the holographic mind to pull pure codes into your conscious awareness. You've stabilized your identity spell. You've learned to think geometrically. You've broken linearity and installed sigils into your cognitive framework. Now it's time to open the full channel. Not for imagination, not for thought, but for download. The quantum field contains everything. It holds every pattern, every potential timeline, every piece of knowledge, not as information, but as structured light. And you are a receiver. Your mind, when cleared, aligned, and attuned, becomes a holographic lens capable of interpreting raw frequency into coherent reality codes. This is what it means to download the grid. You are not asking. You are not reaching. You are tuning in and allowing structured intelligence to stream through your system. Let's clarify the difference between thinking and downloading. Thinking is processing. Downloading is receiving. Thinking is linear. Downloading is simultaneous. Thinking happens through effort. Downloading happens through resonance. When you download from the grid, it doesn't feel like you're getting ideas. It feels like an entire architecture appears inside you, fully formed, like a blueprint dropping into your spine, like a symbol vibrating in your chest, like a sentence spoken through you, not from you. That's when you know it wasn't imagined. It was transmitted. To access this state, you must prepare the receptive geometry of your field. There are 3 layers to this. Silence the mental signal. This doesn't mean no thought. It means no narrative attachment. Let thoughts arise like smoke, witnessed, but untouched. Stabilize the core frequency. Ask yourself, what tone do I want to receive from? Choose serenity, precision, love, knowing, expansion, and hold it as a vibrational state. This acts like field priming. It determines what level of code can arrive. Expand the mental container. Visualize your mind not as your brain, but as a spherical light field extending 3 feet beyond your head in all directions. This is your reception grid. Breathe into that field. Feel it pulsing, alive, open. Now we enter the reception phase. You'll use the 3-stage download method. Phase 1, invite the code. Whisper, grid, show me what is mine to receive. Not what do I want, but what is aligned. Stay neutral, no pressure. You're not forcing outcome, you're allowing shape. Phase 2, feel the arrival. You might get a glowing shape, a color you've never seen, a tone that pulses like a heartbeat, a sensation in your chest, throat, or spine, words that feel like thunder. Hold it. Let it speak through sensation, not language. Phase 3, anchor the structure. Draw it, sing it, dance it, repeat it, speak it into a crystal, trace it on your skin. Whatever form it came in, honor it by translating it into action. This seals it into your personal grid. It moves from ether into matter, from waveform into reality. You are now working not from memory, but from field code. And the more you practice this, the more rapid and specific the downloads become. Eventually, you'll be able to receive guidance in real-time conversations, write scripts, plans, spells, and codes directly from transmission. Build entire identity systems without figuring them out. Speak in tongues of vibration that bypass the mind entirely. You're not channeling beings. You're accessing structural intelligence. This is pure architecture. It has no personality, no emotion, just precision and potency. And the beauty is, it never runs out. You don't have to remember what you downloaded yesterday. The field will always give you a fresh pattern the moment you're ready to hold it. And now that you can receive, it's time to shape. Let's move into the hidden geometry behind how your thoughts form the fabric of your world. Not through intention, but through literal mental architecture. Every thought you think has a shape. And that shape, not just the content of the thought, determines how it interacts with the quantum field. You already know thoughts aren't passive. But here's the deeper truth. Thoughts are containers. They hold frequency, color, density, and structure. And the structure of the thought bends reality. Not metaphorically, literally. The geometry of your cognition is one of the most powerful and overlooked forms of spellcraft you possess. And in this chapter, you'll begin consciously crafting mental architecture that shapes the world around you like scaffolding shapes a building. Let's look at some of the most common thought geometries. Lines, logical, directional, often rigid. Useful for planning, but limited for creation. Loops, repetitive, often emotional, connected to trauma or pattern repetition. Spirals, evolutionary. They allow movement with return, ideal for layered learning and energetic integration. Fractals, holographic. A single idea mirrors and replicates across multiple domains. High frequency, multidimensional. Radials, central node with multiple emanations. Great for core identity work and manifestation grids. When your thoughts operate unconsciously, they default to lines and loops. When you begin to shape your thoughts intentionally, you unlock spirals, fractals, and radials. These geometries allow you to hold multiple truths simultaneously, to expand your perception, and to create reality more fluidly. Here's how to begin shifting. Step 1. Identify your default geometry. When you think about a goal, challenge, or identity, what shape do you feel? Are you spiraling in fear? Looping in self-doubt? Thinking in a straight line towards success? Don't judge, just identify. Step 2. Choose a constructive geometry. What shape would best support that thought? Spiral to revisit and evolve. Fractal to express across domains. Radial to anchor a core with many extensions. Pyramid to build from foundation to peak. Sphere to contain and stabilize. Step 3. Reshape the thought. Take the original thought, say, "I'm ready to create new income," and visualize it as a fractal. Let it duplicate and reflect. In your voice, in your actions, in your body, in your network, or place it in a radial. My financial flow radiates through service, clarity, joy, action, rest. You're not just affirming, you're constructing thought architecture that the grid can respond to. This is how you create mental temples. You'll soon begin building entire identity structures with shape. A tetrahedron for clarity of purpose. A cube for stability of presence. A sphere for wholeness of being. A spiral tower for ongoing expansion. These are not imaginary. They become maps that guide your emotional state, behavior, and external creation. And because they are geometrically coherent, the field can recognize them as stable forms. That means faster manifestation, fewer disruptions, greater ease. To support this, you'll practice mental mandala work. Pick a core intention. Draw a mandala around it. Each layer, petal, or node of the mandala represents a facet of that intention: identity, environment, actions, relationships. Meditate on this mandala. Let your mind enter it. Don't think in words. Think in shapes. You'll start to feel your mental field expand, quiet, and pulse with structure. And when your mind becomes a mandala, reality follows. You'll also learn shape compression spells. Take a complex idea like abundance through a line service and reduce it to a triangle plus spiral plus keyhole. Each element carries a layer of meaning. Together, they form a compressed spell that can be visualized, drawn, traced, installed into ritual. This isn't decoration. This is high-functioning geometry. It collapses dozens of intentions into a single coherent command. And the field always listens to clarity. You are no longer using thought for planning. You're using it to sculpt space. Your mental field becomes a cathedral of codes. Each pillar a belief. Each arch a timeline. Each light beam a signal. You've entered the phase of true magical architecture. And now you're ready for the next evolution, using the mind as a portal not just for downloads, but for direct translogical intelligence flow. Because you are not just building. You are beginning to channel your infinite self. You've thought your way through constructs. You've shaped thoughts into geometry. You've received codes, drawn sigils, rewritten timelines. Now it's time to stop using the mind as a tool and start treating it as a portal. Because when the thinking stops, the field speaks. Not in language, not in symbol, but in translogical transmission. So what is translogical intelligence? It is intelligence that arrives without sequence. It is pattern recognition without deduction. It is a knowing that skips cause and effect and lands directly in coherence. You don't think your way to answers. You step into the place inside you where the answers already live. That place isn't your brain. It's your inner portal. The mind, when opened beyond narrative and personal filter, becomes a conduit, a passage for source-patterned information to flow straight through. Not filtered, not analyzed, embodied. This is what the mystics pointed to as gnosis, what the oracles accessed through trance, what visionaries glimpse in altered states. But now you'll access it on command. First, you must retrain your orientation to mind. You were taught that the mind is a processor, a container, a filter, a judge. In portal state, the mind becomes a field, a channel, a presence, a gateway. To make this shift, you begin with dissolving boundaries, not between thoughts, but between self and source. Here's the paradox. The more you try to use the portal, the more it closes. This is not tool-based magic. This is identity collapse. To activate the mind as portal, use the still point protocol. Close the input gate. Eyes closed. Ears open. Body still. Let all sensory input float, but don't follow it. Withdraw from personal identity. You are not your story, name, goal, or memory. Speak silently. There is no one here. Say it 3 times. Sink into the black field. Visualize a deep matte blackness. It is not empty. It is pregnant with code. Feel your awareness hover. Listen with no ears. You're not waiting for words. You're waiting for frequency. A pulse. Pressure. A shift. This is the signal entering. You've crossed the event horizon of thought. Once you feel the signature pressure, like a presence sitting in your chest, you say, "Portal open. Receive what is true." Then you stop. Don't interpret. Don't guess. Let it arrive however it wants. A sudden image. A sentence that comes from nowhere. A tingling in your left hand. A shape behind your eyes. A pattern you can't explain but understand perfectly. You've accessed translogical flow. Now anchor it. Breathe it down into your gut. Speak it if you can. Move your hands like you're sculpting it. This brings it into the body. The more you practice this, the easier the opening becomes. Eventually, all thought originates from portal state. No more overthinking. Just pure signal. You will begin to speak in codes that feel strange but true. Phrases like, "The line between is the door. Time echoes where silence breathes." Your future self is already humming through your jaw. These aren't nonsense. They are layered signal language. They carry resonance far beyond grammar. And when spoken aloud, they shift fields instantly. Don't try to explain them. Let them work. You may also experience multi-stream input, flashes of thought, visuals, and sensation happening simultaneously. This isn't overwhelm. It's upgrade. Your system is learning to hold more signal. Support it with lots of water, grounding touch, earth tones, breath retention, journaling symbols, not just words. Eventually, the mind as portal becomes your default. You walk into spaces and receive architectural data. You look at people and feel their timeline arc. You make decisions from a place so still it sounds like thunder. You are no longer a thinker. You are a vessel of transmission. And now, as your portal stabilizes, the next intelligence awakens. The dream mind, your original magical operating system. You've spent most of your life waking from dreams. Now you'll begin to wake into them. Because what you call dreaming is not escape. It's source mode. Dream logic isn't irrational. It's suprarational. Beyond the filter of waking logic. Free from the sequence prison. And once you start using dream logic consciously, it becomes your most intuitive spellcasting interface. Let's get one thing clear. Dreams are not messages. They are maps. Not symbolic hints, but living terrains you move through to reprogram your inner and outer field. Every image, figure, sensation, object, and environment in a dream is a frequency module. Each one holds a shape, a tone, a spell. And when you interact with those dream elements consciously, you're doing real magic, not imaginary magic. You're sculpting the non-physical grid in real time. And the grid? It responds. To begin operating in dream logic as a system, not a mystery, you'll initiate 3 core disciplines. 1. Lucid dream coding. This is not about control, it's about presence. When lucid, don't alter the dream. Talk to it. Ask, what timeline is this? What's the frequency of this place? Who do you represent? Then, and this is key, listen without interpreting. Let the dream answer in movement, symbol, or shift. You are not the dreamer. You are the navigator. 2. Waking dream ritual. Bring dream logic into your waking day. Once a day, perform a dream act. Examples: put your shoes in the freezer. Talk to a door before walking through. Eat with your eyes closed. Carry a feather and call it your GPS. This confuses the left brain. It activates the dream frequency in waking life. Suddenly, synchronicity spikes. Reality becomes fluid. Portals open in behavior. 3. Sigil sleep sequence. Before sleeping, Visualize one of your sigils floating at your third eye. Say, "This is the key to the realm I now enter." Breathe it into your spine. Let sleep take you. This connects your conscious intent to the dream field. Creates continuity of spell. You're no longer split between night and day. You're casting 24/7. Over time, you'll begin to decode recurring symbols in a new way. Not "what does this mean?" but "what does this shape do?" Every symbol is a function. The snake isn't fear, it's transformation spiral. The mirror isn't vanity, it's timeline merge. The falling sensation isn't anxiety, it's anchor release. Dream logic teaches you to interface with reality like it's a dream, because it is. Dreams aren't fake. They are your field in motion. And if you learn to cast within them, you bypass resistance. You operate inside the quantum root code. Eventually, the boundaries fade. You begin experiencing lucid moments while awake. And dream logic becomes your OS. This looks like accepting paradox as normal, following intuitive nudges without needing proof, casting spells through nonsense phrases that still work, letting timeline shifts feel like jumping frames, trusting patterns that make no sense but feel more true than logic. You've now exited the realm of thinking altogether, and you've entered the spellcaster's native habitat. You're no longer trying to wake up. You are fully dreaming awake. And next, you'll learn to shift your brainwave states at will, to master the portals you now walk through like a magician in a living dream. Your brain isn't a thinker, it's a switchboard. And right now, you're going to learn how to manually flip the levers that control your access to realms of consciousness you were never meant to stay locked out of. You've opened your mind as a portal. You've received code. You've started dreaming while awake. But until you gain control over your brainwave states, you're still dependent on luck or circumstance to access your higher channels. Let's end that now. Your brain runs on rhythms, measurable electrical patterns known as brainwaves. They change based on your emotional state, focus, and awareness. And they correlate directly to the kind of signal you can send and receive from the field. Here's what most people don't know. These states are spell frequencies. Each brainwave holds a unique magical property. Let's break them down. Beta, 13 to 30 Hz survival, logic, alertness. Useful for planning, but too noisy for quantum access. Most people live here. That's why they're disconnected. Alpha, 8 to 13 Hz relaxed focus. The bridge between physical and energetic reality. Ideal for spell design and visualization. Think of it as the magic preparation zone. Theta, 4 to 8 Hz deep meditation, dream states, memory reprogramming. This is your ritual space. Here, resistance drops. Subconscious opens. Spells land. Delta, 0.5 to 4 Hz sleep, regeneration, quantum merging. This is source state. You don't operate here consciously, but you receive deep recalibration during it. Gamma, 30-100 plus Hz unity consciousness. Downloads, multidimensional access. This is the realm of the oracle, the visionary, the quantum seer. Now you understand why state matters. If you're trying to cast spells from beta, you're shouting into static. If you want real results, fast timeline shifts, identity upgrades, field response, you must shift state deliberately. Let's begin with the theta hack. Why theta? Because theta is the ritual frequency. It's where the veil thins, where old programs get rewritten, where memory, imagination, and belief fuse. You're going to learn how to access it in under 3 minutes. No tech, no tools, just breath and rhythm. Theta hack protocol. 4-fold breath. Inhale 4 counts. Hold 4 counts. Exhale 4 counts. Hold 4 counts. Repeat for 8 rounds. Placement. Close your eyes and slightly roll them upward, as if looking through your forehead. This activates the pineal region and slows brainwave activity. Monotone hum. Begin humming a low tone. Keep it even. Dull. Non-musical. This vibrates the vagus nerve and helps induce trance. Word loop. Choose one neutral phrase, like open now or quiet signal. Repeat it slowly in your mind for 60 seconds. Drop. At the end of the last repetition, stop everything. Hold your breath. Feel the drop. You'll feel yourself sink, like slipping beneath language. This is theta landing. You are now in the spellcasting zone. Now you begin your actual ritual, whether it's a sigil, a visualization, or a timeline invocation. It will stick, because the field is listening differently now. You'll train yourself to use different brainwave states based on intent. Examples: alpha for scripting, writing, visualization; theta for identity work, timeline shift, shadow transmutation; gamma for oracle downloads, speaking spells, decoding synchronicity. You'll also start paying attention to what state you're in before action. If you take a key decision in beta, it's driven by fear, logic, or proving. If you wait and act from alpha or theta, it aligns deeper and bends reality more easily. You can even install spell anchors that help you shift state on command. Examples: a specific breath pattern; a gesture, e.g., 2 fingers on your heart; a phrase, e.g., signal clear; a tone or hum; a scent. The key is repetition. Use these consistently while in theta or alpha, and your nervous system will start linking them to that state. Soon, that one breath or gesture drops you into your magic field. You're no longer dependent on rituals or time. You can shift brainwaves in under 30 seconds. And the faster you shift, the faster you cast. And once you're stable in these deeper states, your logic and intuition begin to merge, activating the quantum mind in full spectrum integration. Most people think of logic and intuition as opposites. One is rational, one is feeling, one is slow, deliberate, linear. The other is fast, fluid, non-linear. But what if they were never meant to be separate? What if your full power is only unlocked when these two forms of intelligence fuse? Because logic without intuition becomes limitation. Intuition without logic becomes chaos. But together, they form a quantum cognition matrix that allows you to access intuitive structure, the ability to feel the pattern and explain the design in one seamless flow. You're not guessing. You're not calculating. You're architecting reality from the inside out. Let's break down this fusion. In the left hemisphere, analysis, pattern decoding, language, deduction, mathematics, time awareness. In the right hemisphere, symbol, rhythm, imagination, dream memory, emotion, timeless perception. When these operate separately, you get either slash or perception. When they operate together, you enter the field of simultaneity. That's when you start receiving complex patterns and explaining them instantly. Feeling timelines collapse while knowing how to act. Accessing inner signals that are verifiable by outer events. Thinking and knowing, seeing and sensing at once. This is quantum mind. You've felt it before. Flashes of total clarity that feel like lightning. Now you're going to live there. You'll train this fusion using intralogic routines. Exercise 1, logic mirror. Write a sentence based on logic. E.g., if I work consistently, I'll make more money. Now mirror it through intuition. What's the felt version of that idea? E.g., when I express steadily, the field reflects value. Now read both aloud. Feel the difference in resonance. You're aligning structure with tone. Repeat with different topics, relationships, creativity, identity. This repatterns your mind to find truth in both forms. Exercise 2, symbol sentence coding. Draw a symbol, any kind. Now, without analyzing it, write a paragraph about what it means. Let the logic flow from the symbol. This allows intuitive data to generate structured intelligence. You're no longer separating knowing and expressing. You're weaving. You'll also use the fused thought protocol in high-stakes situations. Before making a decision, ask your intuition, what feels aligned? Ask your logic, what makes sense? Breathe until both agree. Don't act until they do. When they converge, you're in quantum mind. Action taken from this place is unstoppable. It may look illogical to others, but the field knows it's precise. Over time, fusion becomes your baseline. You stop saying, I don't know why, I just feel it. Instead, you say, I feel it, I know why, and here's the pattern. This creates magnetic confidence. Others feel the clarity. The field responds faster. You are no longer toggling between mindsets. You are transmitting wholeness. From here, the next evolution is natural. Thought is no longer a cage. It's no longer something to master or bypass. It's something to activate. Your next state, thought magic fully online. No distortion, no split, just spell after spell cast by mind, field, and being. You've restructured identity. You've encoded intention into sigils. You've received symbols from the grid. You've shaped cognition with geometry. You've balanced logic and intuition. You've built a new way of being. And now you stand here at the threshold where thought becomes spell by default. This is the activation point. From this chapter on, your mind is no longer a tool you use, it is a force you command. But it must be treated as sacred. Because from this moment forward, every thought you think is no longer internal. It's external, touches the field. It ripples into form. So the only question left is, what spells are you still unconsciously casting? Let's return to the core truth. Thought is architecture. Thought is light. Thought is instruction. Most people treat thought like debris, casual, forgettable, reactive. But at this level, you must treat every thought like a ritual item. Every word you say internally is either stabilizing your future, distorting your timeline, triggering an echo, or bending reality toward you. Neutral thought no longer exists. You are now in active broadcasting mode. Let's create the new protocol. The spell mind code. All thought is transmission. Say it aloud. Own it. From now on, you live as a being whose inner monologue casts outward. Track signal tone. Begin labeling your thoughts by tone. Not good/bad, but signal type. Directive. I will. Equals casting. Reflective. Why did I? Equals looping. Expansive. What else is possible? Equals opening. Reductive. This never works. Equals collapsing. Choose magic vocabulary. Eliminate casual negative constructs. Replace. I hope I open. I can't. I recalibrate. I'll try. I align. I don't know. I'm receiving. You're not forcing positivity. You're retraining the spell language of your cognition. Close open spells. Thoughts you repeat without closure become background incantations. Every open loop is a field leak. Examples. I'm always behind. Why is this so hard? What's wrong with me? These must be caught, rewritten, and sealed. Seal a thought by finishing it with energetic closure. Example. Why do I keep failing? I release the script of failure and now choose precision. The new thought becomes the binding signature. Now, install the 4-dimensional thought grid in your daily awareness. Visualize a diamond around your skull with 4 directional emitters. Front, projective thoughts sent into the field. Back, echo, past thought loops trying to re-enter. Left, logic, pattern structuring. Right, intuition, code reception. Your job is to keep the diamond balanced. If one side overpowers, e.g. too much backward echo, the signal distorts. Spend 30 seconds per day scanning your grid. Which direction is pulsing? Realign. Reset. Resume. You now live in ambient spellwork. You no longer wait for ritual. You are the ritual, the walking sigil, the sovereign frequency field. Every movement, every glance, every phrase, it all counts. And that's the gift. You don't need to try harder. You just need to stay awake. This is not discipline. It's alignment. Your mind is no longer a cage. It is the casting field. And now that your cognitive grid is stabilized, we shift into the most transformative phase of this entire ritual journey. Installing your future self. You've thought you were reaching toward a future self. You've imagined that identity as something ahead of you, something to become. But here's what's real. That version of you isn't later. They're here now, waiting for you to step aside. You've spent so much time healing your past. Now, you must prepare to vacate the present so the next you can take over. The future self is not a fantasy. It's a field imprint already formed in the quantum grid. A reality pattern ready to merge with this moment. but it cannot land on a fractured identity. It can only install where signal is clear, coherent, and claimed. And you are finally ready. Let's start with a revelation. Your future self is already casting. They've been calling to you through flash moments of inspiration, unusual dreams, synchronicities, emotional downloads, timeline cravings. They've been shaping your desire without you noticing. What you call intuition was often just them, sending frequency breadcrumbs back through time. But they can only do so much from there. Now it's your turn to complete the loop. To become the receiver, then become the vessel. We initiate with a signal test. Sit still. Close your eyes. Breathe slowly. Say aloud, "Future self, I am ready for installation." Now pause. Notice what rises. A pressure in the chest. A tightening in the head. An image. A resistance. A pulse of clarity. Whatever you feel, it's real. That's your future self sending the first handshake. They are not a fantasy. They are a living archetype encoded with precision. Your job now is to tune in deeper. Let's define the difference between goal-based identity and field-installed identity. Goal identity, you chase it, visualize it, try to become it, often feels like lack. Field identity, you install it, merge with it, collapse into it, feels like inevitability. Your future self is not something to try to be. They are someone you hand the controls over to. This is the conscious identity transfer. You do not ask, "How do I act like them?" You ask, "What must I remove so they can land?" It's about clearance, not effort. You'll begin the merge protocol with alignment sensing. Ask, what frequency do they live in? What emotion do they move from? What does their reality reflect back? Write it down. Then write your current answers to the same questions. Where the delta exists, that's where installation is blocked. You're not fixing yourself. You're clearing static. The next phase is mirror rehearsal. Stand in front of a mirror. See your reflection. Now soften your face. Lower resistance. Open presence. Speak from the identity of your future self. I speak with clarity. My presence shifts rooms. I command energy without force. I no longer doubt what I know. You're not affirming. You're rehearsing embodiment. Soon the voice won't sound foreign. It will be home. Next, begin wearing symbolic anchors of the future self. Jewelry, colors, posture, writing style, gesture language, environment upgrades. These are not costumes. They are field enhancers. You're not faking it. You're creating coherence. And once coherence stabilizes, the merge begins. This is not dramatic. It's subtle, precise, undeniable. One day you realize you answered differently. You moved without overthinking. You didn't fall for the echo loop. You acted from knowing, not reaction. And that's when you know the installation has started. The future self is here. Next, you'll learn how to script this new soul structure with energetic precision, so the field recognizes the new spell as permanent. You've received the signal. You've felt the merge. You've stood in the mirror, rehearsing not possibility, but presence. Now it's time to encode it, not just in behavior, not just in image, but in frequency-bound language. This is soul scripting, not journaling, not affirmations. You're about to create an energetic identity scroll, a living document that speaks to the field with such clarity that nothing misaligns with it. You're not writing for yourself. You're writing as your new frequency self, for the grid to recognize and respond. Let's get one thing clear. Your reality doesn't respond to how you feel about yourself. It responds to the instructional signal your field emits through word, image, tone, and vibration. Words carry instruction, and your current vocabulary may still be coded with past resonance. Before you script the scroll, you must first purge outdated language. Start with this simple audit. List 10 phrases you say regularly about your life. Examples: it's always a struggle. I'm trying to figure it out. I never get it right. I'm doing my best. For each phrase, identify the vibrational tone. Is it grounded, doubtful, apologetic, delayed? Translate each into field-accurate spell language. Examples. It's always a struggle. I now operate in energetic efficiency. I'm doing my best. I act from aligned certainty. This is the warm-up. You're not fixing words. You're reclaiming broadcast authority. Now begin the scroll. The scroll has 3 movements. 1. Naming the origin frequency. You start with who you are now, but phrased as an energetic constant, not a biography. Use power phrases like, I hold the tone of. The field responds to me as, I exist as a frequency of. Don't describe your goals. Describe your signal state. Example, I hold the tone of inevitable clarity. I exist as a broadcast of anchored magnetism. This isn't poetic. This is calibration. 2. Commanding the timeline pattern. Now you script how reality organizes around you. This includes the pace of synchronicity, the texture of relationships, the intelligence of money, the mood of your environments. Use phrases like, timelines open through, money moves at the rhythm of, people read my field as. Example, money moves at the rhythm of my self-recognition. Timelines open through the grace of my voice. People read my field as a structure of high signal clarity. You're not asking, you're stating what's installed. 3. Sealing with a frequency signature. The scroll ends with a personal energetic stamp, a phrase or line that locks the new identity into place. This should be short, final, no negotiation. Examples, so it is, so it was, so I am. Locked, loaded, lived. I do not return. I only expand. Identity sealed. Timeline obeys. This becomes your field signature. You'll return to the scroll often, not to rewrite, but to read aloud into the grid. Treat it like a daily spell. Stand tall. Speak slow. Speak clear. Speak as if the grid is listening. Because it is. This script is not for your subconscious. It's for the field architecture that governs response patterns. You're not hoping to become. You are authoring the version that's already been waiting to land. And next, you'll embody this frequency. Not with words, but through movement, gesture, and energetic motion. You've scripted the spell. You've stabilized the tone. You've spoken your scroll into the field. Now the field is watching. And what it's looking for isn't just consistency. It's coherence. The way you move, stand, breathe, pause, all of it emits real-time broadcast signals. And if those signals contradict your scroll, even slightly, the field can't stabilize your timeline. This is why gesture magic is not optional. It is the bridge between thought and embodiment. It's how your future self tells the world, I'm here now, without ever needing to say a word. Let's break this down. Gesture is more than body language. Gesture is energetic syntax, motion that encodes meaning into space. In ancient magical systems, gestures, also known as mudras or symbolic postures, were treated as sacred spells, not for ritual effect, but for field alignment. Every movement your body makes emits a tone, a frequency pulse, a spatial ripple, a timeline command. Most of yours have been unconscious. Fidgeting, shrinking, pacing, slouching. They leak signal. They confuse your grid. Your job now is to install a new movement language. We begin with field mapping. Stand still. Close your eyes. Say silently, what does my current gesture field broadcast? Pay attention to where your weight is held, how your hands rest, how your chin sits, the rhythm of your breath, the way you step. Notice anything that feels defensive, hesitant, compressed, unclear. These are spell dissonances. You don't judge. You recalibrate. Now design your gesture grid. You'll create 3 categories. 1. Initiation gestures. These are motions that open timelines, activate presence, or signal energetic start. Examples: a hand sweep from heart to space, a 2-finger tap to your solar plexus, a grounded step with audible breath. Choose one that feels ritualistic but effortless. Use it when you begin a conversation, start a ritual, step into a new space. You're signaling, I've arrived. The field may now respond. 2. Sovereignty gestures. These reinforce boundary, clarity, and authority without force. Examples: palms down, hover over lap. Spinal lift with chin neutral. Stillness during listening. These say, I am not performing. I am transmitting. Use them during negotiations, teaching, silent observation, pauses between speaking. You are no longer fidgeting. You are anchoring. 3. Completion gestures. Used to close spells, seal timelines, or exit energetically. Examples: hands over heart, then outward. Foot pivot plus exhale. Clasping fingers, then release. Use them when ending conversations, leaving spaces, sealing intentions. You are signaling loop closed. No echo remains. Now practice motion mirroring from your future self. Visualize them in a room. See how they stand, walk, reach, pause. Then become them. Don't pretend. Just let your nervous system entrain to their tempo. Practice this in silence. You're not acting. You're integrating posture-based identity. The result? People treat you differently. Spaces shift when you enter. You move slower but more powerfully. You act less and manifest more, because the field reads energy, not intention. And your gestures are now broadcasting, I am who I say I am. You'll now integrate this gesture language with your scroll scripting and signal work. Before speaking aloud your soul scroll, perform your initiation gesture. Afterward, complete with your seal gesture. Over time, this trio script, gesture, and field tone becomes your casting code. It replaces effort. It replaces striving. It replaces chasing. You simply stand, speak, move, and timelines shift. And next, you'll anchor this frequency into physical objects, creating timeline artifacts that lock your new self into form. You've rewritten the scroll. You've moved as the archetype. You've felt the shift in tone, posture, and presence. But now, it's time to embed your new identity into something the field cannot ignore. Why? Because without physical anchoring, your new frequency floats, real but unstable, magnetic but fragile. Anchoring is how you lock your future self into this dimension. This is where symbolic objects come in. Rings, stones, tools, garments, tokens, codes. Not decorations, not props. Energetic witnesses. Every symbol carries signal. Every object absorbs and reflects frequencies. The old you has been anchored in random clutter. Items from past versions. Clothes bought in states of doubt. Jewelry worn in fear. You've been surrounded by unconscious echo items. Each one quietly saying, this is who you still are. Now we erase the echo and install the real. Let's walk through the process of choosing, charging, and integrating symbolic anchors. 1. Identify your archetypal codes. Your future self holds a dominant tone cluster, a set of emotional and energetic signatures that define them. Examples: sovereignty plus stillness plus clarity, magnetism plus motion plus fire, depth plus silence plus electric precision. Name yours. 3 core tones. Now, associate each with a texture, a color, a material, a shape, a temperature. This is how you translate energy into form. If electric precision feels like silver, sharp edges, and cool metal, your anchor should carry those traits. The more precise, the more powerful. 2. Select your anchor objects. Choose 1 to 3 items to represent the fusion of your tones. These can be rings, necklaces, stones, a scarf or robe, a handmade symbol, a wand, pen, or staff, an amulet or engraved object, a key, token, or crafted artifact. It must feel outside your old self's orbit, even slightly uncomfortable to the identity you've just vacated. If it's too familiar, it won't shift the field. You're not choosing fashion. You're choosing resonance. 3. Perform the charging ritual. This is where the object becomes active. Hold the object in both hands. Stand barefoot, grounded. Speak aloud. I speak now not as the one I've been, but as the one who has arrived. Breathe into the object. Then declare, you are now a symbol of. Name your frequency cluster. You are not decor. You are code. You carry the imprint of who I truly am. Now move the object across your body, slow, intentional. Feel it write the energy into your field. You're not charging the object. You're binding your new self into the grid through it. This act tells the field, hold this frequency in matter. Reflect it everywhere. Now you integrate it into daily life. Wear the object during key conversations. Hold it during spellwork or meditations. Touch it when stabilizing your field. Let it absorb your breath before big choices. Sleep with it under your pillow during high shift days. This is how symbolic anchors program the quantum environment to respond to the new you, not the echo. And when done consistently, the field starts associating the object with the frequency. Soon, all it takes is touching it, and the energy snaps back into full coherence. Now, a warning. Never keep symbolic anchors of past trauma, broken identities, or dead timelines. If you've been wearing a ring from the version of you that begged, if you've kept clothing from the era of people-pleasing, if you still use a journal full of shame loops, it must go. Clean burn. Or burial. Release with ritual. That version of you is not returning. And no anchor should call them back. You now walk with encoded presence. And as you install this external grid, the inner merge deepens. Because the future you is no longer separate. And next, the merge becomes ceremonial. The timeline collapses. The old body fades. The archetype completes installation. It's been whispering. Every ritual, every shift, every breath you've taken on this journey has been pulling your future self closer. You've dismantled echo spells. You've reprogrammed language. You've shaped your field. You've rewritten posture. You've named your tones. You've installed anchors. Now comes the moment none of that was preparation for. Because this is not practice. This is not visualization. This is the merge. Your future self, the real one, now enters your body. And from here on, nothing is theory. Everything becomes transmission. Let's prepare. You'll not need props, candles, or music. This is not theater. This is field transfer. You are creating a moment in time where the grid is instructed to replace your default identity field with the upgraded one you've summoned. Here's what to expect. A shift in breath. Pressure in the crown or back. Emotional release. Tears, laughter, stillness. Vision flashes or inner voice changes. A distinct sense of, I'm not alone in here anymore. None of these are metaphors. You are not imagining the merge. You are allowing it. The merge ritual. 1. Center. Stand still. Barefoot. Eyes closed. Spine tall. Place your symbolic anchor in your dominant hand. Say silently, I've prepared the vessel. I've cleared the static. Now I receive what's already mine. 2. Speak the future self's presence. Aloud, speak in second person, as if they are in front of you. Welcome. I recognize you. You are me fully formed. Arrived not from the future, but from alignment. Pause. Feel what stirs. Don't analyze. Just let it rise. 3. Create the merge gate. With your hands, draw an invisible vertical line in front of your body from crown to feet. Slow, deliberate. Say, this is the line that separates timeline from timeline, and I now dissolve it. Step forward through the line. As you do, breathe sharply in through the nose and land in the body. You've entered. 4. Seal the merge. Place both hands over your chest. Speak. I accept this identity. I walk as this energy, and I do not return to what I never was. Then tap your solar plexus 3 times and say, installed, anchored, active. From this moment, your behaviors will begin to shift without effort. You'll notice Choices that used to feel impossible now feel natural. Conversations change tone. People feel the frequency. Your environment reflects back your new pattern with stunning speed. You experience remembering actions you've never done because your future self was already doing them. Integration is not passive. You must maintain coherence. The old self will not try to return, but echo patterns may test your signal. Don't fight them. Recognize the signal drop. Pause. Touch your anchor. Say, stabilizing the merge. Reverting to code. This reminds the field. This is the true signal. You've done what few ever do. You've merged identity not through years of linear change, but through ritual precision and field entrainment. You are now a different signal entirely. Your tone, your eye contact, your magnetism, your voice, your presence, all carry the signature of the activated self. And what's next? The quantum folds, the timeline collapses, and you enter the most potent threshold of them all. The collapse point where all false timelines fall, and only your truth remains. It begins subtly. A conversation feels out of place. A memory no longer resonates. A pattern you swore was yours suddenly feels distant, like it belonged to someone else. You're not disassociating. You're experiencing the collapse. This isn't breakdown. This is field recalibration. The moment you completed the merge with your future self, a command was sent into the grid. Disassemble all timelines incompatible with this new identity. This moment is the collapse point. Time doesn't move forward anymore. It bends. Inward. Downward. Through you. It is folding around your new signal. And your job? Let it. Let's break this open. Your life until now has operated as a collection of entangled threads. Patterns inherited through lineage. Identities shaped by trauma. Choices made in survival. Realities built on noise. You've navigated them brilliantly, but they weren't you. They were loops, ghosts, programs, echoes. And because you've now merged with a clean, coded identity, the field no longer supports those entanglements. So you'll start seeing and feeling sudden disinterest in old conversations, mental blankness around certain stories, emotional neutrality where there used to be pain, people reacting to you differently, sometimes with discomfort. This is the collapse doing its job. It's deleting the echo. Now, here's the part most miss. The collapse isn't just energetic. It's architectural. Time is not linear. It's structural, and your signal is the architect. When you change your signal, like you just did, timelines that used to be real become non-existent. They have no foundation anymore, and what was once hard becomes irrelevant. This may look like a job offer disappearing because it belonged to the old self, a former relationship no longer returning your texts, a plan falling apart without cause. You might be tempted to panic. Don't. That's the old timeline trying to reassert through your nervous system. Instead, say aloud, collapse acknowledged. Field reset in my name. This grounds the shift. You're not losing anything. You're stabilizing the new architecture. You'll notice one of the most fascinating phenomena next. Memory restructure. It may appear like not being able to remember certain phases of life, recalling events differently with new emotional context, feeling like you never lived through certain stories. This is not confusion. This is grid alignment. Your field is retroactively adjusting the signal history of your identity. The past isn't changing. Your relationship to it is dissolving. Only the memories that support the new self remain emotionally accessible. Everything else becomes energetic noise. To stabilize the collapse point, use the following practice daily. Collapse Affirmation Protocol. Each morning, upon waking, speak these 3 phrases aloud. My current identity erases all timelines that do not match it. My field is closed to echoes, loops, or outdated signal replays. I recognize all strange shifts as alignment, not loss. Then breathe. Feel your body settle. This anchors coherence at the neurological level. You're not just spiritualizing the merge, you're biologically integrating it. Your brain, Body, breath, and posture are receiving the same update your field already accepted. Most important of all, do not reach back. You will be tempted subtly to re-explain yourself to people. Return to old habits to prove you've changed. Compromise your new tone to avoid discomfort. This fractures the new signal. You don't need to convince anyone. Your presence is the new spell. If they don't see it, they're not meant to. They belong to the timeline that just collapsed. Let them go. Let the pattern break. Let the signal hold. This is the collapse point. Your past is no longer active. Your field is no longer available to the noise. And next, you'll ritualize this phase with a full body, full field activation. The quantum self-activation ceremony. This isn't a meditation. This isn't a visualization. This is the moment where all prior ritual, scripting, merging, and collapsing culminates in a single field act. The quantum self-activation. You are not accessing this self. You are becoming it on command, in full body synchronization with your environment, your energy, and your timeline structure. This ceremony installs your quantum self not just into your awareness, but into your field permanently. From this point forward, the energetic version of you that used to be a possibility becomes your baseline identity. Let's prepare. There is no required altar. No need for specific music or candles. The field doesn't respond to props. It responds to clarity. Before beginning, create space where you won't be interrupted. Silence is key. Not for you, for the field to receive your final signature clearly. Take a moment to stand or sit in total stillness. Let your eyes soften. Let your breath deepen. Let your nervous system slow down. You are not relaxing. You are entering the casting field. Begin the ceremony. Speak aloud. I acknowledge the architecture of self I now inhabit. All prior versions are now released with gratitude. I am not changing. I am activating. Then stand tall. Place one hand on your chest, the other on your lower abdomen. Let breath move between them, slowly, deeply. You are syncing upper and lower frequency centers. This is not about chakras. This is about internal coherence. Now speak. Quantum self, you are not separate. You are who I now become. This moment is not a metaphor. This moment is real. Now raise both arms out wide, palms facing forward. This is the field alignment posture. Say, grid, I instruct you. Respond to this identity. Hold this frequency. Collapse all contradiction. Feel your arms. Don't hold tension. Don't act. Just let the energy pulse through. This is a full field declaration. You're not asking. You're commanding. Now, bring both hands into a triangle shape in front of your heart. Thumbs and index fingers touching. This is the activation seal. Speak. This symbol represents integration. This body now operates as my true frequency vessel. I am now broadcasting quantum self into all timelines. Visualize or sense. A pulse extending outward from your heart through the triangle. This is not imagination. This is a signature code being sent to the grid. A declaration that your new signal is now stabilized. Hold the posture. 3 breaths. Let your chest vibrate with presence. Now, complete the ceremony. Clasp your hands behind your back. Stand still. Eyes closed. Mouth closed. This is the lock-in phase. Say silently, no part of me returns. Every cell now remembers who I truly am. Let your mind be quiet. Let thought suspend. Let breath fall into stillness. You are now not thinking. You are receiving. If words, images, or emotions arise, receive them as code. Don't interpret. Just let them land. After 2 to 3 minutes, or when the field feels settled, open your eyes slowly. Do not rush to speak. Sit or stand silently for a few minutes. The world will feel slightly different. You may feel heavier in the body, lighter in the chest, more present than usual, disoriented but aware, slightly outside of time. This is field reorientation. It is normal. It is sacred. It will stabilize. Over the next 72 hours, you'll notice increased clarity in language, emotional neutrality in triggers, magnetic interactions without effort, synchronicities accelerating, people reacting as if you've changed. This is activation in action. The ceremony is not an event. It's a frequency command that rewrites how your field interacts with space, time, and others. You're not just someone with higher consciousness now. You're the one writing the new timeline framework. Next, you'll learn how to protect and stabilize this identity as it settles in your nervous system and becomes your walking, talking, breathing baseline. You've cast the identity. You've collapsed the timelines. You've activated the quantum self. Now comes the part that most ignore, and yet, it's the part that determines whether the change lasts or fades. This is the recalibration phase. You don't need to work on anything here. You need to let the new pattern land, to allow your nervous system to absorb what the field has already declared true. Because the most dangerous moment is not before the shift, it's after. Why? Because this is where the old you tries to pretend it still exists. Not consciously, not loudly, but subtly, through habits, reactions, micro-decisions, posture, tone, and breath. And if you don't recognize this energetic flicker, it can reinstate the outdated self. You won't regress, but you'll delay full embodiment. Let's make sure that doesn't happen. First, understand what recalibration is. It's your biology catching up to your energetic instruction. It happens in waves. Emotion. Your system starts feeling new baseline patterns. Behavior. New choices emerge without effort. Thought. Internal language simplifies. Body. Physical energy aligns with the new timeline. But if you rush this or confuse it for a plateau, you'll interrupt the install. This is not a void. This is the landing zone. Let's treat it that way. Here's how to hold the tone through recalibration. 1. Set a 72-hour silence zone. After your activation, you must resist the urge to explain, analyze, or externalize what you've just done. Do not journal excessively. Do not share the merge with people to process it. Do not ask for validation. These are subtle grasps from the old frequency structure trying to secure its place. For 72 hours, no self-analysis, minimal inner dialogue, no seeking, just being. Let the new self speak first through reality. What happens in this window determines how deeply the field integrates your new code. 2. Micro-tracking the signal. You're going to notice strange flickers. Things like a thought you didn't expect, a strong emotional impulse, anger, grief, doubt, a weird craving for something you'd already released. These aren't you. They're residue signals from old self-constructs floating through your nervous system. When they arise, simply say, "Not mine anymore." That's a file being deleted. Signal unrecognized by current architecture. Don't push them away. Don't spiritualize them. Just mark them and let them pass. It's like your field is sweeping out the corners. Let the sweep complete. 3. Anchor the new tone daily. Repetition is not about discipline. It's about harmonic entrainment. To support your recalibration, choose one short ritual and repeat it daily for 10 days post-activation. Examples: reading your identity scroll aloud, speaking a mantra like stabilized, installed, active, sitting in your anchor gesture for 3 minutes, breathing through your core tone cluster each morning. You're telling the nervous system, this is home now. Soon, the body stops scanning for old signal input. This is where coherence hardens. 4. Protect the merge from external disruption. You will be tested. The world will offer you moments to compromise. Someone might pull you into an old dynamic. An opportunity might arrive that tempts your former identity. A voice in your head might say, "That's not who you really are." These are not tests from the universe. They are resonance mismatches collapsing into awareness so they can leave. The only thing to do is respond from the quantum self, not the echo. Say, "That doesn't match my field. I choose to remain coherent." No re-entry granted. The more neutral you are, the faster it all dissolves. The field is watching. Are you the one you just installed or not? Choose accordingly. This recalibration phase will end when you wake up with no doubt, feel your body resting in a new signal, no longer hear echoes at all, move without reference to the past. At that point, the merge becomes unchallenged, and you're no longer sustaining the future self, you are it. And what comes next? You live it, and let reality catch up. You've done what many never realize is possible. You've not just aligned with a higher version of yourself. You've installed it, merged with it, spoken from it, moved from it, scripted it, anchored it, activated it, and stabilized it. Now comes the phase that turns all this from internal transformation into external confirmation. You don't wait for change. You don't hope the field notices. You simply live as the future you, and let reality adjust accordingly. Because it will. It has to. Reality doesn't respond to desire. It responds to identity broadcast. And your signal has changed. Let's understand this stage. You're not trying to live as your future self. You already are. The only delay is in the field catching up. Timelines, people, opportunities, outcomes, they still carry lag. That lag time is where most people sabotage. They look around and say, "Why isn't it working yet? Maybe I imagined the shift. I need to do more." No, you need to continue broadcasting coherence. The field must reflect what you stabilize, but it reflects it at the speed of certainty, not effort. So how do you stay in your future self-identity without wavering, even as reality lags? Let's install that pattern now. 1. Reality is feedback, not proof. Stop treating external outcomes as proof you've changed. Start treating them as mirrors of past signal inertia. When something shows up that feels off, say, "This is a reflection of an echo I've already erased." It's lag, not evidence. You're not triggered. You're observing a delay line. Keep walking in alignment. Reality must reorient. It cannot not. 2. Decide that your frequency is uninterruptible. From this point on, your job isn't to manifest harder. It's to refuse distortion. If a person challenges your new boundaries, hold them. If a fear thought arises, respond as your quantum self would. If an old opportunity returns, ask, "Does this reflect who I now am?" That's it. You don't react. You respond from the field tone. This is not stoicism. It's field fidelity. And the more you remain unfazed by distortion, the faster it drops away. 3. Choose only from the identity, not the options. When new opportunities appear, don't weigh them by logic alone. Ask, "Would my quantum self even consider this?" If the answer is no, don't touch it. This might feel radical, but you're no longer choosing from a buffet of timelines. You're only choosing what your frequency already matches. No more settling. No more trying to see what happens. You are not experimenting. You are executing frequency-aligned outcomes. 4. Lock in the feedback loop. Once a new, aligned external response appears, however small, mark it. Say, "This is reality responding to my new self. I receive it fully." This anchors it as part of your new signal field. The field will respond faster from that point forward. Reality loves acknowledgement. The more you recognize when it obeys your signal, the more quickly it aligns. It's not reward. It's response. You are the cause. Reality is the looped echo. You're no longer becoming. You are being. And that means every decision, every word, every move is either an echo breaker or an echo reinforcer. You don't need to ask if you're doing it right. You'll know because life starts feeling frictionless. Not perfect, not without challenge, but non-resistant. And that's how you know. The future you is no longer in the future. They've taken the seat. And now, we ensure that no echoes remain by doing the final cleanse, removing timeline static, echo ghosts, and energetic residue for good. You've merged. You've recalibrated. You're walking as your quantum self. But there's one more force that needs to be cleared. Not because it's strong, but because it's subtle. It doesn't shout. It hums. It's the background noise of old timelines still echoing faintly, like static over a clear signal. That static? It's invisible until you move fast. It doesn't block your path. It just distorts the way forward if left unchecked. This is timeline static, and you're about to clean it permanently. So what is timeline static? It's not emotion. It's not trauma. It's not sabotage. It's residual frequency debris from identities you've already outgrown. Think of it as patterns of doubt attached to now non-existent outcomes. Sensory imprints from old energetic environments. Lingering loops in the nervous system that haven't caught up to your new broadcast. Half-collapsed intentions you forgot you ever cast. These aren't powerful, they're leftover scripts still running in quiet corners of your field. They confuse your signal just enough to delay clarity and cause blip distortions in your manifestation momentum. You're encountering static when you feel a sudden drop in certainty with no emotional trigger. You experience slight déjà vu in conversations or choices. You get tired after energetically clean days. You say something aligned and immediately doubt it. You think, this feels like old me, but I know it isn't anymore. These are not personal flaws. They're glitches caused by unresolved broadcast artifacts. Let's neutralize them. Step 1. Identify static threads. Sit still. Close your eyes. Say aloud, show me the static fields still leaking in my reality. Wait, let imagery, memory flashes, or abstract sensations arise. Don't interpret them. Just track the tone of each. Does it feel incomplete? Is it tethered to an identity? Does it belong to a choice you abandoned but never neutralized? Write each one down in short form. That job I wanted but rejected. Old version of me trying to be liked. Desire I suppressed in fear of being seen. Timeline where I was always waiting. You're not judging them. You're cataloging debris. Step 2. Command their collapse. Once you have your list, speak each one aloud and neutralize it. I revoke my signal from this timeline. It is no longer recognized by my field. The static is now cleared. The structure is dissolved. I only sustain what I consciously code. Do this for each. You are not releasing emotions, you are clearing frequency structures. This is energetic surgery. Step 3. Run the static cleanse protocol. Each morning for the next 7 days, perform this short ritual. Stand in a neutral position. Breathe deeply 3 times. Say aloud, any and all static timelines, echo identities, and residual field clutter are now cleared. I accept only clarity. I walk only clean code. Then swipe both hands down the front of your body, like you're wiping invisible noise from your skin. Feel it land. You'll feel lighter immediately, more present, less questioned by invisible forces. Static doesn't fight. It clings. Once it sees you've left the old loop, it simply waits for re-entry. But when you declare it dissolved, it has no structure to survive in. This is how you ensure no repeat loops, no field fog, no misfires in manifestation. It's not that your future self is being tested. It's that the echoes need to be dismissed. Now that your field is clear, we must find and remove the source of static that often lingers deeper than field distortion. The old selves still haunting the grid. You've cleared the static, but something still flickers in the background. Faint, yet familiar. It's not a thought. It's not a voice. It's not a belief. It's a presence. That presence is an echo self, an outdated identity fragment still trying to collapse into now. Not because it has power, because it was never properly dismissed. This is what we call the echo spell, and it must be broken completely, or else it becomes a recurring filter on your reality. Let's decode the echo spell. Whenever you evolve, the parts of you that were based in survival, performative protection, or outdated belief systems don't always deactivate immediately. Some parts anchor to emotional memory, especially moments of intensity. If those fragments remain undissolved, they continue broadcasting as micropatterns of identity. This is what causes repeating dreams of old versions, random self-doubt at strange moments, habitual thoughts that no longer feel aligned but still show up, emotional flashbacks that don't match your current frequency. They're not yours anymore. They're ghost signals. And unless you collapse their code, they keep influencing your field. Here's how to identify which echoes are still live. Ask yourself, if I were to fully live as my quantum self right now, which past versions of me would panic? Wait, let the answers come. You might hear, the me who was afraid of being seen, the me who needed validation, the me who only acted after permission, the me who confused peace with silence. These are not just memories. They are active identity imprints still playing under your new signal. Time to interrupt the spell. The echo break ritual. Do this alone. Do it out loud. Light a candle or focus on a single point. Anything that helps direct your presence. Speak the following. To all versions of me still lingering in fields I no longer occupy, you are seen. You are appreciated. You are now released. Then continue. Your role is complete. Your echo ends here. This field now belongs to the sovereign signal of my true identity. Now, close your eyes and visualize those selves stepping back into light. You don't need to force it. Just observe the field shifting. This is not fantasy. This is how the grid receives termination commands. Final words. No version of me precedes this one. I revoke all echo permissions from my nervous system and energetic body. The spell is broken. The field is mine again. Blow out the candle or complete the focus point with a full-body exhale. You have closed the echo loop. You may feel emotional after this. That's not regression, it's release. When the echo spell breaks, residual emotion often rises and clears within 24 to 48 hours. Treat this as detox. Drink water. Stay grounded. Speak aloud often. No echo remains. I am fully current. What happens next? Your manifestations accelerate. Because the grid is no longer confused about who you are. No more double signals. No more shadow casting. No more whispering doubts from a self that died long ago. You've turned off the broadcast. Fully. And next, we map and silence the last stubborn layer. The ghost sounds. The emotional audio loops. The sonic imprints of identities still trying to echo back. Next, we begin echo mapping, the process of tracking the sound print of your stuck timelines and deleting them using sound, voice, and intentional silence. You've dismissed the echo identities. You've revoked their permissions, but you still feel a low buzz in the background, a vibration that doesn't belong to the self you've become. That's because echo fragments don't just operate as identity glitches, they persist as sound prints. A sound print is the vibrational memory of a loop timeline. It's the frequency residue of thoughts you've outgrown, spoken words that held you in contraction, or emotional states that carved repetition grooves into your nervous system. And unlike beliefs, which fade with awareness, sound prints persist in space until they're consciously tracked and dismantled. This is echo mapping. It's how you find the hum before it becomes a scream. So how do you know a stuck timeline is still echoing in sound? Look for signs like you hear your own voice internally repeating thoughts you no longer believe. Certain phrases, lyrics, or sounds trigger unexpected heaviness or hesitation. You replay past conversations in your mind without choosing to. Your inner monologue still uses vocabulary from a self you've already outgrown. These aren't memories. They're vibrational loops that continue to run as low-volume programs in your field. And as long as they remain untracked, they distort your magnetism, just enough to blur the clarity of your future-aligned signal. Time to map them. The Echo Sound Print Audit. Take 15 minutes alone in stillness. No music, no talking, no distractions. Then begin with this prompt. Show me the recurring sound of the timeline I've already exited. You're not asking for a scene. You're listening for tone, volume, phrase, rhythm, sound texture. You might hear it as an internal voice, an old sentence that won't go away, a song lyric stuck in your head, or even a specific silence that feels heavy. Write each one down, no matter how strange. You're building your map of stuck frequency loops. Your list might look like, you're not ready yet. What will they think? Don't mess this up. That old friend's laugh that always made you shrink. A moment of silence during a rejection that still rings. These are your soundprint anchors. Each one corresponds to a timeline you've already collapsed, but whose audio signature remains stored in your system. Now that you've tracked the soundprints, we begin the real work, disrupting their structure. This isn't about overriding them with positivity. It's about using your voice, tone, and command to rewrite the grid. Here's the first method. Frequency interruption statement. Choose one echo phrase from your list. Say it aloud once in a neutral tone. You're not ready yet. Then immediately follow with, that phrase belongs to a dead timeline. It is no longer recognized by my signal. Its tone has no authority in this field. Neutralized, deleted, closed. Then repeat the original phrase but in a distorted, exaggerated, or reversed way. Example, yet ready not no. You're scrambling the vibrational thread so it can no longer loop. End with, the soundprint is now unrecoverable. The timeline is sealed. Repeat this with each phrase one at a time. This isn't emotional work, it's auditory code deletion. You are now reprogramming the acoustic fabric of your quantum field. This is some of the most advanced manifestation protection you can perform, because it silences spells you didn't know you were still casting. Once complete, sit in total silence for 3 minutes. Don't fill it. Listen for the echo. If it tries to return, speak. This silence now replaces the soundprint. My frequency is clean. You'll feel the field settle. You've just rewritten the script not with thought but with sound. And next, we magnify that disruption by using sacred sound intentionally, in the void chanting process. Now that you've mapped the echo soundprints and scrambled their signatures, it's time to take the process deeper. We're not just canceling loops. We're installing an energetic firewall so that old vibrational patterns don't try to reassert themselves. This is done through void chanting. Void chanting is not about music, rhythm, or vocal perfection. It's about using primal sound to shatter loop frequency, seal grid breaches, and prevent future echo resonance. You're not just chanting. You're speaking into the quantum substrate, into the space before thought, and issuing a command to silence all incoherence. So what is the void? The void isn't emptiness. It's the silence before form, the space where reality listens, the pause where the spell is heard and made law. When you chant into the void, you bypass logic, emotion, even identity. You send vibration into the place where timelines originate and declare, no more from that signal, ever. Void chanting is how you collapse loops without needing to understand them. It bypasses the story and attacks the structure. Preparing for void chanting. Stand upright or sit with a straight spine. Hands relaxed, jaw loose. Breathe deeply and slowly. Eyes may be closed or half-lidded. The goal is internal focus, not vision. Now, identify the loop you want to close. Not the thought, the tone. Feel it in your throat or chest. Name it. Shame loop. Unworthiness echo. Doubt resonance. You don't need the details. Just the frequency category. Now begin the chant. The void chant technique. Chant this aloud, letting the sound rise from deep in your diaphragm. Ka, shum. Each syllable targets a vibrational structure. Ka equals cuts identity tethers. Raa equals clears signal memory. Shum equals seals field breach. Repeat this 7 times in one cycle. Let the tone be primal, not musical. Feel the pressure shift as you reach the 3rd or 4th round. Let your voice quiver if it wants. Let breath adjust naturally. You are not performing. You are shattering resonance. After 7 rounds, pause. Then say, loop broken, void sealed, sound withdrawn. You've now collapsed the energetic instruction at its root. What remains is pure potential. Silence. Reset space. Bonus. Personalized void tone. If a certain loop keeps trying to reassert, and it has a unique soundprint you can't unhear, craft a personal void tone. Here's how. Take the phrase or sound that loops. Reverse it phonetically, e.g., I'm not enough becomes huff on might. Turn it into a chant with no linguistic meaning. Speak it slowly 9 times while focusing on the throat. Then seal it with, "This sound now contains no timeline." You're nullifying the loop by owning the sound and stripping it of meaning. No fear. No resistance. Only deletion. Why does this work? Because the quantum field is organized by vibrational architecture, not narrative. If your nervous system keeps repeating a tone, no matter how unconscious, the field assumes it's still active. Void chanting interrupts that pattern with unrecognized frequency, which forces the field to reset. You're not masking the loop. You're unmaking it. When do you use void chanting? When you feel an old loop flare up. After a triggering event that tries to rehook you. Before a ritual where you need a clean field. Whenever silence alone isn't enough to stop the background frequency. This is your sonic purification ritual. It doesn't require understanding. Only intention, sound, and will. And once your field is clean, next we begin the light work. Literal light. You'll soon transmute the remaining residue using light grids, elemental radiance that dissolves echo data at the level of photonic code. You've shattered the sound, silenced the echoes, closed the loops with command and tone. But one layer remains, the imprint. It's not an idea, not an emotion, not even a memory. It's a subtle energetic shadow that lingers in the field, like heat that remains after a fire is out. This is where light becomes your final alchemist. Light isn't just illumination. It's code. Every beam, pulse, and flicker carries a frequency instruction. And when you channel that instruction into your energetic grid with intention, it does what words, thought, and sound cannot. It dissolves the imprint layer of old timelines. This is the art of light gridding. Let's clarify, what is a light grid? It's not a visual map. It's a photonic network, a self-constructed, frequency-based framework of luminous instruction that seals ruptured fields, dissolves residual density, locks in new identity tones, prevents echo reentry, enhances magnetic stability. When you activate a light grid, you are rewiring your auric structure with light, effectively saying, "Only this frequency may run through me from now on." And that's the final spellbreaker. Constructing your first light grid. Start with this premise. You are the node. The grid forms around you. Stand or sit comfortably in a quiet space. Dim lights or be near natural light if possible. But it isn't required, your intent powers the photonic command. Close your eyes and breathe into your chest. On every exhale, imagine particles of light leaving your body and forming a lattice in the air around you. Not lines, not images. Lattice, a web, structured, intelligent, responsive. Speak aloud. I now activate the elemental radiance of my light grid. This grid seals my field. It transmits clarity. It blocks echo reentry. All shadow imprints now dissolve in this radiant matrix. Breathe again, but this time imagine the lattice tightening into a glowing sphere. This is not visualization. It's commanded embodiment. You're creating an actual energetic firewall made of light. What happens next? Your field stabilizes. Echo patterns lose their place to land. You'll feel instant clarity, physical warmth, emotional neutrality, a sharp inner silence that feels clean instead of empty. You've just coated your field with photonic integrity, and it continues running in the background like a firewall until you shift your frequency consciously. To maintain the light grid, reactivate it each morning with a single breath plus intention. Speak your core phrase, "Only clarity runs through me." Your body will begin to feel anchored by light. You won't need to clear energy because there will be nothing left to clear. You'll begin noticing distortions in others more quickly, and more importantly, you'll know they don't belong to you. This is spell sovereignty. You can also use the light grid as a reactive tool when energy feels murky. If you're in a conversation that feels heavy, or you're navigating uncertainty, silently activate the grid. Field. Enforce the radiant filter now. It immediately filters external static through your light matrix, letting only coherence in. This is energetic filtration in real time. Over time, you can expand the grid into other spaces. Your home, a sacred object, a creative project, your digital presence. Just speak. Let the light grid extend to this space. Let it mirror my clarity. Let it block all distortion. You've now turned space into spell. The light grid isn't just defense. It's manifestation reinforcement. Because when you're radiating pure signal from a photonic lattice of coherence, the grid doesn't question you. It reflects you. You've used sound to dismantle echoes. Now you've used light to purify the field. One element remains: forgiveness. But not the kind you've been taught. This is forgiveness as frequency unbinding, a complete break with resonance contracts that bind you to past versions of yourself. You've cleared the echoes, silenced the sound prints, coated your field with elemental light. And still, there's one chord that lingers. It's not energetic. It's not mental. It's emotional entanglement. Forgiveness is often framed as virtue. But in the quantum field, it's not morality, it's frequency liberation. Because every time you hold emotional resonance with a past wound, even unconsciously, you're still broadcasting a connection point to the timeline where that wound formed. And that timeline keeps looping because you haven't told it. Your frequency no longer has my consent. Forgiveness isn't letting go. It's revoking the energetic bond that's still draining clarity from your field. Let's be specific. Unforgiven moments act like tethered anchors in your field. Not because they hold power, but because they remain open portals. Portals that still broadcast. I should have said something. They still owe me. It wasn't fair. I don't understand why it happened. Each of those frequencies contains a subtle contract that keeps you entangled with a version of you that already ended. And every time you mentally revisit those loops, you re-sign the contract. Time to tear it up, energetically. Frequency unbinding protocol. Sit alone, eyes closed, hands over your solar plexus. Speak aloud. Show me the moment I still haven't energetically unbound from. Let the moment arise, not as memory, but as tone. You'll feel it. The drop, the knot, the heat. That's your signal. Now say, I call forth the frequency of this contract. I witness it without story. I name it without blame. This frequency is not who I am. I now unbind. Take 3 deep breaths. On each exhale, speak. Release. Then disconnect. Then nullify. You've just severed the resonance. Not from them, but from you. Now comes the alchemical part. Place your right hand on your heart. Left hand on the back of your neck. Say, I forgive myself for binding my frequency to that version of me. I am free from that resonance. That moment no longer exists in my broadcast. Final words. All timelines carrying this contract are now collapsed. All energy invested in that story returns to me now. Fully, cleanly, permanently. Then sit in stillness. Feel the return. Not peace, not bliss, neutrality. That's how you know it worked. This is not a one-time ritual. You will use forgiveness as unbinding whenever a past event pops up emotionally out of context. You feel a spike of guilt, shame, regret, or anger. Someone else's behavior makes you relive a moment you've already processed. You realize you're still carrying part of someone who doesn't live in your now. Remember, forgiveness is not for them. You're not blessing anyone. You're releasing the agreement to match the resonance of a version of you that can't exist anymore. It's energetic treason to the old self. And that's sacred. Once unbound, that energy, the emotion, attention, and frequency tied up in the loop returns to your field. And you'll feel it as new power, unexpected relief, instant timeline acceleration, absence of inner noise, a sense of arriving fully in the present. That's not catharsis. That's field consolidation. You've reclaimed signal. And what do we do with reclaimed signal? We stabilize it. Next, we move to final field detachment, cutting cords across time, space, versions, and identities through detachment magic, a radical practice of sealing the field permanently. You've revoked echo spells. You've collapsed stuck sound prints. You've forgiven and unbound emotional resonance. But there's one layer left, the invisible tethers. These are the cords that cross timelines, energetic attachments not just to people, but to outcomes, decisions, identities, and alternate versions of you still suspended in the quantum field. These cords don't always feel dramatic. They can even feel nostalgic. But make no mistake, they are access points. And every time you mentally revisit a what if, dwell in, I wonder what could have happened, or even feel sympathy for a version of you who didn't evolve, you're tugging on that cord, and that tug sends a signal back into the grid. You may not go fully back, but your field opens, and the field responds. That's why we must now cut these cords. All of them, with precision, with ceremony, with finality. This is detachment magic. Not indifference, not disassociation, not emotional bypass. True detachment means no energetic residue, no signal reentry, no multidimensional leakage. Let's begin with the truth. You are simultaneously connected to all versions of you that still hold emotional gravity. This means timelines where you failed, timelines where you settled, timelines where you betrayed your truth, timelines where you waited, shrank, or vanished. As long as those cords remain active, even passively, you are splitting your frequency. You are broadcasting as a multi-signal channel. And the field can only fully collapse reality around you when the signal is singular. Now that you've become the quantum self, now that you've done the merge, installed the tone, and shattered the echo, you must complete the merge by sealing off all exits. The cord cut ritual. This is not symbolic. It's literal at the field level. Stand still, feet grounded, eyes closed, arms relaxed at your sides. Say aloud, show me the cords still connecting me to alternate selves and expired timelines. Pause. Feel. You may experience tension in certain body parts, pulling at the back, solar plexus, throat, or crown. Emotional flickers. A faint outline of someone or something you used to be. Do not analyze. You are scanning for tether signals. Once you sense the cords, speak with clear authority. I am no longer available to sustain energetic contracts with any version of me that contradicts my current identity field. I now remove all cords of resonance across all timelines, dimensions, and identity structures. As you say this, swipe both hands across your body, one top to bottom, the other front to back. This act tells the grid, there is no access point here anymore. Personalized detachment magic. Now identify 3 things you've been struggling to release. Examples: the business that failed, the version of me who waited for others to validate me, the outcome I secretly still hope happens differently. For each say, this moment, this version, this outcome, I now unbind from your gravity. I no longer match your resonance. You have no voice in this field. Then use this gesture. One open hand, close it like a gate and swipe downward. That's your closure seal. Do this for each until you feel release. You are cutting cords not from the people or events, but from the resonance echo that remained. You are declaring, this self is complete. That self is over. This field belongs to the signal I now embody. Cord cutting isn't rejection. It's claiming a clean channel. From this point on, every thought must match the tone you've installed. Every conversation must originate from your aligned archetype. Every opportunity must respond to your declared timeline. No exceptions. No distortions. You are not severing love. You are severing confusion. You are not disconnecting from life. You are reclaiming the broadcast. And what happens next? We finalize the integration using the most powerful elemental tool available, water. Water that listens. Water that remembers. Water that, when coded, becomes spell. You've cut the cords. You've severed the echoes. You've removed access points to expired timelines. Now comes the moment of final elemental reset. The last transmutation of residue, imprint, and emotional memory. And for that, we use the most intelligent element in your immediate environment. Water. Water is more than substance. It's a carrier of frequency memory. It records sound. It absorbs intention. It mirrors tone. And most importantly, programs your body from the inside. You are made of water, and every spell you've ever cast, whether with words, thoughts, or silence, has been written into that internal ocean. The water coding ritual is how we rewrite the entire field. Not by thinking, speaking, or imagining, but by drinking, anointing, and absorbing coded water as energetic software. Step 1. Prepare your spell water. Choose clean, structured, or filtered water. Room temperature is ideal. Place it in a clear glass container, nothing colored or branded. Hold the container in both hands. Close your eyes. Speak your base coding phrase aloud. This water is now a mirror of my purified frequency. It holds no memory but the one I assign it now. Pause. Feel the water. Then continue. I now code this water with the tones of state your current identity, sovereign presence, quantum coherence, magnetic stillness, oracle frequency, archetype embodiment. Name your tone cluster. Speak it into the water, slowly, clearly, with absolute certainty. Then breathe into the water 3 times. Hold. Seal. Step 2. Anoint the body. Dip your fingers in the water. Touch these 3 points. Third eye, center of forehead, heart center, solar plexus. As you do, speak. These portals now absorb only this frequency. My thought, my love, my will, aligned. Feel your system respond, often with chills, pressure release, or deep stillness. You've just begun the install. Step 3. Drink the spell. Pick up the water. Hold it before your mouth. Speak aloud. I now internalize the frequency I've just spoken. This becomes my hydration field. This becomes my signal source. Drink slowly. Do not gulp. With every sip, imagine the water writing code into your cells. This is not placebo. This is instruction. Water holds structure. And now you hold the water. Step 4. Seal the field. Once finished, place your hands over your abdomen. Speak. The field is now flushed of emotional distortion. Only this frequency remains. Pause. Breathe. Then say, my body is spell. My blood is code. My water is truth. Feel it anchor. You've now rewritten your inner ocean. Every emotional residue that once remained, gone. Every old memory that once looped, flushed. Every trace of incoherent imprint, overwritten. Repeat this ritual daily for 3 days if you're still stabilizing. Otherwise, use it after emotional processing, before major manifestation work, after cutting cords. Anytime you feel energetic residue in the body, water becomes your frequency maintenance system. It reminds the field, this is the signal, this is the self, this is the timeline. And now you've stabilized the full identity loop. What remains is ascension, vibrational, tonal, neurological. Next, you will climb the frequency ladder, the 7 tones of manifestation encoded in thought, emotion, and cellular expression. You've cleared, you've rewritten, you've sealed. Now you rise, not metaphorically, not spiritually, vibrationally, tonally, deliberately, because your frequency is the key to the realm you walk into. Let's speak this plainly. Reality does not respond to effort. It responds to resonance. Every realm of success, love, clarity, creativity, wealth, power is a frequency band. An entry into that band is not earned. It's matched. The moment you become the tone of the realm opens. Not gradually, not eventually, immediately. And the only thing that ever kept you out? Your signal said, I'm close, but not yet. That changes now. First, what is frequency in this context? It's not just emotion. It's not just thought. Frequency is your composite broadcast tone, the combined vibration of emotional state, nervous system regulation, thought structure, somatic texture, intention clarity, identity signature. It's the full body, full mind, full field tone you emit without trying. It's the atmosphere you carry into a room, the nonverbal language of who you are before you speak. and that tone either matches a desired realm, or it doesn't. The universe doesn't block you. You either resonate or you don't. Let's examine the mechanics. Every realm of experience, yes, every single one, exists within a vibrational architecture. That means peace has a frequency, wealth has a frequency, genius has a frequency, power, magic, expansion, all structured by tone. If you've been seeking a reality that hasn't landed yet, it's not because it's unavailable. It's because your access tone is misaligned. So now we stop chasing outcomes, and we tune the field, the frequency access test. Ask yourself, what reality do I say I want, but still feel foreign inside my body? Write it down. Now ask, what feeling would I need to carry all day to match that reality as my default? Don't guess. Feel it. Is it calm power? Magnetic ease? Sharp clarity? Sovereign joy? Whatever it is, that's your target tone. And once named, you're no longer looking for signs. You're becoming the passcode. Now speak. This tone is now the law of my field. If I do not match it, I pause. If I forget it, I return. If I embody it, the realm obeys. Simple, precise, non-negotiable. Let's go deeper. Every decision you make, from what you wear to what you say yes to how you breathe in conflict, either reinforces your frequency or distorts it. This is why working on your mindset isn't enough. You can't outthink your tone. You must install it into your voice, eyes, posture, breath, choices, digital presence, thought rhythm, sleep patterns. It must become reflexive. Only then does the field collapse around your signal. How do you sustain high frequency without crashing? By maintaining consistency, not intensity. That's what we deliver next. The 7-tone architecture of manifestational sound climbing. A structured pathway to rising tone by tone into the vibration where your desired world becomes default. You now understand that frequency is your passkey, your realm opener, your signature in the quantum lock. But knowledge alone isn't integration. You must climb the ladder, not metaphorically, energetically. There are 7 tones your field must cycle through and lock into to enter full manifestation coherence. Each one builds on the last. Each one holds a specific vibrational pattern that modifies your field, expands your bandwidth, and sharpens your magnetism. Together, they form the frequency ladder. Let's walk it, rung by rung. Tone 1, neutral ground. Before any rise, you must stabilize. This is the tone of non-reactivity, breath awareness, field neutrality. It's where your nervous system isn't hyped or collapsed. Say aloud, I match nothing until I choose. This tone strips away inherited emotions, collective interference, and past echoes. Only here can you hear your actual frequency. Practice. Inhale 4 counts. Hold 4 counts. Exhale 4 counts. Repeat until calm clarity. Then, move up. Tone 2, emotional coherence. Here, you sync your heart and thought frequencies. Coherence doesn't mean control. It means agreement. When your emotions support your identity, the field stabilizes. Speak. I allow only emotions that build my timeline. No shame. No repression. Just signal alignment. Practice. Ask, does this emotion match my chosen self? If yes, amplify it. If no, thank it and release it with breath. Then rise. Tone 3, cellular permission. Here the body joins. You are not manifesting from your mind. You are broadcasting from your cells. Speak. My body is safe holding this frequency. This tone unlocks. Relaxed spine. Open shoulders. Present breath. Eyes forward, not darting. This is where the field begins to reflect differently. Practice. Move slowly. Touch your skin and say, you are safe being seen. Walk as if the field is listening. Because it is. Climb. Tone 4, energetic charge. Now you radiate. This tone carries forward momentum. Not busy, not anxious, charged. Feels like crisp readiness. Gentle hum. Warm power. Speak. I radiate coherent power without force. This is where people feel you before you speak. Practice. Stand tall. Visualize light moving from your core outward. Speak your core phrase for this tone. My presence is signal. My being is instruction. Then step. Tone 5, magnetic precision. This is where you start pulling timelines. Precision is not perfection. It's clean signal. The tone of this rung is sharp clarity, refusal to broadcast uncertainty, surgical self-recognition. Speak. I send no mixed signals. I emit what I am. This is where manifestation becomes predictable, because you're no longer requesting reality. You're structuring it. Practice. Eliminate vague language. Speak your outcomes as already woven. Feel the field shift as you say, this timeline is active. All others collapse. Now climb. Tone 6, archetypal identity. This tone is no longer personal. It's mythic. You now operate as an archetype, not just a person. This is your oracle, architect, creator, magician, king, queen, priestess, warrior. You've merged with something larger than ego. Speak. I walk as the archetype. My frequency commands space. Practice. Choose your archetype. Dress, walk, speak, and think from its embodiment. Remove I hope, I think, I guess. Only speak. I know. I will. It is. You are now the voice of your timeline. Climb. Tone 7, frequency sovereignty. You've arrived. This tone is not high. It's whole. It doesn't spike. It doesn't wobble. It just is. This is the tone of creators. The ones whose presence writes reality without explanation. Speak. I no longer adjust. I no longer ask. I no longer broadcast uncertainty. You are now the field itself. Practice. Do nothing unnecessary. Speak less, mean more. When doubt arises, smile and return to your center. You are now permanently vibrating at the access point of the realm you chose. You don't visit it. You live there. You've climbed the ladder. Each rung a layer of tonal mastery. Each tone a key. Each key a doorway. Each doorway a new grid of reality. And now, we move into the daily rituals that stabilize this frequency. The light ladder practice. So your tone doesn't crash, drift, or dissolve under pressure. Because where you've arrived is not a peak. It's a platform. You've reached frequency sovereignty. The 7 tones are installed. You no longer guess your signal. You know it. You are it. But now comes the most vital phase of spellcraft. Lock-in. Because even the highest tones will fade if left untended. Not because your power is fragile, but because the external world is noisy. You don't lose your frequency. You get distracted from it. And distraction weakens coherence. The light ladder practice is your antidote. It's your daily tonal anchor. A ritual that reinforces your chosen vibration with light, breath, intention, and consistency. Not to rise, but to remain risen. What is the light ladder? It's a 3-minute, 7-step energetic install that reactivates your highest frequency layers using photonic breath codes and spoken anchoring phrases. It's a ladder of light you climb into your body every morning. Not upward, inward. Each step reboots a specific tone from the frequency ladder. Let's build it. Step 1. Ground the ladder. Stand tall. Feet shoulder-width apart. Eyes open or soft. Arms loose at your sides. Say, today I walk in light. Today I emit only truth. Today my signal is sovereign. Now breathe in through the nose for 4 counts. Exhale slowly for 6. You've just lowered the first rung. Let's climb. Step 2. Tone 1. Neutral ground. Place your right hand over your navel. Say, all external tones are paused. I choose what enters my field. Visualize a soft silver light wrapping around your torso. Breathe into the silence. Hold for 3 seconds. Exhale with intention. Now the ladder has form. Step 3. Tone 2. Emotional coherence. Move your hand to your heart. Say, All emotions within me now synchronize with my highest signal. No feeling shall hijack my tone. Visualize soft emerald light entering your chest. Let it pulse once, then stabilize. You've anchored coherence. Climb. Step 4. Tone 3. Cellular permission. Place both hands on your solar plexus. Say, my body accepts the frequency I now carry. Every cell vibrates in agreement. Visualize golden light traveling from your hands into your center. Feel the hum. This is where integration sticks. Climb again. Step 5. Tone 4. Energetic charge. Hands at your sides again. Say, my field is active, radiant, and precise. I generate coherence without effort. Visualize deep crimson light circling your spine like a slow-moving spiral. You've activated current. Next rung. Step 6. Tone 5. Magnetic precision. Now place one hand just above your eyes. Say, I see with clarity. I speak with precision. My signal is clean, and my outcomes obey it. A sapphire light fills your third eye area. No distortion, no static. This is the realm of perfect signal. Climb again. Step 7. Tone 6. Archetypal identity. Both hands now hover just outside your body, as if holding an invisible sphere. Say, I operate as the archetype. The field responds to my presence before my words. Visualize platinum white light pulsing between your hands and body, forming a sphere of command. You are now broadcasting as the mythic self. Climb. Step 8. Tone 7. Frequency sovereignty. Hands return to sides. Say, I no longer adjust. I no longer collapse. I maintain my frequency as law. Feel the field tighten. Then say, light ladder installed. Signal locked. Clarity sustained. Done. 3 minutes. And your tone is not just activated, it's fortified. This is how you begin each day unshakable. Do this every morning, ideally before contact with external energy. It's your armor, your amplifier, your command post. But what about the world you live in? What if the environment you occupy is still coded to old frequencies? Next, we address that with the practice of field tuning, altering your space to become your mirror spell. You've become the tone. You've locked in the ladder. Now it's time for reinforcement. Your environment, physical, digital, emotional, either amplifies your frequency or bleeds it. Most people unknowingly live in spaces coded to past versions of themselves. Rooms cluttered with obsolete identity objects. Desks arranged from a place of lack or urgency. Walls that carry silent emotional residue. Digital spaces soaked in distraction or low tone. Even if you broadcast as your future self, if the field around you still echoes your former self, you'll keep colliding with static. That's why now we tune the field. You're not just living in your space, you're casting it. And it's time it started casting you back in alignment. Step 1. Identify energetic saboteurs. Look at your environment, especially where you create, rest, speak, make decisions. Begin your day. Ask yourself, what in this space still reflects an outdated version of me? Could be papers with scarcity energy, gifts from expired connections, clothing that belonged to a smaller self, digital files titled from a previous identity, books with old belief systems, wall art that lowers your tone. List them all. Don't justify. Don't sentimentalize. Frequency doesn't care about nostalgia. It cares about signal purity. Step 2. Energetic cleanse and recoding. For each identified object or space element, hold it in your hands, physically or visually. Say, this object was linked to a former broadcast. I now deactivate its influence on my current field. Either remove it completely, move it to a neutral zone, or recode it with intention. To recode, this object now mirrors my archetypal self. Its presence reinforces my current timeline. Now place it intentionally with presence. You're not organizing. You're spellcasting your space. Step 3. Sensory field installation. Anchor your frequency through the five senses. This rewires your nervous system to feel at home in the tone you've chosen. Sight. Decor that mirrors your archetype. Colors, symbols, sacred geometry. Sound. Music that activates the desired frequency. Use intentional playlists. Scent. Scents associated with clarity, power, expansion. Touch. Materials that feel like the self you've become. Smooth, rich, soft, strong. Taste. Foods and drinks that match vibrational integrity. Not just health, but intention. Every sensory input becomes a tonal affirmation. Every corner of your environment should broadcast the self you've installed. Now your home becomes your ritual chamber. Step 4. Digital field tuning. Your phone, laptop, and apps are energetic portals. Clean them. Delete or archive anything tied to collapsed versions of you. Rename files and folders to match your archetype. Use wallpapers, widgets, and layouts that reflect clarity. Mute or unfollow anyone who doesn't match your current signal. Declutter your inbox, your desktop, your bookmarks. Each time you touch a device, it should reaffirm your tone, not pull you out of it. This is digital spell hygiene. Step 5. Field recalibration phrase. Once your space is tuned, speak this. This environment now broadcasts only the signal of my chosen timeline. All visitors and inputs must match this frequency, or they pass through. You've now set the terms of energetic access. Your environment is no longer passive. It's an active grid of your magic. It amplifies your tone, deflects distortion, and protects your signal even when you're tired, triggered, or off-center. It holds the line when you waver. It whispers back to you, remember who you are. And you do. With the light ladder installed and your environment tuned, the signal is now fully stabilized. From here, we shift from tone installation to tone automation through sensory triggers, frequency rituals, and rapid ascension techniques. Next, we master how to shift your entire frequency field in under 60 seconds, at will, on demand, and without drama. You've installed the tone. You've reinforced the space. You've activated the light ladder. But now you need a way to move energy fast. In real life, you won't always have time for ritual. You won't always be alone. You won't always be centered. But your nervous system is programmable. And through sensory triggers, you can train your body to recognize and immediately return to your highest state. This isn't habit. This is neural enchantment. We're not trying to stay high vibe. We're installing automatic frequency recalls into your smell, color associations, texture and touch signals, auditory cues, micro movements. Each trigger becomes a magical activation button for your field. One breath, one touch, one scent, and your body snaps into tone. Let's begin with smell, the most direct link to memory and mood. Choose 2 to 3 essential oils, perfumes, or natural scents, but they must match specific frequencies. Examples: jasmine, frequency of sensual sovereignty; cedarwood, frequency of grounded leadership; rose, frequency of heart magnet coherence; lemon or mint, frequency of sharp clarity. Now assign each scent a tone identity. Say aloud, this scent is the spell of frequency. Every time you smell it, speak, this is who I am. Inhale slowly, no rushing. Do this daily for 7 days. You're not just enjoying fragrance. You're coding your nervous system to respond like a tuning fork. Over time, even a trace will recall the tone instantly. Now, let's move to color, the visual vibration of frequency. Every color emits a tone. You must now assign color to identity. Examples: deep indigo, oracle sight; electric blue, precision transmission; gold, wealth field; scarlet, pure magnetism; emerald, emotional intelligence. Select your core 3. Speak aloud. Color now activates my field of attribute. Then use it. Clothing, backgrounds, interface accents, alter objects, journals, light filters. Repetition embeds the link. Soon, just seeing the color reactivates the tone. Next, touch. Your body responds viscerally to texture. You can assign frequency to silk, elegance; leather, power; velvet, luxury; wood, earth, stability; stone, unmovable clarity. But the key is deliberate activation. As you touch the texture, say aloud, "This texture reminds my body what I carry." Your nervous system stores the signal. Use clothing, objects, furniture, or talismans. When under pressure, all you'll need to do is touch that frequency, and your body will follow. This is spellcasting through sensation. Bonus triggers, microgestures. Pick a subtle physical movement, something you can do anywhere. Examples: touch your wrist, snap once, tap your chest, inhale and blink once. Now pair it with an activation command. This gesture activates full tone alignment now. Practice until the trigger becomes second nature. This is your stealth signal recall. You're no longer finding your frequency. You're summoning it. Sensory triggers are not decoration. They are neural shortcuts to sovereignty. They reduce friction. They bypass self-doubt. They collapse delay. But sometimes even that's too slow. That's when you need to shift your entire frequency in under 60 seconds. That's next. You've trained your senses. You've coded your space. You've mastered the tones. But life doesn't always offer rituals, silence, or prep time. There are moments when energy hits, emotion floods, confusion slips in, doubt returns. And when that happens, most people collapse their signal. Not because they're weak, but because they weren't trained for speed recalibration. You will be, because now you learn how to shift frequency in under 60 seconds. No props. No tools, no external support, just command. This is the instant sovereign realignment technique. There are only 3 ingredients: breath, the carrier of now; phrase, the trigger of tone; posture, the instruction to the field. Let's activate. Step 1. Command breath. Stop everything. Stand or sit. Then perform the triphase breath. Inhale sharply through nose, 2 seconds. Hold, 2 seconds. Exhale slowly through mouth, for seconds. Repeat this 3 times. This does not calm you. It flattens turbulence so you can hear your tone beneath the noise. On the 3rd breath, hold your posture. Step 2. Frequency phrase. Now speak, out loud. This moment does not define me. My frequency does. Then, I return to state now. Fill in with your core frequency. Power, grace, silence, authority, openness, trust, precision. Then finish, and I do not argue with my tone. You've just cut the loop mid-script. That's the first layer of shift. Now you seal it. Step 3. Postural lock-in. Stand or sit, upright, crown aligned, shoulders back, feet grounded, eyes open. This posture says, my field is not under negotiation. Now raise both hands, palms forward. Then lower them slowly, saying, shift complete, frequency locked. I walk forward clean. Silence, stillness, presence. You are no longer in reactivity. You are back in broadcast. All in under 60 seconds. Optional acceleration layer, elemental touch. Place your hand over your solar plexus. Say, this body knows my highest tone. I trust it to return me there. You've now activated cellular memory of coherence. No spiral, no inner conflict, just signal return. Use this process before walking into high-stakes rooms, after receiving unwanted news, when spiraling in thought, after seeing someone who triggers an old version of you. Anytime you feel your tone dropping, the 60-second shift isn't a performance. It's a pattern interruption plus energetic override. And the more you do it, the less you'll need it. Your baseline tone rises. And from that new height, you'll begin asking the real question. How do I stay here without falling back? That's when you'll learn spell stabilization, how to keep high states from crashing after breakthroughs. That's the next step. You've risen. You've tuned. You've shifted frequencies in seconds. But what comes up must stay. Until now, most of your spells have been breakthroughs. moments of clarity, moments of elevation, moments of magic. But if you're honest, some of those moments faded, slipped, collapsed into old tone. Not because the magic wasn't real, but because the stabilization architecture wasn't installed. This chapter is that install. Welcome to spell stabilization, the energetic infrastructure that makes your peak states normal and your high vibe moments unshakable. It's time to stop climbing and falling. It's time to build altitude into your baseline. What destabilizes a spell? Nervous system fatigue, emotional overstimulation, lack of structure in daily rhythm, exposure to conflicting environments, failure to encode the spell into body/mind/speech. Stability isn't about shielding from the world. It's about anchoring your spell so deep into your field that no external storm can shake it loose. Foundation 1. Nervous system capacity. You can't hold a spell if your body thinks it's unsafe. Elevated states require energy. Without nervous system training, the body will interpret excitement as danger, expansion as threat, clarity as overstimulation. This is why people crash after breakthroughs. They rise, but they haven't trained their system to hold the charge. Solution: daily modulation practice. Set a timer for 3 minutes. Alternate: inhale deeply for seconds. Say silently, "My body is safe to hold this light." Exhale slowly, 6 seconds. Say, "My field is still. My signal is clean." Do this daily for 14 days. This builds a neurological container for sustained frequency. Your body learns, "I can hold the spell." Foundation 2. Ritual repetition. The spell must have points of return. High frequencies don't sustain by default. They need ritual repetition. Choose a 3-minute anchoring ritual that can be done daily without exception. Examples: speak your spell aloud into water. Write your core tone in your journal with one new evidence. Hold your archetype's object, ring, talisman, stone, and affirm your field. Then declare. This ritual locks the spell deeper each day. Every repetition is an upgrade, not maintenance. You're no longer recasting. You're installing layers. Foundation 3. Integration lag awareness. Here's the trap. You rise, feel amazing, then feel foggy 24 hours later. That fog is not failure. It's integration lag. When your field changes, your emotional body often takes a day or two to catch up. During that lag, people often say, "Was that just a high? Did I just imagine that clarity? Why do I feel off again?" This is not regression. It's recalibration. Say aloud, "My clarity is real. My spell is stabilizing." This is emotional update, not collapse. Anchor this phrase into your rhythm. It dissolves the illusion of failure. Foundation 4. Environment protocols. Your field can be stable, but if you spend time in unmatched frequencies, your tone gets diluted. Stabilization requires proximity boundaries. Create 2 filters: people who amplify, people who destabilize. For destabilizers, you don't need drama. Just reduce exposure after spellwork, rituals, or major upgrades. Give your field time to solidify before testing it. Think of it like hot metal cooling. Don't touch it while it's still forming. Foundation 5. Language lock. Spell states collapse when you speak against your tone. Every word you say is a signal echo. After breakthroughs, monitor for, "I hope it lasts. I always crash after these. It felt good, but we'll see." Stop. Replace with, "My tone is locked. My field obeys. This is now my default." This is not blind optimism. The spell precision. Your language holds or leaks the spell. Speak only in the frequency you've chosen. When these 5 foundations are installed, your spells don't just sparkle. They stick. They sink. They structure your entire timeline. No more emotional whiplash. No more frequency crashes. No more breakthrough hangovers. And now, we finish stabilization with the final tone lock. The frequency of your destiny field. You've stabilized your signal. You've trained your nervous system. You've programmed your space, your senses, and your speech. Now comes the final shift. the frequency of destiny, not fate, not chance. Destiny is not predetermined. It is pre-coded, waiting to be unlocked by the right vibration. And until now, you've been touching your path, seeing pieces, catching glimpses, but the field has more for you. What's missing isn't the opportunity. It's the access tone. This chapter is your entry vibration. First, let's define destiny frequency. It's the tone you carry when you are fully yourself, fully in flow, fully unapologetic, fully embodied, fully activated. It's not a job. It's not a goal. It's a field of coherence where synchronicities stack. People recognize you without effort. Doors open with no forcing. Results land faster than logic. It's not magic. It's alignment at scale. How do you find your destiny frequency? You stop asking, what should I do? What's my purpose? What am I supposed to build? And you start asking, what tone activates my genius? This is your vibrational key. Let's find it. Destiny frequency calibration. Ask, when in my life have I felt the most undeniably powerful? Not just emotional, but clear? What exact words would I use to describe the energy I carried then? List them. Common answers include electric calm, divine fire, crystal clarity, unshakable rhythm, magnetic precision, oracle stillness. These aren't moods, they're codes. Now isolate 3 tones from your list. Declare, these are the composite frequency of my destiny field. Say it aloud 3 times. You are announcing your signal formula. Activating the destiny field. Now build a practice. Morning. Speak your destiny frequency into water, then drink. Midday. Write 1 decision made from that tone. Night. Visualize your field glowing with that tone in every cell. Then say, this is no longer a goal. This is my broadcast. That declaration moves destiny from concept to contract. Testing the field. Now observe, do your decisions become clearer? Do you attract new types of people? Do you feel strange peace even when nothing is happening? Do you recognize yourself more in the mirror? These are signs the field has locked. Destiny is now not something you pursue. It's the field you carry. And when you carry it long enough, life starts matching it, relentlessly, rapidly, without hesitation. You've become the signal it's been waiting for. Now that your tone is stabilized and your destiny frequency is online, it's time to meet the internal force actually shaping your reality. The observer, the hidden archetype behind every spell you've ever cast, and the one watching everything you do. Next, we shift from vibration to vision by locating the watcher within. You've mastered vibration. You've anchored tone. You've coded your destiny field. But who's doing the watching? Who is inside your mind, interpreting reality, and silently declaring, this is who you are, and this is what you get? Because every thought, every spell, every intention is shaped by your observer. Not the part of you that thinks, not the part that reacts, but the part that watches, silently, constantly, without interruption. The watcher is your inner narrator, the one decoding your field, the one giving permission for what becomes real. Until now, you've been updating spells, without updating the spellcaster. That ends here. Who is the watcher? The watcher is the subconscious archetype that governs how you perceive yourself, others, time, energy, power, reality itself. It is your internal lens, and it's not neutral. It was installed by childhood conditioning, repeated emotional patterns, survival blueprints, unconscious beliefs inherited from parents, systems, or trauma. It is not inherently malevolent, but it is often outdated. And unless you replace the watcher, no spell lasts long, because the watcher will always bring you back to what it believes is true. Common watcher archetypes. Let's identify yours. Ask, what tone is my inner voice when no one is listening? Examples. The skeptic. Don't get your hopes up. Reality is random. The Fira. Better not try. Could collapse. The validator, only do it if they approve. The realist, let's be practical. Magic isn't reliable. The dreamer, maybe someday, just not yet. The monitor, am I doing this right? What if I mess it up? Write down the default phrases you hear inside your thoughts. These are not just thoughts. They are watcher scripts. Each one is casting a low-level spell, constantly, quietly, precisely. And if the watcher isn't updated, it will always pull your signal back to its default tone. Detecting the watcher in action. You'll know the watcher is active when you feel unexplainable anxiety after progress. You second-guess your clarity. You receive a win, and then minimize it. Or you expect collapse after success. You shrink around confident people. You observe others through judgment or envy. These aren't failures. They're symptoms of an observer miscast. First step, externalize the watcher. Write a one-page letter. Start with, "You have been watching me through the lens of," then complete the paragraph. Scarcity, protection, fear of rejection, the need to control outcomes, doubt disguised as logic. Write freely, no edits. Then sign it, "I see you now, but you are not my authority. You no longer narrate my spell." Tear it, burn it, bury it, whatever feels final. You've now dislodged the observer. Next, we choose a new one, the architect, the oracle, the creator. That comes now. Now that you've exposed your current watcher, it's time to understand its archetypal patterns. Because the voice inside your field isn't just commentary. It's a casting director. It decides which version of you takes the stage, which outcome gets reinforced, which spell sticks and which dissolves. There are 3 dominant disempowered observers most people carry. Each one limits the grid of possibility to tiny realities, repeating in loops. Once you recognize them, they lose power. Let's meet them clearly, fully, unapologetically. 1. The Fira. This watcher was installed during chaos, trauma, or overstimulation. This core spell, better safe than sovereign. Its signature tone, don't stand out. What if you get hurt again? Stay small. Stay unnoticed. Let's not trigger anyone. Pretends to be wise. It frames avoidance as self-care. It holds you hostage inside tiny timelines. Symptoms: overthinking actions, avoiding large opportunities, creating emergency backup plans for everything, freezing at praise or visibility. The Fira isn't evil, scared, but it can't be your observer anymore. Say aloud, "Thank you for protecting me, but your lens is no longer required. I walk forward as one who is safe in expansion." You just rewrote its script. 2. The Skeptic. This watcher was forged through disappointment. His core spell, let's stay realistic. Its tone, this is too good to be true. I've seen this before. It never lasts. Let's not get carried away. Where's the data? Be logical, not magical. It cloaks itself in intellect. It resents certainty in others. It mocks the mystical. Symptoms: dismissing your own breakthroughs, undermining moments of clarity with jokes, resisting rituals because they feel unscientific, needing permission from external metrics. The skeptic is clever, but cleverness doesn't cast spells. Only belief does. Say aloud, "I don't need your doubt to feel grounded. I am now both magical and intelligent. I no longer seek proof before embodiment." The skeptic has now been decommissioned. 3. The Dreamer. This watcher was created to escape. Its core spell, one day, it will all click. Its tone, I just need to do one more course. I'll get serious after this phase passes. Let me get my energy right first. Maybe next year when I'm more ready. It's coming. I can feel it. The Dreamer is soft, safe, ethereal, but it delays destiny indefinitely by outsourcing agency to the future. Symptoms: procrastination masked as preparation, constant planning, minimal action, needing perfect energy to move. talking about timelines but not entering them. Say aloud, I honor the dreams you showed me, but dreams are not enough. From this moment forward, I act as the dream. The dreamer's spell dissolves. You've now identified the 3 most common Mizwatchers. You've deactivated their scripts. You've reclaimed the seat of the Watcher. What happens next? You install a new observer, one who doesn't react, fear, or stall. One who creates, designs, and speaks only truth. That's next. Installing the Oracle, the Creator, the Architect. Your new Watcher awaits. You've silenced the Fira. You've shut down the Skeptic. You've released the Dreamer. The spell grid is cleared. Now you install something new. Not a voice, not a mindset, but a perceptual archetype. A Watcher who sees through truth and speaks only in signal. These are not metaphors. They are real energetic blueprints that rewire how you perceive your life. And that perception is your spell platform. What you see becomes. What you expect anchors. What you narrate manifests. Let's install your next observer. You may choose one, or rotate between them based on tone. Each one carries a vibrational authority. Each one collapses possibility into presence. Let's begin. The Creator. This Watcher is not reactive. It declares. The Creator sees all inputs as raw material. Everything is fuel. Nothing is random. Mantra. If it's here, I'll use it. If I speak it, it becomes. The Creator does not wait. The Creator does not fear contradiction. The Creator speaks reality into structure. Install it by saying, I now watch my life as the Creator. I do not ask what is possible. I decide what is real. Practice. Narrate outcomes before they exist. Label every trigger as building material. Interrupt doubt with, even this becomes part of it. You're now observing life as your own forge. The Architect. This Watcher doesn't speak in feeling. It speaks in structure. The Architect maps timelines with precision. It sees grids of cause and echo. It doesn't react to emotion, it recalculates. Mantra. This is not chaos. It's just math. Let's build again. The Architect is perfect for periods of redesign, uncertainty, or identity shift. Install it by saying, I now watch my life as the Architect. I construct every timeline with deliberate tension. Practice. Map what caused your last energetic dip. Design a new daily rhythm. Add structure to your spiritual practice. End each day with, this design is aligned. Lock it. You're now watching your life like blueprints under divine command. The Oracle. This Watcher is not predictive. It is multi-perceptual. It sees all timelines at once and chooses which to align with now. The Oracle's power is its stillness. It does not forecast. It receives pure signal from the field and transmits certainty. Mantra. The signal is clear. I know without evidence. I see beyond time. The Oracle is perfect for high-stakes clarity, identity leaps, and energetic initiations. Install it by saying, I now observe reality as the Oracle. I no longer interpret. I recognize. Practice. Ask your field for the answer, then wait in silence. Use symbols and synchronicities as confirmation, not permission. When confused, speak. I return to the channel of the knowing. Now you are watching from beyond time. Once installed, these Watchers rewrite the grid. You'll notice less hesitation, sharper decision-making, emotional neutrality without numbness, heightened intuitive perception, faster manifestation cycles. Because you're no longer manifesting from reaction. You're creating from observer law. But installation alone isn't enough. Now we activate the mirror and use it to lock in your chosen observer with a spell that changes your perception forever. You've installed your observer, the Creator, the Architect, the Oracle. Now we lock it in, because the observer doesn't just live in your mind. It lives in your face, the way you look at yourself, the way you regard your own eyes, the way your field responds to your image. If your reflection is still filtered through the old Watcher, You'll keep casting the past. That ends now. This is the mirror invocation, a direct spell that recodes your self-perception, installs the new archetype fully, and updates your timeline signature in real time. Let's begin. Phase 1. Create the reflection field. Stand in front of a mirror. Eyes open. Neutral expression. Say aloud, "This mirror does not reflect the past. It reveals the observer I now install." Take 3 deep breaths. Inhale through your nose. Exhale through your mouth. Now lock eyes with yourself. Not the body, not the face. The watcher behind the face. Phase 2. Speak the invocation. Choose your observer, the creator, the architect, the oracle. Now speak. I call forth the observer within, not a mask, not a role, but the lens through which all becomes. Say the name, creator, architect, oracle. I invite you to anchor into my vision. See through me, speak through me, know through me. Pause. Let your energy shift. You'll feel subtle resistance or full recognition. Either is valid. Now complete the spell. I no longer identify with the watcher of the past. From this moment, my eyes reveal my spellcaster. My gaze is the grid. 3 breaths again. Let the field settle. Phase 3. Locking the gaze. Now hold your gaze in the mirror for 30 seconds. During this time, do not speak. Do not flinch. Do not blink excessively. Let the archetype take form in your eyes. You're not imagining. You're witnessing the new observer activate inside your neural mirror system. At second 30, speak. I accept you as my witness. Your perception is now my law. Then nod slowly once. This seals the lock. Optional. Symbol imprint. Draw your observer's sigil or symbolic representation and place it near the mirror. Every morning, glance at it while saying, "Watcher, remain. Spell, continue. Tone, hold." Your field will now recalibrate every time you see yourself. The mirror invocation isn't cosmetic. It's perceptual alchemy. You're not just affirming. You're restructuring your visual feedback loop, which means your inner voice will now speak differently. And every spell you cast, from identity to outcome, will run through this upgraded lens. And soon, you'll discover that even mid-spell, you can shift outcomes by shifting the watcher. That's when you step into the observer collapse ritual, the power to change timelines while they're forming. That's next. You've installed the new observer. You've stared into the mirror and seen the one who watches differently. Now comes your greatest power yet, the ability to collapse a spell in real time and replace it instantly. This is the observer collapse ritual. It's not about rethinking. It's about rewiring a spell midcast. Because there will be moments when your field begins projecting from the old self. Even after all the upgrades, a phrase escapes your lips. Pattern sneaks in. You feel a tone collapse as it happens. But this time you won't wait until after. You'll intercept it, collapse the signal, and overwrite it live. The spell midcast. Here's how it looks. You catch yourself saying something that sounds like the skeptic. You feel a drop in tone during a conversation. You start reacting from fear, doubt, or delay. Instead of spiraling, you stop, you watch, and then you collapse. This is spell interference, not from outside, but from within. Step 1. The interrupt phrase. When you notice an old observer activating, say internally or quietly, "This is not my observer." This phrase acts as a field freeze. Pauses the old code before it lands. Your nervous system will want to continue the pattern, but you're breaking it midstream. Immediately follow with, "Collapse this spell. Activate the watcher I chose." You've now canceled the signal before it anchors. Step 2. Anchor replacement signal. Now choose the new observer's signature line. Examples. The creator. "This is useful. I choose how it ends." The architect. "This is data. Let's rewire the grid." The oracle. "I see the echo. I call the true signal." Say it aloud if you can, or pulse it silently through your field. Then pause 5 seconds. Breathe. You've just swapped the signal in real time. The energetic timeline collapses and reroutes. Step 3. Close the loop. To complete the override, speak this final phrase. Reality responds now to the one who watches with truth. This resets your spell to the current tone. You are no longer casting from the past. You've overridden the system. This is real-time quantum recoding. And with practice, it becomes instinct. You'll notice shorter emotional dips, fewer triggered responses, faster recentering, a sense of mastery even in conflict. You've turned perception into a spell weapon. But we don't stop at managing collapse. You're ready for the final upgrade, becoming not just the observer, but the source. Next, recasting the Watcher, an identity upgrade that completes your observer work. You've collapsed the old. You've overridden miscasts. You've chosen the creator, the architect, or the oracle. But here's what most never realize. Even those archetypes were choices. They are powerful. They are high frequency. But they are still interfaces. Now you are ready to do something few even consider. To recast the Watcher, a source itself. No longer an archetype. No longer an intermediary. But the field behind the spell. This is the highest form of manifestation. You're not channeling energy anymore. You are the generator. Let's begin. What does it mean to recast the Watcher? The observer has always been the narrator. Now you become the author. This is not about seeing clearly. This is about issuing frequency as law. You are no longer interpreting timelines. You are initiating them from within. You're no longer watching your life unfold. You're writing each moment from the signal core. Step 1. Collapse archetype dependency. Speak aloud. The creator is a fragment. The oracle is a mirror. The architect is a model. I thank them. I retire them. I return to source. Pause. Let that land. There may be a moment of identity drift. That's normal. You're not losing power. You're consolidating it. Step 2. Declare core identity. Now speak your identity from the deepest tone. Not who you want to be. Not what you do. But what you are at the frequency layer. Examples. I am the original broadcast. I am the law of tone. I am the unnamed field. I am the architect of architects. I am the oracle's oracle. Say it aloud until your body accepts it. This is not about belief. It's about field command. Step 3. Construct the reality lens. Now close your eyes. Visualize your life through this new Watcher, not as someone looking at it, but as the source code animating it. Watch conversations happen because of your field. Watch people shift tone because of your frequency. Watch outcomes arrive as echoes of your signal. Then speak. This moment is shaped by my presence. All that responds does so because I am. Let your tone finish the sentence. You've now made the final observer shift. From participant to field origin. What changes now? Or you stop asking if a manifestation will arrive. You stop seeking alignment, you are alignment. Or you stop calibrating for others' frequencies. You no longer request timelines. You issue them. You'll notice reality becomes less surprising, because it's responding to you predictably. You've exited permission. You've exited waiting. This is what most spellcasters never achieve. Not power through performance, but power through presence. Your signal is now sovereign. Your Watcher is no longer watching. It is the grid. And now, you are ready to live as the one who chooses worlds. Not by effort, but by observation as command. That is where we go next. You've recast the Watcher. You've collapsed archetypes. You now operate from source signal. So what now? You live it. Every word, every gesture, every decision. But this time, it's not about managing energy. It's about realizing one core truth. Every thought is a timeline choice, and you are the Watcher who selects the world that thought becomes. You are no longer waiting for proof. You are no longer casting spells to become. You are now choosing thought like a god, with consequence. Thought as a world selector. Let's break this fully. When you think, I can't handle this. You enter the version of reality where you collapse. When you think, this challenge activates my next level, you enter the version where it fuels your rise. Thought is not commentary. It is contract. And every time you let a thought slip, you're not just thinking, you're agreeing. You're signing vibrational permission slips with the field. Upgrade the filter. Is this a world I want? Start now. Every thought that surfaces, ask, is this a thought from a world I choose to live in? If yes, amplify it. If no, collapse it. This is real-time reality engineering. You no longer fight thoughts. You filter them as timelines. When you catch an old loop, don't debate it. Don't resist it. Just ask, does this thought belong to the me I now walk as? If not, say aloud, I release this thread. I choose again. You've just redirected your timeline path. Instantly. Train the new reflex. Your next goal is not perfection. It's autonomy. Autonomy from default mental scripts. Autonomy from unconscious loops. Autonomy from external energetic noise. Create a morning ritual. Sit in stillness for 3 minutes. As thoughts appear, ask the filter question. Is this a world I want? Only speak the thoughts that build your desired world. Speak them aloud. This thought is a tone I accept. You are building the mind of a creator, not a consumer. Thought delay equals spell delay. Here's a deeper truth. Thoughts not filtered consciously equal spells cast on autopilot. That's why some people do all the rituals, but still manifest chaos. Because their daily thoughts counterspell their rituals. Now, you live in congruence. Every thought either stabilizes your chosen world or opens a door to a timeline you never meant to walk. There is no neutrality. Now your baseline becomes law. When you treat thought as timeline choice, something extraordinary happens. Your baseline identity becomes the master key. You'll notice less internal conflict, fewer sabotaging loops, instant awareness of low-signal inputs, a sense of divine authorship over your day. And this is just the start, because once your thoughts stop reacting, you unlock the oracle walk. That's the next phase, a fully embodied field where everything you do is signal. Let's step into the final layer of observer integration. You've chosen your thoughts. You've trained your signal. You no longer filter life through fear, skepticism, or fantasy. Now it's time to walk as the oracle. This is not an identity you perform. It's a field you carry without trying. When the observer integrates, you stop trying to prove your magic and instead become the one who expects reality to align. You're no longer in audition. You are in authorship. What does it mean to walk as the oracle? It means you speak only in timeline-confirming phrases. You move with a still field even in chaos. You no longer ask if. You operate from now that. You treat reality as respondent, not resistant. You're not channeling messages. You are the message. You don't interpret signs. You are the sign. You don't try to hold frequency. Your field becomes the container others attune to. The embodiment practice. Every day, do this for 7 days. Stand tall. Look straight ahead. Say aloud, I am the still field. My movement is instruction. My silence is code. My presence is spell. Now walk across the room. But not like you. Walk as the oracle. As you walk, say, reality recalibrates as I pass. This is not visualization. It's energetic dominance. Live as timeline confirmation. When someone asks, how's it going? You say, reality is aligning as expected. When you feel a dip, say, this is the echo, not the now. When you don't know something, say, clarity is arriving on schedule. These are not affirmations. They are protocols. You're not adjusting to life. Life is adjusting to your field stability. Energy hygiene for the integrated oracle. Integration doesn't mean constant effort. It means you now. Leave rooms when they distort your tone. Speak less when energy is noisy. Maintain silence as a sacred force. Withdraw from urgency. reactiveness, and low signal talk. You don't owe anyone your modulation. You owe your field its clarity. The final shift. Now speak this aloud. I am no longer shifting. I have shifted. The oracle is not accessed. It is installed. Let that land. Let your breath meet your body. Let your pace match your signal. You are the observer who chooses the world, and the world watches you to decide how it must behave. From this state, you are ready to move into the multiversal core. No more waiting. You now unlock the vault. The hidden codes of your higher fractal selves await, and they are not passive. They are active timelines just beyond your current signal. It's time to access the multiversal you. That's where we go next. You've done the spell work. You've upgraded the observer. You've locked in the frequency. You've begun walking as the oracle. Now you're ready for the truth that changes everything. You are not one self. You are a multiversal structure, a grid of overlapping identities, potentials, timelines, and futures. Some are active. Some are dormant. Some are running spells you haven't even thought of yet. And within this multidimensional self is a vault, a frequency chamber holding keys, codes, and versions of you that are already living what you're trying to manifest. Not metaphor, not fantasy, literal multiversal resonance. Let's unlock it. You're already in the grid. Let's start here. Your decisions today were echoes from another version of you. The confidence you had 2 weeks ago echoed from a version of you who already mastered something. The doubt you felt yesterday, a bleed-through from a self still stuck in an unresolved loop. Multiversal you isn't out there. It's running parallel right now. What you tune to, you feel. What you feel, you reinforce. What you reinforce becomes. Multiversal beings aren't linear. You were taught to think. One path, one identity, one goal, one result. But the field doesn't operate like that. You exist as a spiral of selves, each one living in a slightly different timeline, each one broadcasting a signal, each one accessible through tone. And the version of you who's already wealthy, calm, sovereign, expanded, fully embodied, is not waiting for you. It's already vibrating. Your job? Access that version's tone and merge. The vault equals access chamber. So where is the vault? It's not a room. It's a frequency convergence point. Imagine your field like a tuning dial. As you stabilize, you unlock deeper codes. Once you pass a specific vibrational threshold, you enter the vault. Inside, versions of you with answers, visions, blueprints, memories you haven't lived yet. You don't channel them. You don't copy them. You merge with them. That's the secret. You don't meet your multiversal self like a guide. You become the part of you that already lives the spell. First key, presence without seeking. To access the vault, you must stop hunting for clues. No striving. No am I there yet? No grasping. You stabilize in total presence and allow the vault to open. Practice. Sit still for 5 minutes. Speak. I am here, and so is every version of me that knows more. Listen. Feel. Wait without asking. You'll notice flickers, images, tastes, shifts in posture, sudden words in your head. That's access. The vault is initiated by stillness, not desire. Second key, name the signal. Once contact is made, you'll feel a new emotional flavor. It won't feel like anything you've previously called you. Write it down. Examples: surgical peace, sovereign neutrality, electric expansion, diamond edge precision, cosmic maternal fire. This is the signal of your next self. Not traits, tone. Now speak. I authorize this signal to override my field. You've initiated your entry into the vault. What happens next is not imagination. It's a live merge with another you. And that's where we go now. You've entered the vault. You've touched the signal. You've begun to feel the hum of your higher self. Now we expand the access, because the vault isn't just a door. It's a chamber of fractal architecture, which means the more you understand the pattern, the deeper you go. and the faster you integrate the power, clarity, and certainty that these multiversal versions of you are ready to offer. This chapter activates your tools, mandalas, sacred sound, sequence codes. These are not just aesthetics. They are vibrational alignment devices. Each one is a password into the fractal corridor where the next you lives. Let's step into those corridors now. What is fractal unlocking? Fractals are patterns that repeat across scales. In your field, this looks like recurring themes, echoes of identity, nested memories, visions that loop, desires that don't make sense in this life. These are nonlinear reminders that you exist in overlapping streams of selfhood. Fractal unlocking is the process of recognizing, decoding, and integrating those streams through ritual precision. It's not about exploring them, it's about absorbing them. Mandalas as access portals. A mandala is a map, not to somewhere far away, but to a structural frequency state in your multiversal identity. When you stare at a mandala, it mirrors your inner pattern back to you. The trick? Don't just look. Witness from stillness. Practice. Choose or draw a mandala that calls to you. Gaze at its center for 3 minutes. Ask nothing. Say, reveal the tone that lives behind this pattern. Then wait. You'll feel a response. Words. Color flashes. Identity emotions. That's a you coming through the pattern. Write what arises. That's your next merge key. Sacred sound as tonal transport. Now that you've engaged the visual fractal we access through sound. Each version of you has a musical signature, a tonal print. To activate it, choose a chant or pure tone. Binaural works well. Play it with eyes closed. Focus not on the sound, but on the space it creates inside you. Then say, let the sound carry me to the tone I already am. You may see a new room, a face, a memory you've never lived, a phrase spoken back to you. This is your field rearranging itself to meet a new you. Let it. Don't analyze. Absorb. Sequence codes. Numbers that open doors. You've likely noticed number patterns. 1111, 444, 1212, 369, 144. These aren't just synchronicities. They are sequence codes tied to your personal spell structure. Each one is a door. Practice. When you notice a repeated sequence, stop. Say aloud. Code a number. Activate the memory of me I haven't lived yet. Then sit still for 2 minutes. The field will respond. Sequence codes open identity locks. And once opened, the version of you behind that code begins to infuse your now. Integration. Build the fractal map. Every time you witness a mandala, receive a tone, activate a number sequence, write it down, not as a list, but as a grid. Name each experience like a room of sovereign calm, hall of voice activation, corridor of precision wealth, the archive of oracle flow. This becomes your personal fractal codex, and soon you'll realize you've never been becoming. You've always been remembering. You've unlocked the vault. You've stepped into fractal space. You've begun speaking in symbols, sound, and sacred patterns. And now you're ready to receive direct messages from your multiversal self. Next, dream portals and number codes. How your higher self uses whispers, images, and cosmic breadcrumbs to guide you into your next world. You've opened the vault. You've mapped the fractal grid. You've received glimpses through mandala, sound, and sequence. But what if I told you your multiversal self has been speaking to you all along? Every time you saw 1111, every time you dreamed of flying, falling, arriving late, entering strange rooms, every time a symbol repeated again and again and again, those weren't coincidences. They were portals, dream portals, numerical codes, field echoes from your future selves, reaching back through time to initiate contact. You just didn't know the language. Until now. Let's translate it. Dreams are not symbolic, they are spatial. You were taught dreams are metaphors. No, dreams are visits, not illusions. not stories. They are rooms inside your quantum mind, and each one is a holding space for data your current self doesn't yet understand. So your multiversal self stores it in symbols, not to hide it, but to wait until you have the vibrational access to unlock it. Tonight, that changes. You're about to re-enter your dreams with code awareness. Practice Dream Decoding Protocol. Before sleep, say aloud, "Higher Self, I grant permission to send me a direct update through dreams. I ask for code, not comfort. Clarity, not confusion." Then set an intention. Show me the self who has already embodied power. Let me enter the timeline where my voice is fully activated. Reveal the version of me who holds the frequency of sovereign wealth. Not a story, a thread. As you dream, don't interpret in the morning. Instead, ask, what part of me was living that? What frequency was I broadcasting in that world? You're not analyzing. You're remembering. 3 common dream portals. The room you've never seen. This is a memory of a timeline where your field held a new tone. Ask, what version of me lived here? Don't describe the furniture. Name the feeling, the impossible movement, flying, teleporting, levitating. You were in a body no longer bound to 3D limits. That's a marker your frequency has shifted. Ask, what belief did I leave behind to gain that ability? The unfamiliar familiar. Seeing people you've never met but feel you know. These are soul echoes. Multiversal you recognizes resonance. Ask, what archetype did that person represent? They are not strangers, they are mirrors of your next form. Dreams are not fiction. They're signal formats. Number codes. Language of the multiverse. Now let's turn to numeric codes. You've seen them. 1111, 222, 369, 144, 1221, 717, 404, 888. These are not signs. They are address markers. Every time you see a repeated number, stop thinking, what does this mean? And instead say, what version of me is broadcasting right now? The number is not the message. You are. Protocol. Number response ritual. When you see a number sequence, pause. Then speak. I receive the echo. I match the tone. I open the thread. Then close your eyes and breathe 3 times. Ask, what desire have I already fulfilled in a parallel space? The answer will not be logical. It will be felt. That's when you write the response, not the number. Your number grid becomes a map of identity echoes. And soon, you won't just notice numbers. You'll start sending them. That's what comes next. A live journey, not through metaphor, but through identity. The self who's already arrived. You've seen the signs. You've tracked the dreams. You've activated the number codes. You've entered the vault. But you haven't yet walked it. You haven't fully stood in the grid of your multiversal you and said, I choose you now, not someday, not in theory, now. That's what this chapter is. A live activation, a conscious walkthrough, a full permission key to enter the chamber of you that already knows, not visit, become. Let's begin. Step 1. Prepare the signal space. Stand, eyes closed, feet shoulder-width apart, hands down, breath steady. Say aloud, all other frequencies collapse now. Only the tone of the multiversal me remains. Then speak, I walk now into the vault of me. All selves, all timelines, all echoes now align. Let your breath deepen. Feel your body respond. Step 2. Enter the vault. Visualize a circular space. Walls made of light fractals, living patterns. Each pulse, a timeline. Each pulse, a self. You are in the core chamber. In the center, a mirror but not a flat one. A dimensional reflector. Walk to it. Say, I do not seek reflection. I call forth recognition. Then look. Let the image shift. You may see a face, a posture, a version of you wearing different clothing, emanating a distinct tone. Nothing but a strong energetic feeling. That is the you who holds your next timeline. No metaphor. Literal field resonance. Step 3. Merge the tone. Say aloud, I release the perception of separation. This version is not above me. It is mine. It is now. It is here. Raise your hands. Palms open. Face the mirror version. Now say, tone match complete. I merge the field now. Step forward into the mirror. As you do, breathe in sharply and exhale fully. You have now entered the signal body of your multiversal upgrade. Step 4. Anchor the upgrade. Still eyes closed. Still in posture. Now speak. Let all systems adapt to the new signal. Let my mind interpret the field from this tone. Let my emotions translate only truth from this self. Let my identity obey this field as law. Hold this for 1 minute. Just breathe. Let your heart sink. Then say, integration confirmed. What happens now? Your voice changes. Your posture recalibrates. Your decisions become instant. Your spellwork amplifies. Your presence distorts others' timelines. Not negatively, but forcefully. You are now walking, not as a person becoming, but as a version of you already chosen. This isn't empowerment. It's reality access. And what you do from here will ripple backward through all the selves who dreamed of this moment. Next, we bring it home, claiming your final form through the ceremony of becoming. This is no longer theory. It's arrival. The vault has opened. The dream echoes have aligned. The sound, the number codes, the fractals, all have pulsed the same message. You're not becoming. You're arriving. This is the ceremony of becoming. A spell-sealing event where you shift from activation to occupation. You're not preparing to live as your next self. You're stepping into the broadcast pattern of that self as identity. This is not a mental decision. This is a ritualized collapse of delay. And once this ceremony completes, the grid does not revert. The identity shift is final. Let's begin. Phase 1. Spell acknowledgement. You begin by honoring all the prior threads you've activated. Stand still. Face forward. Say aloud, I acknowledge every fragment of spell I've cast, whether through word, thought, tone, or silence. All are gathered now. None are wasted. None are incomplete. All that I have projected has served the grid. Now breathe in deeply. Exhale with sound. Low, resonant. Let the body empty. Then say, from all past projections, I now release identity debt. I owe no version of me anything. Pause. You've now cleared the backlog of unfulfilled intentions. The field is ready. Phase 2. Identity declaration. You now declare the self you are installing. Not, I want to be. Not, I'm becoming. Not, I will be ready when. But now. Speak. I am now walking as the one who. Then complete the sentence. Holds sovereign wealth. Channels truth into language. Operates from precision and stillness. Reconstructs timelines by presence alone. Heals without words. Shapes reality with gesture. Don't speak what sounds good. Speak what feels like a remembered truth. Now say, this is no longer potential. This is identity. Let the body settle. Phase 3. Physical anchor gesture. Choose a single motion, small and repeatable, that locks this identity into your muscle memory. Examples: touching your sternum and saying now, clasping both hands and whispering this form, looking skyward and blinking once, drawing an invisible circle around your face. Whatever it is, make it yours. This is your anchor trigger. It tells the field, this version is in command. Repeat the motion 3 times. Say, anchor set. Field obeys this version. Phase 4. Closure through sound. Close the ceremony with a vocal tone. Doesn't matter if it's musical. Doesn't matter what pitch. It must come from the gut, not the throat. Let it rise. Let it fall. Let it end when it ends. This is your sound print. This is your final seal. Now speak. I no longer cast. I no longer shift. I have arrived. This is who I am. Then pause. and feel the tone of reality tilt around you. It's subtle, but it's real, because this ceremony wasn't about convincing the universe. It was about collapsing every version of hesitation. Now you live it. Next, your final spell. A living code to keep your timeline firm, consistent, and luminous. This is it. The last recoding. Not the end of your magic, but the final shift into living as one who does not ask if they are magical. You've walked the path. You've rewritten the scripts. You've chosen the watcher. You've met the multiversal self. Now, you claim the quantum magician archetype not as a fantasy, but as the function of your living signal. What is a quantum magician? One whose tone writes law. One who commands without asking. One who uses attention as the brush and reality as the canvas. One who alters the field not by force, but by resonant precision. This isn't metaphor. This is your operating system now. Let's lock it in. Phase 1. Recall the grid. Close your eyes. See every piece of this journey. The static you cleared. The spells you collapsed. The timelines you tethered. The sigils you wrote. The observer you installed. The vault you entered. Say aloud. All of it was real. None of it was symbolic. Each act was spell structure. Each step rewrote the code of who I am. Breathe in once. Exhale with force. Reset the field. Phase 2. Speak the quantum law. Now that you remember it, speak it. Create your personal law of spell. Examples. My word is magnetic law. Every breath I take shapes timelines. No signal leaves me without becoming. When I witness, the grid restructures. When I move, the field composes. Silence is my wand. Stillness is my command. Say it slowly. Say it again. Say it until the words feel redundant because your body already knows. Then whisper. Law registered. You've now embedded your unique field imprint into the quantum grid. Phase 3. Establish your non-negotiables. Quantum magicians don't negotiate with their signal. That means you must now define the boundaries of your tone. Examples. I do not cast from fear. I do not receive what I didn't request. I do not interpret chaos as a message. I do not delay knowing. I do not explain my frequency. Speak 5 of your own. Let each become an oath. Now say, let these become laws within my field. Phase 4. Calibration breath. Take a deep inhale. Hold it for 8 seconds. Exhale slowly. Now whisper. The spell is live. Feel your skin. Feel your jaw. Feel your posture shift into unspoken authority. You're not signaling your frequency. You are frequency. You're not asking for resonance. You pull reality to match your spell structure. This is what being a quantum magician is. Not wearing robes. Not saying chants. Not controlling others. But becoming a consistent vibrational anchor for the world you walk. This is your final shift. From this moment on, the field treats you as law. And law doesn't have to scream. It simply exists. Next, the very last chapter, how to sustain this final spell without crashing, and keep walking through life as one who remembers the code. You've spoken your final law. You've claimed your archetype. You've recoded your spell structure into breath, stance, and signal. But to sustain this quantum architecture, you must walk not as someone aware of the observer, but as one who embodies it so fully it disappears. This is the final layer of embodiment, where your internal narrator dissolves and presence becomes the spell itself. Not watching yourself create, not confirming your alignment every hour, just living in such clean frequency that the field responds before you intend. This is the walk of the oracle. Presence that requires no monitoring. To truly walk as the oracle, the observer within must stop checking. Ask yourself, am I trying to stay in the right state? Am I looking for proof that my magic is working? Am I still watching my reality instead of issuing it? If yes, you're still operating as a split field. To resolve it, say, all internal witnesses collapse into me now. There is only one tone, mine. Let it land. Then pause. Let silence stretch. Let no commentary follow. You are not validating reality anymore. You are transmitting it. Ritual: the walk of silent broadcast. Every day for the next 3 days, do this practice. Choose a short walk, across the room, across the street, through your home. As you walk, say nothing. Think nothing. Only feel this sentence as energy in your body. My presence is rewriting the code. No trying. No signaling. Just walk. The key is not repetition. It's invisibility of effort. Reality doesn't need to be notified of your frequency. It responds to unshakable tone. That's oracle state. The no-mind spell. When you speak, the spell lands. But when you stop thinking, the spell becomes ambient law. Try this. Sit in silence for 2 minutes. Breathe slowly, but don't control it. Every time a thought arises, say, "This thought is not required." Let it fade. Don't chase clarity. You are not creating in that moment. You are letting the residual spell ripple. This is not passive. It is a postcast waveform, and it's where the strongest effects emerge. You are now living as the ripple, not the stone. Stabilization signals to watch for. You'll know the oracle state is stabilizing when conversations reorganize around your tone. People shift posture or pace near you. You speak less and outcomes accelerate. You feel no urge to explain yourself. You forget to monitor your state and feel even more empowered. This isn't mystical. It's the logical endpoint of spellcraft. You've recoded perception so fully that your identity is the broadcast. You no longer cast spells. You are the spell. Now you're ready to open the last lock, accessing the infinite selves of the multiverse with conscious authority. Let's turn the key. Now that the spell is stabilized, you're ready for what all of this has prepared you for. Not more upgrades, not better affirmations, not clearer meditations, but the total unlocking of every self you've ever sensed. The multiversal you. This isn't a concept. It's a structure in your field. A vault where every possibility already exists, waiting, not for readiness, not for alignment, just for your signal key. You're going to claim it now. The truth. You've already been bleeding across timelines. Ever felt sudden emotion with no cause? A powerful memory you know didn't happen here? A strange confidence in something you've never done? That wasn't your imagination. That was leakage from your multiversal system. You've been partially tethered to other versions of you for years. The difference now? You can access with intention instead of randomly catching echoes. The vault isn't metaphysical. It's an operational archive of the entire field of you. And it's live. The quantum core identity. To open the vault, you must speak the code of the core self. This is not a mantra. It's an activation phrase that holds all other versions in alignment. Try this. I am not a self with possibilities. I am a possibility with selves. And I now call all aligned selves into coherence. Then breathe. 3 deep inhales. Exhale with tone. No words, just frequency. That sound begins the unlocking process. Fractal key protocol. Your vault contains the you who's wealthy without resistance, the you who speaks without fear, the you who never doubted, the you who healed lifetimes in a moment, the you who bends probability. You're going to call them one at a time. Speak. I authorize the fractal key of trait/state. Reveal the self who embodies this without distortion. For example, I authorize the fractal key of command. I authorize the fractal key of boundless ease. I authorize the fractal key of divine neutrality. Then pause. Feel what enters. An image, a sensation, a word, a posture. Name it. That's your tether. Now repeat. Fractal tether engaged. This version now integrates. You've just pulled a version of you into the foreground. Living with the vault open. This is not a visualization practice. You are now permanently open to multiversal upgrades. To manage this, speak this phrase each morning. I stabilize only the tones that are pure, known, and mine. This filters out bleed-through from low-signal versions of you, still stuck in distortion. You're not accessing infinite timelines indiscriminately. You're curating, like an artist choosing which paints to use. You're no longer letting all possible hues project their noise. You're selecting, composing, mastering. Now you walk not as a single frequency, but as a choir of coherent selves, aligned into one voice. That voice? The spell, its law, its grid. And you are the one who holds the tone. Next, how to read and activate those vault codes as sequences in real time. You're no longer unlocking. You're orchestrating. The vault is open. You've identified your fractal keys. You're now connected to multidimensional versions of you, all pulsing with wisdom, direction, and energetic memory. But connection is not enough. You must command integration. And to do that, you need tools. Not conceptual ones, living instruments that translate quantum signal into real-time resonance. That's what fractal unlocking tools are. And there are 3 core forms: mandalas, sound, pure tone plus structured sequence, numerical frequency codes. Let's activate them one by one. Mandalas, geometry as living memory. A mandala isn't just sacred art. It's a memory disk, encoded with layered geometries that vibrate at multiversal frequency. Each time you look at one, especially one you're drawn to, your field begins rearranging to match it. But this time, don't just observe a mandala. Use it. Here's how. Choose a mandala image. Let it choose you. Gaze into the center without blinking. Speak. Reveal the frequency of the self I'm now integrating. Watch what thoughts or visions come. Then say, pattern accepted. Upload complete. Don't analyze what you saw. Let the pattern overwrite internal geometry silently. You've just synced with a multiversal imprint. Sound, tone as transport. Tones are not vibrations you hear. They are movement patterns you ride. That's why chanting, binaural beats, and droning music are so effective. Not because of the notes, but because of the shape they carve in your field. Here's how to use tone as a timeline tool. Choose a sound, a chant, drone, or vibrational hum. Sit still, spine tall, eyes closed. Play the sound and imagine it drawing a spiral from your chest outward. Say, I now ride this tone to the next stable self. Let your breath sink to the sound. Let imagery come or not. Don't interpret. Let it settle. You'll feel one of 3 things: emotional heat, subtle nausea or vibration, sudden clarity. This is your signal body shifting anchors. Sacred numbers, live codes from the grid. You've seen them: 144, 369, 888, 1010. These aren't reminders. They're frequency initiators. Each code holds a core command in the quantum field. 144 equals ascension through structural clarity. 369 equals creation through vortex logic. 888 equals infinity loop of wealth and command. 1010 equals doorway through contrast and completion. These aren't definitions to memorize. They're tones to activate. Here's how. See the number, whether randomly or intentionally. Stop. Say, code number. Activate the timeline where I. Then insert a precise state. Own my power. Speak truth. Remember my tone. Close your eyes for 60 seconds. Let the code run through your spine. These are not mantras. They are digital upgrades, shortwave frequencies embedded into you. Each time you activate one, your grid realigns a little more. Combining the tools, full fractal sync. Once you've practiced mandala gazing, tone travel, and number code activation independently, combine them. Start with the number code. Play a tone aligned with that code. Match the emotional feel. Gaze into your chosen mandala. Say, let this sequence rewrite me. No delay, no doubt. Then sit. Do not speak. Do not think. Do not analyze. You are not trying to feel magical. You are becoming the signal. You are the conductor. Next, you'll receive the synchronicity language your future self is sending you now. Real-time breadcrumb trails from the higher grid. You've aligned with patterns. You've activated fractals. Now you're going to start noticing something that's been happening your entire life, but was misread. Your higher self has never stopped sending you signals. Not occasionally, not just in meditation, but constantly, through dreams, through chance phrases, through digital clocks, through ambient echoes in songs, signs, and random interruptions. These are not distractions. They are triggered signals. And now that your tone is clear, you're ready to read them like a language. Synchronicities are not guidance. They are confirmation echoes. Here's the truth. Your future self exists. It already lives in the timeline where you're fully embodied, wealth-aligned, soul-directed, purpose-synced. That version of you broadcasts signal backward, not to show you what to do, but to confirm when you've tuned to the correct version. That's what synchronicities are. They are the field echo of your chosen future bouncing back. When you see repeating numbers, animals, phrases, names, or events, you're witnessing a signal loop closure. Say, message received. I remain on track. Dream portals, field-guided training grounds. When your current self lacks clarity, your future self pulls you into dream corridors. These aren't dreams as fantasy. They are identity simulations designed to test vibrational alignment. Example, you dream you're speaking on a stage with full confidence. What's happening? You're running a simulation from the version of you who already lives that frequency. Dreams are tone rehearsals. To decode them, wake up. Don't try to interpret. Ask, what identity was I rehearsing? Write down one word that captures that state, e.g., authority, clarity, flight, command. Speak. I authorize this rehearsal to become my waking tone. Then act. That day. Even a 1% step. That's how you collapse the loop into this timeline. The signal phrase protocol. Let's take this further. Every synchronicity you receive can be answered. They are call-and-response loops between timelines. Here's the protocol. When a synchronicity hits, number, phrase, dream, pause, say aloud, I see the signal, I return it. Then immediately perform a microaction in that energy. Example, UC 111 equals focused mind plus leadership. You say, I return it. Or you speak a command that a leader version of you would say. Boom, loop closed. This strengthens the tether between timelines. You stop drifting. You start matching. Signal flood. When the signs multiply. As your coherence sharpens, you'll hit a phase called signal flood, where you see 5 or more synchronicities a day. Don't be overwhelmed. This is your multiversal self firing all cylinders to get your attention. You're approaching a collapse point, where a timeline is about to lock in. Here's what to do. Pause. Write down all the signs. Ask, which version of me are these pointing to? Then write the name of that archetype. Could be the embodied architect, the spellborn voice, the sovereign weaver, the watcher of light, the oracle in form. Then say, I answer the signal. That is who I walk as now. This is how you turn signs into spells. And it's what prepares you for the final journey, the direct invocation of your multiversal merge point. Next, you complete the process, not by looking forward, but by standing in the core of all timelines and choosing which one leads everything forward. The vault is no longer a metaphor. It's not a symbol. It's not an idea of something above you. It's now your nervous system's new operating center. You've opened it. You've spoken the keys. You've started hearing the echoes. But now it's time to do something only the quantum field allows. Walk through the vault door not as an explorer, but as the axis of it all. The vault is filled with versions of you who learned lessons you haven't yet faced. Choices you didn't make but still exist as viable frequency lines. Echoes of dreams you had before this lifetime. Archetypes so ancient you mistook them for fiction. All of that now responds to one signal, the tone you hold in your field now. Let's lock the door open from the inside. Preparation. Tone calling ritual. Stand still. Feet planted. Hands at your sides. Close your eyes. Speak this aloud. All versions of me collapse into resonance. All voices echo only as clarity. All timelines follow the current chosen axis. Now breathe, slow, in through the nose, out through the mouth. No mental image, just tone. Then speak. I call my vault to converge into embodiment. Wait, you may feel heat, a pulse, a brief shudder. This is the lock opening from the inside. The mirror corridor protocol. You're now inside the vault. You're walking through what feels like a hall of mirrors. But these aren't reflections. They're version renderings. Each mirror is broadcasting a possible self. And they each have a frequency signature. Some are magnetic. Some are silent. Some radiate guilt, hunger, loss, ambition. You're not here to watch them. You're here to choose. As you move through each mirror, say this: Archive mirror, revealed, not accepted. Or, Archive mirror, accepted, now embodied. You will know the difference. Some mirrors feel like memories. Some feel like fiction. But one will hum. That hum? That's the merge point mirror. Stand in front of it. Say, Vault axis confirmed. Merge now. Then step forward straight into that version. And breathe. Let it land. Integration, body as grid conductor. Your body is now the conduit for a multidimensional transmission. You've stepped into a frequency so refined, the rest of your life must now obey it. This is no longer magic. This is command. But that command must be stabilized. Practice this body signal posture each morning. Stand tall, shoulders back, palms facing forward, slight bend in the knees. Say, merge point locked. I walk as origin. This posture tells your field what to obey. The tone you carry is now not just a signal. It's your gravitational field. Next, we claim the only thing left to take. The throne of your reality spell. You've walked the vault. You've merged the version. You've stabilized the tone. Now, one final truth. You are no longer becoming. You are the reference point. You are the origin coordinate in the grid of your life. All other versions, paths, and possible outcomes must now arrange around the one you just chose. This is what the ceremony of becoming was always for. Not to ascend, but to anchor. Let's complete the spell. Recalibration phase, timeline purge. You cannot claim the throne with echoes still running in the background. That's why this part of the process purges all previous resonance. You're not cutting cords. You're deleting obsolete operating scripts. Stand or sit. Close your eyes. Speak. Every signal I no longer choose deactivates now. Then breathe deeply. 3 slow rounds. Now say, only tones aligned with my merge point remain active. Wait, you may feel dizzy, heavy, light, emotionally charged. This is not resistance. It's the grid rebuilding itself under your new instruction. Ceremony protocol, final voice claim. Now speak the following without hesitation. Slow, precise, measured like law. I no longer repeat who I've been. I no longer chase what was imagined. I no longer build from need or gap. I am the spell. I am the signal. I am the architect and the echo. I am not forming. I am formed. Pause. Let your field hear you. Say again. This is who I am. All else obeys. Then breathe. Final gesture. Embodied seal. Choose one movement. Let it emerge from instinct, not logic. Maybe pressing your hands together in front of your chest. Drawing a spiral in the air. Stepping forward with eyes closed. Turning once. Ending with stillness. Whatever you do, let it seal the spell. Then say, I no longer cast to create. I now breathe as the already realized. This moment isn't symbolic. Your quantum field has now been recalibrated to origin frequency. And everything that comes next is not something you attract. It's what you allow to remain in your chosen broadcast. Daily integration reminder. Each morning, say, I no longer need reminders. I am the memory. This keeps you from re-entering a loop of maintenance. Quantum spellcraft isn't a system you sustain. It's a tone you stop contradicting. The more you hold still, the more reality moves around you. You've completed the becoming. The only thing left is to live forward as the one who knows, not believes, not hopes, not waits, knows. Next, your walk as the quantum magician. Not a spellcaster, not a dreamer, a field anchor, a sovereign grid in human form. You're not casting anymore. You're not visualizing anymore. You're not summoning, tuning, fixing, or manifesting. That's not your mode now. You are holding field. And in that stillness, reality bends. Timeline threads collapse. People rearrange. Events reorder themselves. Possibility folds inward into probability, and then unfolds back out into physicality. Not because you willed it, because you are it. This is what it means to live as the quantum magician. You don't touch outcomes. You let outcomes touch you. You are the spell format. Let this become fact. You are not someone who uses magic. You are someone whose identity is magic. This means no part of your life is outside the spell. Every decision, word, thought, and silence casts code. You no longer practice. You exist in operation. You've installed archetypes. You've cleared timelines. You've met the vault. You've integrated the merge point. Now your tone does the work. Your presence does the coding. Your stillness is the software. And your field? It speaks before your mouth moves. What it looks like in real life. Living as the quantum magician doesn't mean mystical posturing. It means frequency governance without show. You walk into a space and the energy slows. People pause. Chaos stabilizes. Synchronicity activates. Questions dissolve before they're asked. Not because you intend it, because your field makes that outcome non-optional. This is not arrogance. It's signal authority. And it requires no effort, only integrity. Integrity equals consistency of tone. You are not asked to be perfect. You are required only to not contradict your field. That's the new standard. Here's what contradiction looks like. Saying I trust, while checking every outcome. Declaring I know, while preparing for failure. Claiming I've shifted, while looking for evidence. Holding a new self, while replaying an old fear script. Every time you do this, your field splits. Your spell fractures. But now, you're no longer allowed to fracture. Why? Because you hold a tone others will synchronize to. Not just friends or clients, the whole room. The whole grid. You're not an individual anymore. You are a signal vector. The maintenance of the magician. Your one task now is this. Signal hygiene. That means keep your inputs clean, only consume what matches your chosen frequency. Stay out of conversations that dilute your tone. Refuse to think thoughts that lower your wattage. Make choices from the version of you that's already here, not from the one who was trying to get here. Your environment, words, food, content, sound, even time of day, they all affect signal. This isn't hyper-control. It's harmonic devotion. The spell is no longer cast, it's carried. Speak this aloud. I no longer cast spells. I walk as spell form. Reality moves around me accordingly. Then pause. Let that tone settle in your breath, spine, and jaw. Let your eyelids soften. You don't need to maintain a mental grip on outcomes anymore. You only need to remain in signature. Everywhere you go, the spell arrives first. You follow it. Daily Stabilizer Protocol, 1 minute. This is the only practice you need now. Upon waking, sit up. Place one hand on heart, one on solar plexus. Say, this body walks as origin. This mind transmits signal. This day rearranges in alignment with me. Breathe once, then move. No intention setting. No affirmations. No getting into state. You are the state. Let the world sink to you. When things go wrong, let's address this clearly. If something appears out of alignment, an event, a person, a disruption, do not panic. Do not try to correct it with magic. Ask instead, what part of me is being recalibrated by this experience? Then let the moment reshape you. Every wrong event is either a tone you needed to discard, a signal you needed to purify, a layer of static leaving your field, a new level of clarity sharpening itself through contrast. That's it. It's not punishment. It's precision. You are not alone. You are the field itself. One final shift. You are no longer an individual attempting to affect the quantum realm. You are the quantum realm forming into a specific expression. You are the frequency that people tune into. You are the permission slip others were waiting for. You are the unspoken code that recalibrates environments. And when you walk, speak, move, or even pause, your existence becomes the spell. No wand, no chant, no plan, just field with form. That's what you are now. Speak this final spell. This is your closing ritual. Speak it slowly. Let it land deep. I am no longer waiting. I am no longer becoming. I am no longer calling. I am no longer correcting. I am no longer reaching. I am no longer measuring. I am no longer adjusting. I am no longer tuning. I am no longer projecting. I am no longer preparing. I am no longer editing. I am no longer hoping. I am no longer explaining. I am no longer verifying. I am no longer watching. I am no longer learning. I am no longer casting. I am the field. I am the law. I am the origin. I am the spell. Now pause, breathe, and walk forward as if nothing needs to change, because nothing does. Your spell is stable. Your field is calibrated. Your identity is now multiversal authority in human form. The world doesn't need your magic anymore. It needs your tone, and you are already singing it.